Zhou Shiyan, who had just closed the door, hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief before being scorched by Yunxi's burning gaze. He felt an inexplicable fire rising within him again. Yunxi, he called softly, his voice tinged with helplessness and suppressed emotion. And Yunxi looked up at him innocently, her eyes seeming to ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shiyan sighed helplessly, pulling her into his arms while gently shielding her beautiful eyes with his other hand. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "If you keep staring like that, I can't guarantee what will happen next." His voice was deep and resonant, almost like a murmur in her ear. However, these words exploded in Yunxi's heart like a thunderbolt. Without looking in a mirror, she knew her face must be flushed, for she could already feel the burning heat on her cheeks. Faced with this situation, she truly didn't know what to say and ultimately chose to remain silent. At this moment, Yunxi inwardly cursed herself. "I've seen men before. Why am I so mesmerized again?" Indeed, male beauty is a curse. With such a handsome man before her, especially someone as exceptional as Zhou Shiyan, she sometimes found it incredibly difficult to remain clear-headed and rational. Many times, Yunxi felt that if the system's partner panel had a standard for appearance, Zhou Shiyan's appearance score would be at least 98 or 99 points, if not 100. In both her past and present lives, she had never seen a man who better matched her aesthetic standards than him. The two embraced each other, and although there was no verbal exchange, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Zhou Shiyan held his beloved tightly, as if trying to meld her into his very being. Enveloped by his masculine presence, Yunxi felt as if she were enveloped in warm sunshine. She could clearly feel the man's strong heartbeat, its powerful rhythm like the drumbeats of a symphony, each beat resounding. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat seemed to proclaim his deep love for her. Before long, Yunxi was surprised to find her own heartbeat quickening unconsciously, intertwining with the man's, creating a wondrous resonance. Gradually, their heartbeats began to synchronize, as if their lives were inextricably linked. The surrounding noise seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the world. Yunxi, after a long while, the man's deep, magnetic voice came from above. Before Yunxi could reply, the man's voice rang out again, tinged with anticipation and nervousness. "Yunxi, when will you marry me?" And Yunxi's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. "What? Marry him? Get married?" This was completely unexpected. Marriage wasn't even in her plans for the near future. And Yunxi took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. She slowly stepped out of the man's embrace, her gaze fixed on him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her tone was relaxed yet earnest as she said, "Isn't proposing like this a bit too hasty?" The man's lips curved slightly at her words. He gently took her hand and led her to the sofa in the reception area. After sitting down, he looked at her tenderly and said softly, "This doesn't count. I'll propose formally when you're willing to marry me." Wait, this man is only 24 years old. Why is he always thinking about marriage? "Brother Shiyan, I'm only 19. She's not even of legal marriage age yet." Zhou Shiyan. Sighing at being rebuffed, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi's hand and said, "How about we get married after graduation?" It was obviously unrealistic to expect a young girl to get married at 20. Zhou Shiyan understood this, so he opted for a compromise and suggested getting married after graduation. After graduation? And Yunxi fell into deep thought, carefully calculating the time. She was a sophomore in college this year. If they married after graduation, she would be 22, and Zhou Shiyan would be 27. If their feelings for each other were still as strong then, marriage seemed like a good choice. Thinking this, she nodded slightly in agreement, softly replying, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Shiyan released Yunxi, grasped her arms with both hands, and stared directly at her, confirming, "Yunxi, you agree?" Looking at the cautiousness and expectation in the eyes of this usually composed man, and Yunxi's heart softened. A smile played on her lips as she softly replied, "Yes, I agree." Hearing the affirmative answer, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Shiyan's eyes, followed by a touch of doting affection. However, just then, and Yunxi winked mischievously and continued, "But you have to keep treating me well, otherwise." Before she could finish speaking, her lips were suddenly sealed by the man's warm lips. Zhou Shiyan gave her a light kiss, then quickly pulled away, looking at Yunxi earnestly and saying, "No, otherwise." The earnestness and determination in his tone touched Yunxi. Although Yunxi thought being love-struck was bad, if her partner was, she felt she could accept it. So, Yunxi smiled gently and replied softly, "Okay, no problem." This single sentence brought a rare, radiant smile to Zhou Shiyan's usually cold and aloof face. Zhou Shiyan gently embraced her, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "Thank you for believing in me. I will protect you with my whole life." And Yunxi nestled quietly in his arms, nodding slightly, savoring this peaceful and beautiful moment. They made promises to each other. In the future, they would create many more beautiful memories together. That night, Zhou Shiyan was so excited that he didn't fall asleep until midnight. In his dream, he married the girl he loved. They held a grand wedding ceremony witnessed by their family and friends. The wedding venue was decorated like a dream, with flowers, ribbons, and lights creating a dazzling spectacle. Zhou Shiyan, dressed in a handsome suit, and Yunxi, in a pristine white wedding gown, both held bouquets, their smiles radiant with happiness. At the wedding, they exchanged vows, promising to spend the rest of their lives together. Then, amidst the cheers of family and friends, they kissed, embarking on a new chapter in their lives. Shortly after their wedding, they welcomed a lovely child. This little one brought them endless joy and warmth, filling their family with vitality and energy. They cared for their child together, watching them grow, sharing many happy moments. Zhou Shiyan's hopes and dreams for this life had all come true in his dreams. When he woke up the next day from his beautiful dream, Zhou Shiyan felt a pang of regret. Why was it just a dream? If only everything in the dream were real. During their morning exercise together, Zhou Shiyan told Yunxi about his dream. Yunxi's face showed surprise upon hearing this. She silently looked at Zhou Shiyan, a complex emotion welling up inside her. At that moment, Yunxi realized that the bond between their destinies seemed deeper than she had imagined, because she had the same dream before. But Yunxi didn't tell Zhou Shiyan that she had also dreamt the same thing. She had dreamt about it even before him. It would make it seem like she was so eager for marriage. No, she couldn't say this, absolutely couldn't say it. "Yunxi, what's wrong?" Seeing Yunxi lost in thought, Zhou Shiyan asked. "Nothing, let's go back." At 7 o'clock in the morning, the group set off on time. Today, their destination was Siamba. Autumn is the perfect time to visit Siamba. At this time of year, Siamba is a place that resembles a fairyland. Located within the Weichang Manchu and Mongolian Autonomous County, it was once the site of the Qing Dynasty Emperor's Mulan Autumn Hunt. It boasts vast forests, expansive grasslands, and crystal-clear Lakisa Place of breathtaking beauty. Siamba National Forest Park, Yudao-ko, and Hongsongwa Scenic Area were all places Yunxi and her group planned to visit. They traveled along the #1 scenic highway, enjoying countless beautiful views along the most beautiful road, even before reaching the scenic areas. Yudao-ko Scenic Area, located in Weichang County, Qingda City, Hebei Province, covers an area of 1,000 square kilometers. Hebei Province boasts 700,000 mu of well-preserved original grassland, 200,000 mu of wetlands, 100,000 mu of natural forest, 500,000 mu of planted forest, 21 freshwater lakes, 47 mountain springs, and 13 rivers of varying sizes. Yunxi and her group didn't miss any of the breathtaking natural landscapes within the scenic area, such as the Fairy Cave, Taosan Lake, and Moon Lake. Each scenic spot has its own unique scenery, and each story has a beautiful legend. In the afternoon, Yunxi and her group arrived at Siamba National Forest Park. This is the largest forest park in northern China, and during the Qing Dynasty, it was part of the famous imperial hunting grounds, the Mulan Hunting Ground. The forest park covers a total area of 410,000 mu, approximately 27,333 hectares, of which 1,060,000 mu, approximately 77,333 hectares, are forest landscapes, and 200,000 mu, approximately 13,333 hectares, are grassland landscapes, with a forest coverage rate of 75.2%. Stepping into Siamba National Forest Park is like entering a natural oxygen bar. The lush trees and fresh air make you feel as if you're in a fairy tale forest. And Yunxi and her group climbed the world's largest man-made forest, admiring the fruits of 3 generations' labor and experiencing the spirit of Siamba. Then they went to Shenlongtan, the filming location for the TV series The Orphan of Zhao. Here, half lake and half wetland, the scenery is exceptionally beautiful on a clear day. They also visited the hilly grasslands resembling a turtle's back, admiring the most beautiful grassland scenery. The rare canyon terrain formed by the hilly landforms is rugged and magnificent, which they naturally didn't miss. Finally, they went to see Typhoon Lake. The lake is clear and calm, surrounded by rolling hills and dense forests, a scene of breathtaking beauty. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the lake, shimmering with golden light, a truly magnificent sight. Imagine taking a set of absolutely stunning photos here. Won't that be amazing? That's what Yunxi thought, and that's what she did. Zhou Shiyan took many artistic photos of her. With this in mind, Yunxi immediately put it into action. Not only that, Yunxi also specifically asked Zhou Shiyan to take some photos for her with his phone, and selected a few exquisite ones to post on her various social media accounts. October 3rd was the 3rd day of Yunxi's road trip. That day, Yunxi checked in at Siamba National Forest Park and successfully obtained a reputation point boosting card worth 100,000. This was already her 3rd reputation point boosting card so far. Faced with this precious card, Yunxi chose to use it without hesitation. Instantly, her reputation points increased dramatically, now reaching over 338,000. Although the number seemed quite substantial, unfortunately, the in-game store wouldn't be available until the system reached level 5. She was incredibly excited about the items she could redeem in the store. After leaving the forest park, Yunxi and the others drove their RV directly to a campground. The environment was beautiful and the facilities were complete, making it an ideal camping spot. They planned to stay in their RV tonight. As for meals, they could simply arrange an outdoor barbecue at the campground. Night fell, the stars twinkled, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing coolness and tranquility. The lights outside the RV illuminated the surrounding grass, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. The aroma of barbecue filled the air, making everyone's mouths water. When it came to the barbecue, it was Zhou Shiyan's turn to shine. He skillfully flipped the skewers, controlling the heat perfectly, grilling each one to a golden brown and crispy perfection, releasing an enticing fragrance. After tasting Zhou Shiyan's grilled skewers, Yunxi immediately became a loyal fan and volunteered to be his assistant, helping with preparing ingredients and seasonings. His only goal was to eat as many delicious skewers as possible from Zhou Shiyan's grilled dishes. To Yunxi's surprise, Yanhua's grilling skills were also quite impressive. Yanhua, I never knew you had this hidden talent. This didn't match his tough guy image at all. Yanhua was a little embarrassed by Yunxi's comment, scratched his head, and explained, I was punished by being sent to the cooking squad before, and I learned some cooking skills there.
You
learned it so quickly, which means you have talent. Cooking skills aren't something just anyone can learn quickly. Miss, please eat more if you like. And Yunxi took the skewers Yanhua brought and gave one to each of them. She only dared to try a little. She didn't dare eat too much, otherwise her jealous husband would be unhappy again. Hearing his sister say that Yanhua's grilled food was also delicious, Yunxi dashed over. Yunxi gave him the last 2 skewers of grilled meat she was holding. So delicious. Brother Yanhua's grilling is delicious too. Yunxi, his mouth full of food, mumbled his praise for the food. Yunxi, the corn is ready. After speaking, Zhou Shiyan handed over the grilled corn and vegetables. He knew Yunxi's food preferences inside and out. Everything he grilled was something she liked. and Yunxi ate the grilled skewers and drank chilled plum juice, completely relaxed and content. Brother Shiryan, sit down and eat something too. He'd been so busy grilling for them, not eating anything himself. Zhao Shiryan readily complied and sat down next to Yunxi, picking up a skewer and eating. Even while eating, his movements exuded an air of nobility. She wondered how he managed to do it, and Yunxi looked at Zhao Shiryan, secretly amazed. She felt that no matter what he did, he radiated a unique charisma. However, she didn't know that she herself was perceived the same way by others. Because she had mastered etiquette to a high level, her every gesture was filled with elegance and nobility. And Yunxi didn't have a large appetite. She had already eaten some meat skewers, and now, after half an ear of corn, a little eggplant, and some vegetables, she felt almost full. Fang Mingxia was in a similar situation. However, the men present had astonishing appetites. They were almost all carnivores who couldn't live without meat, and they ate plenty of various kinds of grilled meat, even consuming a considerable amount of grilled buns and beer. Second brother and cousin Jiaxing didn't come this time. What a loss. And Yunzi said with a sigh, enjoying the delicious grilled skewers. These days of being able to eat, drink, and have fun everywhere felt so great. You think everyone is as idle as you? Fang Mingxia glared at her son with a hint of exasperation, unable to bear his carefree, pleasure-seeking behavior. My nephews are all already or about to enter society, and they have many things beyond their control. How can they be as free and carefree as they were when they were children? Mom, don't wrong me. I'm just balancing work and rest. I've never let you down when it matters. And Yunzi muttered in rebuttal. Fang Mingxia glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. She knew her own son well. If he really showed signs of becoming a spoiled brat, she would definitely pick up a stick and give him a good talking to without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jianhua was enjoying his meal when he somehow struck up a conversation with a family next door who were also having a barbecue. They got along very well, and eventually, Jianhua was even invited next door to drink beer and eat skewers with the other men. Not only that, Jianhua also enthusiastically pulled Chengdu and Yanhua over along. Seeing this, Fang Mingxia frowned and quickly instructed her son, Xiaozi, you go over there too. Keep an eye on your dad. Don't let him drink too much. Okay, Mom, I'm coming right away. He even gave a silly salute. His fawning manner amused Fang Mingxia and Yunxi. In Yunxi's eyes, her younger brother had a bit of a goofy side. But fortunately, this goofiness only appeared occasionally in front of family. To outsiders, Yunzi was a sunny and handsome young man. Because of this, Yunxi felt it was fine as it was and had no intention of changing the situation. The group played until 9 o'clock in the evening before dispersing to wash up and rest. Luckily, the campsite had showers. Otherwise, with only one toilet next to the RV, they would have spent a lot of time just queuing to shower. On the fourth day of their road trip, Yunxi and her companions arrived at the Hongwa Nature Reserve in Siamba. This alpine meadow in Siamba boasts three main features: blue skies, white clouds, and large windmills. Driving towards Hongwa, the blue sky, white clouds, and trees intertwined to create a breathtaking panorama. Although the road to the scenic area entrance was somewhat bumpy, after passing through village roads, Yunxi and her group were greeted by a unique and expansive wilderness. Looking into the distance, the sky merged with the grass, and the grass merged with the sky, offering an unobstructed view. Standing on the grassland, one could truly feel the magic of the sky like a dome, covering the vast wilderness. In autumn, the grass on the grassland was no longer as green as in summer. It gradually turned golden, as if the earth had been splashed with golden paint. Even so, this vast and boundless grassland still exuded a unique charm. Standing in the distance, one can see mountains and plateaus reflecting each other, rolling hills and meadows intertwined, creating a beautiful picture. Especially the vast forests and expansive natural grasslands blending together present a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene, captivating all who behold it. Just as everyone was immersed in this beautiful scenery, Yunxi suddenly shouted excitedly, "Look! What's that?" Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing. Before them appeared a striking moving spectacle. Hundreds of animals resembling cows were freely grazing. These animals were large, covered in thick fur that shimmered golden in the sunlight. They strolled leisurely across the grassland, becoming one of the most captivating sights of this land. It should be some kind of cattle, and Jianhua replied uncertainly, looking at the herd of animals in the distance. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan, who had done thorough research for the trip, explained, "Those are yaks, a special breed introduced from the Qinghai Plateau." Fang Mingxia observed carefully and offered her opinion. "These cattle look quite distinctive." She repeatedly examined the yaks and finally came to this conclusion. And Yunxi, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile. Yes, these yaks did indeed look very distinctive. Their incredibly thick coats, shimmering with a golden sheen in the sunlight, left a deep impression at first glance. Besides the vast expanse of colorful meadows, what impressed Yunxi most were the rows upon rows of windmills. Looking into the distance, numerous white, romantic, and neatly arranged windmills were scattered across the grassland. A gust of wind blew, and the huge blades of the windmills turned slowly, like a beautiful collective dance on the grassland. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the towering windmills on the vast grassland resembled giants leisurely waving their arms. Playing with the white clouds, a perfect match with the blue sky, a perfect harmony between man and nature. Wow, so many windmills, and Yunzi shouted loudly, running forward impatiently. "Brother Xianquick, take a picture for me." Zhou Shiyan smiled and nodded, raising his camera and searching for the best angle. And Yunzi jumped around excitedly, constantly changing poses. "It has to include windmills," and Yunzi suddenly demanded again. "Don't worry, I know," Zhou Shiyan replied with a smile. Zhou Shiyan was quite professional when it came to photography. Many of Yunxi's most beautiful and evocative photos were taken by him. Zhou Shiyan found the perfect angle, pressed the shutter, and captured a series of wonderful moments. After taking the photos, Yunzi immediately ran over to check them. "Haha, these photos are really cool, just as I expected," Yunzi said proudly. Yunxi also leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really nice." The blue sky, white clouds, grass, and windmills, as vivid as an oil painting, formed a beautiful backdrop. The boy in the photo had a bright smile, full of youthful energy, perfectly blending with the beautiful scenery behind him. "Shiyan, remember to send me this photo tonight." "Okay." And Yunzi's act of taking photos seemed to inspire the others to take pictures as well. Afterwards, everyone started looking for beautiful scenery and interesting angles, striking various poses, either alone or in groups of 3 or 5, capturing beautiful moments. The most photos taken were of Yunxi alone pose shots, and candid shots. Zhou Shiyan was constantly watching Yunxi, and he couldn't resist capturing many moments with his camera. Taking this opportunity, Zhou Shiyan also took 2 photos with Yunxi. He personally adjusted the background, angle, and lighting before having Yanhua take the photos, resulting in excellent images. After photographing the windmills, Yunxi and her group visited a century-old larch tree in the northwest corner of the Hongwa Nature Reserve. Locals affectionately call it one pine tree, and the people of Siamba proudly refer to it as a meritorious tree. Compared to Siamba National Forest Park and Yudao Co-Pasture Nature Reserve, the Hongwa Nature Reserve is more open and flat in terms of terrain. There are no towering peaks or rolling hills here. The view is unobstructed from afar. Therefore, the proud figure of one pine tree can be seen from a great distance. Because there was no other tree around, its towering presence, piercing the sky, made it all the more extraordinary. A single tree stands out from the crowd, unnoticed by others. Yunxi quite liked this tree and took many photos there as souvenirs. In a place like this, it's rare to find a tree that has lived for 200 or 300 years. And Jianhua stroked the trunk of the century-old pine tree and said, "I heard that without this pine tree, there wouldn't be the million-acre man-made forest in Siamba." And Yunxi had also learned about this one pine tree while researching the scenic area last night. It was this one pine tree that gave the pioneers of Siamba some valuable inspiration. If one pine tree could grow here, then hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of pines could grow. The existence of this single pine tree indicated that the area was suitable for large growth, making it a potential location for large-scale, mechanized forestry. Subsequent afforestation practices fully confirmed the accuracy of the experts' initial predictions. In a sense, the million mu, approximately 667 hectares, man-made forest of Siamba today originated from that single pine tree in Hongwa. And Yunxi and her group spent half a day touring Hongwa. Next, they would drive to Fing County, Chengda. The journey was over 200 kilometers and took 3.5 hours. To save time, they ate lunch in the car. They departed at 11:30 a.m. and arrived at their destination at approximately 3 p.m. Bahang Grassland, also known as the first grassland north of Beijing, is located in the northwest of Manchu Autonomous County, Hebei Province, covering a total area of 350 square kilometers. It is the closest natural grassland to the capital. This is an important part of the Bahang Grassland. In Mongolian, this place is called Haliotu, meaning a place with abundant water and grass. Upon arriving, Yunxi first completed her daily check-in task.
Ding.
Checking in at Fing Bahang Grassland, you have obtained a plot of land in Shuangqiao District, Chengda. The relevant property certificate and documents have been stored in your system inventory. A plot of land? Taking advantage of a trip to the restroom, Yunxi checked the information about this plot of land. Not far from the Summer Palace, many scenic spots nearby, and convenient transportation. It's truly a perfect place to build a hotel. And Yunxi didn't hesitate to send the land information to Qin Lian, asking him to arrange the procedures to transfer the land to the company's name. The specific planning matters are left for him to worry about. Having arranged her affairs, Yunxi wholeheartedly immersed herself in her travels and admiring the beautiful scenery. The Bahang Grassland in autumn possesses a unique and captivating beauty. The grassland gradually transforms from green to yellow, even gleaming with a deep golden hue under the caress of the autumn wind. When the sunlight slants across the grassland, the golden grass ripples in the breeze, resembling a golden tapestry, the interplay of light and shadow revealing the grassland's unique warmth and tranquility. After a few frosts, the grass withers and turns yellow, and the red pines, spruces, and birches covering the mountains begin their most vibrant phase. Where the mountains rise, large patches of color crisscross and layer upon layer, like an artist painting from behind the clouds, pouring vibrant paints across the mountain ranges and forests. The sky is high and clear, the clouds are light, and the wind is gentle. Herds of cattle and sheep graze on the grassland, and the blades of grass sway softly in the autumn breeze, as if singing a song for the people. At this time, the grassland is colorful, with yellow and green intermingling. Under the sunlight, the lakes and rivers shimmer, and the birch forests are dazzling in the sunset. The cattle, horses, and sheep returning home under the setting sun create a series of beautiful pictures. The scene was so breathtaking that Yunxi couldn't help but take out her phone and snap a series of photos, capturing the vibrant colors of the landscape like an oil painting. I always thought I'd come to the grasslands when the grass was lush and green, but I never imagined the autumn scenery would be this beautiful, she exclaimed. Fang Mingxia, equally awestruck by the beauty before her, couldn't help but sigh. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either, she added. And Jianhua agreed with his wife. They had been to grasslands before, but all they had seen were endless stretches of green. However, this time, visiting the Fing Bahang grassland, he discovered that the autumn grasslands were truly beautiful, possessing a unique charm. He realized that sometimes our understanding of things is limited by past experience. In reality, the world is far more diverse and colorful than we imagine. Therefore, past experience is not always entirely correct. The autumn scenery of the Fing Bahang grassland is not only captivating, but also offers a wealth of grassland activities for tourists to participate in. Tourists can enjoy horseback riding, archery, and grass football, experiencing the freedom and exuberance of the grasslands. And Yunxi, seeing others riding horses, felt a strong urge to try it himself, so Yunxi and Zhao took him. Chengdu and Yanhua, who had ridden horses in the army, also went along. Unfortunately, Yunza had never ridden a horse before, so he could only sit obediently on the horse and let someone lead it around for a bit, satisfying his craving. Watching his sister and future brother-in-law gallop freely across the grasslands, Yunza was filled with envy. "When did our daughter learn to ride?" Fang Mingxia asked her husband, watching her daughter ride so skillfully. And Jianhua, looking completely bewildered. Even his wife didn't know. So how would he know? After a moment's consideration, Jianhua replied, "It must have been after I went to university. I didn't know how in high school." Fang Mingxia, thinking of her daughter's quick learning ability, nodded to indicate she understood. Due to time constraints, they only rode 2 laps before stopping. Mainly, they couldn't leave their parents behind and just enjoy themselves. As soon as they dismounted, Yunza eagerly approached, asking curiously, "Sister, when did you learn to ride a horse?" Yunxi smiled slightly and answered truthfully, "After I went to university." She truly did learn to ride after starting university. She was telling the truth. Hearing her sister's words, Yunza's eyes lit up and he excitedly said, "I want to learn too." Yunxi stopped, looking at her brother's earnest expression, and didn't have the heart to dampen his enthusiasm. After hesitating for a moment, she gently reminded him, "You'll be going to high school next year, and your studies will be quite demanding. You might not have time. Then I can just study during my holidays." Seeing that her silly younger brother didn't understand her meaning, Yunxi sighed helplessly and stated directly, "Mom won't agree." Upon hearing this, Yunza deflated like a punctured balloon, his previously high spirits instantly plummeting. Yunxi couldn't bear to see her brother so disappointed, but she couldn't easily challenge Fang Mingxia's authority. So, she leaned close to her younger brother and whispered, "You should focus on your studies during junior and senior high school. Next summer, come to my estate abroad, and I'll find someone to teach you. I have a riding club in Beijing, also on the grasslands. You can go to university in Beijing, and then you can learn to ride as much as you want. No one will bother you." Yunza's eyes lit up and he excitedly grabbed Yunxi's arm. "Sis, are you serious?" Yunxi elegantly rolled her eyes and said, "When have I ever lied to you?" "Then it's a deal. Study hard these next few years, get into a good university, and after you go to university, Mom won't bother you anymore." That's how she was raised. Life before university was incredibly simple. Her parents didn't even let her participate in those social circles. Yunza's current situation is similar to hers back then. But after Yunxi turned 18 and went to university, her parents rarely interfered in her life anymore. The difference was that Yunxi at that time possessed a mature soul. She could endure loneliness and adapted well to the simple life focused on studying. Her brother, on the other hand, with his lively nature, would occasionally reveal a rebellious streak. However, it wasn't a big problem. With Fang Mingxia keeping him in check, nothing serious would happen. Sigh, more than 3 years of hardship ahead. Before she finished speaking, she was met with a powerful slap from her older sister. "What are you talking about? Your life is much easier than most people's." Yunza pursed his lips upon hearing this and didn't say anything more. Although it was true, wasn't his sister a bit too fierce? He secretly glanced at his future brother-in-law beside him, a hint of pity in his eyes. Zhao, the one being pitted, didn't even give him a glance, instead quickly walking a few steps to stand beside Yunxi. Yunza. These two were both willing participants, so his worries were unnecessary. However, since that was the case, he stopped dwelling on it. After all, everyone has their own way of living. As long as they're happy, that's what matters. Given his sister's personality and fighting skills, she wouldn't suffer any losses. Besides activities like horseback riding and archery, there were many other interesting activities to participate in. For example, watching Mongolian song and dance performances, tasting local delicacies, and so on. Yunxi and her group watched a performance of the Morin-Kur, horsehead fiddle, and traditional dances. To the melodious music, the performers danced joyfully, showcasing the warm hospitality of the Mongolian people. The audience applauded and cheered, creating a lively atmosphere. While enjoying the beautiful scenery, they also experienced the unique local culture. After watching the sunset over the Grassland, Yunxi and her group left the scenic area and drove to Fing County. Because their itinerary for tomorrow also included Fing County, they decided to stay in the county town for the night. October 4th was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunions. Yunxi and her group found a restaurant in Fing County for their reunion dinner. During the meal, they also made a video call to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Yunxi. It was quite a coincidence, as the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays were combined, giving Yunxi an 8-day vacation. Because of this, their schedule wasn't too tight. I hope my family is safe and sound, and I wish everyone success in their studies and work. Cheers! Happy Mid-Autumn Festival! Happy Mid-Autumn Festival! Night quietly fell, and a full moon appeared in the sky, its light bathing the earth like water. The place Yunxi and her group chose for their Mid-Autumn Festival reunion dinner was a rooftop terrace restaurant. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food and admired the moon together, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere that lifted everyone's spirits. The next day was the 5th day of their road trip. In the morning, their plan was to visit the 100-mile Sky Road scenic area in Fing. The 100-mile Sky Road is located in the Fing Bahang Ecological Tourism Belt in Qingda City, Hebei Province. As part of the National Highway No. 1, the Fing Bahang 100-mile Sky Road traverses mountains, rivers, flower fields, vast grasslands, and primeval forests from north to south. After crossing the Siamba National Forest Park, the Marin Valley Scenic Area, and the Liashigo Forest Park, it intersects with Provincial Highway S-244, leading south to Beijing, west to Zhangjiago, and north directly to Inner Mongolia and Weichang Siamba. Therefore, this morning, Yunxi and her companions only needed to sit in the car and enjoy the scenery. The most tiring task was for the drivers. However, with Chengdu and Manhwa taking turns driving, it wasn't too bad. The 100-mile Sky Road, also known as the Sky Road in the Clouds or the first Sky Road north of Beijing, is hailed as China's most beautiful and thrilling plateau self-driving route. Yunxi, having driven along the way, agreed that the name was truly fitting. They witnessed a sky resembling a dome, clouds seemingly brushing past their shoulders, windmills swaying, and bustling fields stretching as far as the eye could see. Traveling along it offers both the grandeur and magnificence of viewing 3 towns from one mountain, with the sky seemingly within reach, and the thrill and experience of, for seasons in one day, different weather every 100 miles, Yunxi felt as if they were walking through a vibrant, dreamlike primeval painting. The RV traveled along, stopping frequently to admire the scenery and take photos. Half a day passed quickly. In the afternoon, they arrived at Lama Mountain in Fing County. Lama Mountain boasts numerous scenic spots, captivating and ever-changing landscapes, commonly known as the 10-Mile Gallery. Here, every stone is a poem, every mountain a painting. The stones are like masterpieces of nature, the mountains like ink paintings. Starting from Fing County, they drove northwest for about 20 minutes before suddenly spotting a towering, unique mountain peak standing on the north side of the road. They stopped the car and gazed into the distance, seeing steep, precipitous cliffs that seemed to pierce the clouds. Shrouded in mist, the mountain scenery appeared and disappeared, ethereal and dreamlike. Following the itinerary in their travel guide, Yunxi and her companions visited each scenic spot one by one. From the Buddha Bead Cave to Ganlu Zen Temple and Dejur Zen Temple, there are also cliff carvings, saddle stones, and the Heavenly Father and Earthly Mother formations, among other sites. Yunxi repeatedly marveled at the wonders of creation and the artistry of nature. "These stones are truly amazing," Yunxi exclaimed, amazed as he looked around. Yunxi found the scenic area quite interesting, as some of the stones did indeed resemble what the tour guide had described. However, some weren't quite so similar. Without the explanations, she probably wouldn't have been able to identify them at all. In short, you have to rely on your own imagination to appreciate these stones. Visiting only one scenic area in half a day wasn't a rushed itinerary. Therefore, everyone could leisurely stroll around without feeling particularly tired. Today's check-in point happened to be at Llama Mountain, and the reward was a gift package of 3 treasures for making seals. When Yunxi opened the gift package, she was pleasantly surprised to find 10 stones suitable for making seals. The 3 types of stones most suitable for making seals are Tianhuang stone, chicken blood stone, and hibiscus stone, which are known as the 3 treasures of seal stones. And Yunxi couldn't quite figure out the connection. Could it be because of the abundance of rocks on Llama Mountain? After spending another night in Fing County, Yunxi and her group began their return journey early on the 6th. On their way back to Beijing, they made a special detour to the Kongxi Grassland Club. Mainly, they wanted their parents to see their business and also have a chance to relax there. They didn't return to Cuaming Lake Shuiyan residence until 5 p.m. That evening, they invited Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing to dinner. Since they had a chef at home, Fang Mingxia didn't plan to eat out. A simple home-cooked meal would suffice. Second brother, cousin, it's such a pity you didn't go this time. Let me tell you. And Yunzi started chattering as soon as he saw his 2 older brothers. He talked about the scenery and sights they had seen along the way, the delicious food they had eaten, the photos they had taken, the horses they had ridden, and so on. It is indeed a pity, and Yunzhou felt a little envious after hearing about their travel experiences. However, he knew very well what was most important to him at this stage, so he didn't feel too regretful. Fang Jiaxing was even more rational. Since starting this law firm, he hadn't had a moment's rest. A trip requiring so many days was out of the question for him anytime soon. Right? My sister said she'll take us on a trip to Europe next summer. You guys absolutely have to come. Although the En and Fang families were large, they had a good relationship and a strong bond. And Yunzi quite enjoyed spending time with his cousins. I can't guarantee that. And Yunzhou was tempted to go, but it depended on whether he had the time. If we have the time, we'll definitely go. Fang Jiaxing quickly added his stance. And Yunxi heard the entire conversation, but didn't offer any comment. They would just tally the number of people who wanted to go when the time was right. She had discussed it with her family before, and if possible, she would like to bring her grandparents on both sides. As for the others, anyone who wants to go can sign up. Anyway, she has her subordinates to help her arrange things, so she wouldn't find it troublesome to have more people. After Zhou Shiyan finished his video conference and came out of the study, Yunxi formally introduced her 2 brothers, this time introducing her boyfriend. At this moment, Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing had somewhat complicated feelings. How long has it been? This guy has already barged into their home and stolen their sister away. Saying he stole her is a bit of an exaggeration, but their sister, whom they had watched grow up, was only 19 years old and already had a boyfriend, and would eventually get married. They were polite on the surface, but deep down they felt quite uncomfortable. The young people had a lot to talk about and quickly struck up a conversation. Unlike Yunzi's carefree attitude, Yunzhou and Fang Jiaxing subtly inquired about many things concerning the Zhou family. Zhou Shiyan understood their meaning and was willing to cooperate, revealing his and his family's situation in detail. The 2 were initially surprised by Zhou Shiyan's family background, but then, thinking of their 3rd uncles, aunts' husbands, family, and their sister's mysterious master, their worries quickly subsided. Given her younger sister's circumstances, there wasn't a man in all of China who wasn't good enough for her. Dinner's ready. A sumptuous meal was laid out on the table, and Fang Mingxiao invited everyone to eat. After everyone sat down, Li Ping, the maid, poured wine for everyone. Those who didn't drink alcohol received juice instead. And Jianhua, as the head of the family, spoke first. Today we're all family. Consider it a family dinner. I wish everyone success in their studies and work, and that all your wishes come true.
Cheers.
Cheers. After the first drink, Fang Mingxia said, Please don't be shy. Everyone eat more. Once the meal began, everyone started chatting again. They talked about family matters, personal updates, and their careers. Speaking of business, Jianhua casually asked, Xiao Zhou, I heard from your sister that you're starting a business? Yes, my classmates and I have some ideas. What exactly? Computer-related, mainly cybersecurity and software development. The founders studied these fields, so this would be a good opportunity to apply their knowledge. Having grasped the general idea, Jianhua didn't press further, only telling his nephew, "If you need any help from home, just let me know." He knew his older brother and sister-in-law's situation. Although they had some money, because his nephew was expanding the family business by opening a chain of car detailing and maintenance shops, the funds they could offer in Yunzhou were probably limited. If help was truly needed, he, as the third uncle, would definitely lend a hand. Third uncle, it's still in the preparation stage. We need to find investors. If you need help, I'll contact Xiao 11 directly. He knew that Xiao 11 probably had more money than his third uncle. Moreover, Xiaoxi also owns an investment company. Their company doesn't need much funding, and he believes that even if they go through Yunfeng Group's formal project approval channels, getting investment shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, there was the added connection of his younger sister. However, his plan was to find someone himself first, treating his family as a backup plan. "Uncle, Aunt, my parents would like to invite your family to our home for dinner tomorrow evening. Is that convenient for you?" Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Zhou Shiyan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and spoke solemnly. This was a task his mother, Ms. Yunxi, had repeatedly emphasized he must complete. Fang Mingxia and Jianhua exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the implication. It seemed this invitation wasn't just a simple dinner, but rather an invitation for them to visit as future in-laws. The couple exchanged another look and quickly reached an agreement. Fang Mingxia smiled and replied, "Okay, we'll definitely go tomorrow." Zhou Shiyan smiled and nodded, then continued, "Then I'll come pick you up tomorrow." Although Yunxi didn't lack drivers or cars, his personal visit would show more sincerity. Fang Mingxia initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but for some reason, she smiled and accepted his offer. "Then thank you for making the trip." After dinner, Yunxi wanted her two brothers to stay the night, but the two busy men insisted on returning home. Reluctantly, Yunxi and her mother packed up some souvenirs they had brought back from their trip for them to take home. Because Zhou Shiyan was picking up the In family the next day, he didn't return to the courtyard house but stayed at the neighboring Qingshan residence. After everyone left, Fang Mingxia pulled in Jianhua and Yunxi aside to discuss the gifts to bring to the Zhou family the next day. When Fang Mingxia came to Beijing, she brought Yunxi a set of pearl jewelry. That was a gift for a good friend. But now that it's a formal family visit, we can't just prepare something for Yunxi. Xiao 11, ask a Yen who's coming from the Zhou family tomorrow? Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Zhou, Uncle Zhou, and Aunt Yunxi. Zhou Shiyan had told her all this beforehand. In that case, we need to prepare a gift for the two elders too. Fang Mingxia frowned. This was a bit worrying. They hadn't prepared anything. Mom, Grandpa Zhou likes antiques, so an antique porcelain piece will do. Grandma Zhou. And Yunxi thought for a moment and said, "Let's give her a piece of Suzhou embroidery." Zhou Shiyan had told her that Grandma Zhou lived a simple and frugal life but loved traditional culture, especially collecting exquisite embroidery works. Therefore, she felt that a piece of Suzhou embroidery would be most suitable for Grandma Zhou. Aunt Yunxi can just send Mom the pearl jewelry you prepared, and for Uncle Zhou, send him some top-quality tea. Aunt Yunxi mentioned that Uncle Zhou was quite fond of the tea she had given him before. These were all top-grade teas provided by the system. She still had quite a few in her Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion's warehouse. "The tea you're talking about is the kind you sent home before?" And Jianhua asked, hearing about sending tea. He remembered the tea his daughter had sent him before. The brewed tea was excellent in color, aroma, and flavor, leaving a lingering aftertaste. "Yes, Dad," and Yunxi replied with a smile. That tea was indeed excellent, with a mellow taste and a wonderful aroma. "Yes, that's the kind of tea I gave Uncle Zhou before. I have several kinds of good tea here, all of similar quality," and Yunxi said. "Do you have any more? Save some for me too." Fang Mingxia. And Yunxi. Is this the time to talk about this? Shouldn't they be discussing how to prepare gifts to visit the Zhou family? How did the topic suddenly shift to this? Seeing her father's eager and expectant look, and Yunxi replied, "I still have some. I'll pack some for Dad to take back." And Jianhua was satisfied to hear this. and Yunxi had Minghui bring out all the gifts she had mentioned. As for the tea, she had also secretly transferred some from her spatial storage. She carefully packed the gifts into elegant gift boxes. Fang Mingxia also packed some local specialties they had brought from their hometown and from their recent trip. With all of these combined, it shouldn't be impolite. Having prepared all the gifts, Fang Mingxia finally felt relieved and went back to her room to rest within Jianhua. Back in her room, and Yunxi checked the sign-in rewards from the system for the day. Qingda Golden Eagle Plaza is located not far from the Qingda Mountain Resort. It's a large-scale urban complex integrating Golden Eagle Future Center, Golden Eagle Half Mountain Garden Mixed, Golden Eagle Cloud Hotel, Golden Eagle Commercial Street, and other businesses. It contains office buildings, shopping malls, hotels, and shopping streets, all of which are currently in operation. The total construction area is a whopping 380,000 square meters, generating over 78 million yuan in rental income each month. In other words, she has gained another commercial real estate property that will increase her annual rental income by over 900 million yuan. This rental income is even higher than that of the Magic Shopping Center in Beijing. This is mainly because the construction area here is significantly larger than that of the Magic Shopping Center. Although the rental level is not as high as in Beijing, the larger floor area and greater size result in a higher total rental income. In addition, the Kyoto Times Shopping Center also takes a cut, so the total revenue from rent plus commission is higher than that of Golden Eagle Plaza. From September to early October, the fourth quarter rent from Yunxi's properties gradually arrived in her account. Her bank account balance increased again. Now, her available liquid funds have reached the trillion level. The increase in the balance is just a numerical change for her. And Yunxi plans to find an opportunity this month to complete the task of investing in a new project in her own name. On October 7th, the Yin family, who had been traveling for 6 consecutive days, rested at Yunshui residence. At 4 p.m., the car arranged by Zhou Shiyan to pick up Yunxi's family arrived at the entrance of Yunshui residence on time. The Yin family, carrying gifts they had prepared in advance, embarked on their journey to visit the Zhou family. At this time, it wasn't yet rush hour. There was some traffic congestion on the road, but not too severe. A little after 5 p.m., the car carrying the Yin family arrived at Nanfeng Street, where the Zhou family's courtyard house was located. Xiaoxi, is the courtyard house you mentioned last time also on this street? Fang Mingxia asked, looking at the neat rows of houses lining both sides of the tree-lined street. Yes, number 13 Nanfeng Street, and Yunxi replied. The courtyard houses here look quite nice, Fang Mingxia remarked admiringly. She could tell from their appearance alone that these courtyard houses were different from those in other places. Many courtyard houses were located in alleyways. Wider ones might be easier to access, but narrow alleyways made it difficult for cars to drive in. However, the courtyard houses on this street were all facing the street, and cars could easily drive to the front gate of any of them. Moreover, the trees on both sides were lush and verdant, and from the outside, each courtyard house appeared to have a very square layout and occupied a considerable area. If their daughter's courtyard house was located here, it certainly wouldn't be bad. If we have time tonight, we'll go take a look. And Yunxi didn't know when the visit to the Zhou family would end, so she could only make arrangements later. Just as the two were talking, the car slowly pulled up to the gate of the Zhou family's courtyard house. 41, Nanfeng Street. Uncle, Aunt, we've arrived. Zhou Shiyan got out of the car first, then quickly went around to the other side and gentlemanly opened the car door for them. After the Yin family got out of the car with their gifts, they discovered that the courtyard house gate was open. Zhou Shenghua and Yunxi, the couple, were standing at the gate to greet them. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, seeing this, immediately quickened their pace and walked forward. Yunxi greeted Fang Mingxia warmly, grasping her hand tightly with a broad smile. Mingxia, you've finally arrived. Of course. My schedule has been incredibly tight these past few days. Otherwise, I should have come to see you sooner. Actually, Fang Mingxia had originally planned to meet up with some friends during her trip to Beijing. However, she hadn't expected such a formal meeting. Even their identities and roles had changed. Yunxi gently patted Fang Mingxia's hand, indicating her understanding. It's nothing. If I hadn't been so busy, I would have gone too. You have no idea how envious I was after seeing those photos. Yunxi felt a little regretful that she couldn't go with them this time. We can make it another time. Fang Mingxia patted her hand, comforting her. It's a deal then. I'll definitely make time next time, no matter what. Zhou Shenghua and Jianhua, seeing their wives chatting so enthusiastically with their friends that they completely forgot about them, exchanged a knowing smile, their faces showing the same helpless expression. Ah, shoo, let the guests come in first. Finally, Zhou Shenghua spoke first, gently interrupting their conversation. Yunxi then realized they were still standing at the door. Look at me, I was so busy talking to you that I forgot to invite you in. Fang Mingxia smiled understandingly, indicating that she didn't mind. Come in, please come in. Let's sit down and chat. Zhou Shenghua and his wife warmly welcomed the Yin family through the gate of the Zhou family's courtyard house. The group walked along the covered corridor, through the first courtyard, and went straight to the living room of the main building in the second courtyard. Grandpa Zhou Yanfeng and Grandma Zhou Huamei had been waiting in the living room for a long time. Upon seeing the Yin family arrive, they also rose to greet them. After retiring, the two elderly people lived in the military retirement home, not with their son and grandchildren. They were well taken care of in their daily lives and had a group of retired elderly people to chat and play with, living a very comfortable life. This time, their grandson's girlfriend's family was coming to visit, and their son had gone to pick up the two elders, so they naturally came over. And Yunxi was also meeting the two elderly people for the first time. Perhaps because of their comfortable retirement life, the two elders, although both over 70 years old, were still quite healthy. Their hair had turned white and their faces bore the marks of time, but the two men were still in good spirits, looking nothing like people in their 70s. Upon entering the living room, the two families exchanged introductions. After sitting down, the Yin family presented their gifts, eliciting polite thanks. And Jianhua and Zhou Shenghua, both heads of their respective groups, quickly struck up a conversation. I heard you're involved in the real estate sector, brother-in? Zhou Shenghua asked. Yes, I have several projects under construction right now, and Jianhua replied. The real estate market is very competitive these days. Indeed, the market changes rapidly, so I've reduced investment in some real estate projects over the past 2 years, focusing mainly on high-quality residential properties in the future. And Jianhua had his own thoughts on this. Your approach is correct, Zhou Shenghua agreed. The real estate industry is currently experiencing an oversupply. Those who wanted to buy have already done so, and those remaining either don't want to buy or can't afford it. If they don't reduce investment, there's a risk of being caught in a bubble. The two chatted more and more enthusiastically, discussing everything from business and family to social phenomena and personal experiences. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. Meanwhile, Fang Mingxia and Yunxi, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, seemed to have endless things to talk about. They discussed everything from family matters to daily necessities, from children's education to hobbies, as if they wanted to pour out everything that had happened in recent days. The two elders then chatted with the two younger generations, Yunxi and Yunza, inquiring about their studies, lives, and future plans. Zhou Shiyan, meanwhile, was making and serving tea to everyone, his movements practiced and elegant, as if he had done this countless times before. Grandpa Zhou, a former soldier, looked somewhat stern, but he was a reasonable old man. He sat there, back straight, eyes firm, giving off an air of quiet authority. Grandma Zhou, on the other hand, was a kind and loving old lady with a warm smile and a gentle voice, making her easy to get along with. And Yunxi now possesses not only high looks, but also a charm and poise score exceeding 85. Furthermore, her sophisticated etiquette enhances her elegance and grace, making her easily likable. Zhou Yanfeng and Chen Huamei, having lived most of their lives and seen countless people, immediately recognized the girl's excellence. Chen Huamei smiled and said to Yunxi, Yunxi, I heard you're in school and an athlete on the national shooting team. You must be very busy, right? Chen Huamei tried to start a conversation with the young girl. Grandma Zhou, I only need to take exams at school, so I can manage. Her voice was soft and pleasant, with a hint of a smile, making one feel incredibly comfortable. The confidence shining in her clear, watery eyes was instantly endearing. "You've already finished your coursework ahead of schedule. You're truly remarkable," Chen Huame exclaimed in admiration. As an elder, who wouldn't like a smart and academically successful child? "Grandma Zhou, you're amazing. I heard from Brother Shiryan that you were a military doctor," and Yunxi said sincerely, her eyes filled with respect. In those days, being a military doctor, especially a woman, was truly an extraordinary achievement. "Hee hee, you little rascal. Always saying nice things to make Grandma happy." Chen Huame smiled and shook her head, secretly delighted. Before Yunxi could speak, Chen Huame continued, "Don't call me Grandma Zhou anymore. Just call me Grandma like Ian does." She looked at Yunxi with affection, her eyes revealing her fondness for the girl. Yunxi exchanged a glance with Zhou Shiyan beside her and readily called out, "Grandma." "Yes," Chen Huame responded happily, her face beaming with a joyful smile, appearing exceptionally cheerful. She and her husband only had 2 sons, and those 2 sons only gave her 2 grandsons. The old lady, without daughters or granddaughters, especially cherished this delicate and sweet little girl. Hearing her call out "Grandma" in her clear and melodious voice filled her with joy. She picked up a gift box from a small table beside her, opened it, and inside was a jade bracelet. The vibrant, bright green color resembled tender leaves just sprouting in spring, full of life and vitality. "Yunxi, come, this is a gift Grandma prepared for you. Let me put on you." This bracelet was clearly no ordinary item. In an average family, it would be a priceless heirloom. Yunxi was a little embarrassed to accept it, glancing awkwardly at Zhou Shiyan and declined, saying, "Grandma, this is too precious. It's just a bracelet. What's so precious about it?" With that, the old lady took Yunxi's hand and slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. The emerald green bracelet on her fair and slender wrist made her skin appear even whiter. The jade's texture was delicate and warm, its luster soft, like a clear spring shimmering with captivating light under the sun. The bracelet's craftsmanship was exquisite, its lines smooth and natural, its body round and smooth, without a single flaw. The bright green color is evenly distributed and has a moderate shade, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. To be honest, this color of bracelet is quite suitable for a girl her age. The old lady had clearly chosen this gift with care. "Look how well it suits you." Chen Huame, holding Yunxi's hand, smiled so much her eyes narrowed into slits. This bracelet was one she wore when she was young. She's too old to wear it now, so it's perfect for her future granddaughter-in-law. Yunxi helplessly cast a pleading look at Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan smiled and said, "It's an elder's gift that shouldn't be refused. Please accept it." Grandma had told him that this was a gift for his granddaughter-in-law. If Yunxi didn't accept it, not only would Grandma not agree, but he would neither. Giving him a subtle glare, Yunxi smiled and said to Chen Huame, "Thank you, Grandma. I'll definitely keep it safe." Chen Huame waved her hand, saying, "Oh, why keep it? Grandma specially made it for you to wear every day." "Grandma's kindness. I'll definitely wear it carefully. I'll never let it out of my sight on any occasion, big or small." Yunxi's words made Chen Huame laugh heartily. "And look at your girlfriend. So sweet-talking. She really knows how to talk." Grandma is right. No one was more qualified to judge whether the girl was sweet-talking than him. His gaze swept over the girl's pink and full lips, and Zhou Shiyan's smile deepened. Chen Huame not only prepared a gift for Yunxi, but also for Yunza. The gift she prepared for Yunza was a jade safety buckle. Judging from the quality of the jade alone, it was clear that this item was extremely valuable. Faced with this unexpectedly generous gift, Yunza instinctively glanced at his mother, Fang Mingxia, beside him. Only after seeing her nod slightly in approval did he dare to accept the precious gift with both hands, politely thanking her. "Thank you, Grandma Zhou." Chen Huame smiled and replied, "Good child, don't be so polite with your grandmother." Yunza, after all, had been given an intelligence-enhancing pill by Yunxi since childhood. While he might be a bit childish in front of his family, He was quite presentable in such formal occasions. At 15 or 16, he was in the prime of his youth, full of vitality and energy. And Yunxi's appearance was beginning to shed its boyishness, showing signs of handsome features. His delicate features, upright posture, and confident demeanor easily won over the elders. Perhaps it was out of affection for Yunxi, or perhaps they valued Yunza as a person, but the Zhou family had a rather good impression of their younger brother and Yunxi. After the food was prepared, the two families moved their conversation to the dining room. "It's all home-style cooking, please don't be shy." After a simple toast, Yunxi invited everyone to eat. It was called home-style cooking, but it was anything but. Chicken, duck, beef, lamb, fish, seafood, abalone, fruits, and vegetables, everything was readily available. Because Yunxi was still young, both the Zhou and families tacitly avoided discussing marriage. They chatted casually, asking questions related to getting to know each other better. While eating his own meal, Zhou Shiyan didn't forget to serve Yunxi food. He now knew Yunxi's tastes perfectly, and everything he served her was what she liked. Throughout the meal, she didn't lift a finger. Zhou Shiyan did everything for her. And Yunxi herself was already used to this, and the Yin family, after several days of traveling together, were also used to it. The Zhou family, however, found it quite strange to see their grandson's son acting so differently from his usual aloof self. Zhou Shenhua, in particular, gave his son several curious glances. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I never expected my son to have this side to him." Neither the Yin nor the Zhou families had the custom of not speaking while eating, so the atmosphere at the table was relaxed and pleasant, with everyone chatting as they ate. Soon, the dining room was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation. After dinner, Yunxi stayed at the Zhou family's house until 8 p.m. before taking her leave. Before leaving, Yunxi held Fang Mingxia's hand reluctantly. "Mingxia, I really hate to see you go." The two were the kind of friends who hit it off instantly, feeling like they'd known each other forever. Although they lived in different cities, they always kept in touch by phone and WeChat. Now, with their children as an added connection, it felt like family. That feeling of best friends eventually becoming in-laws made them both feel even closer. Fang Mingxia patted Yunxi's hand and said, "Didn't you say you were going to come visit me? Don't forget. Come to Yunzhou, and we'll have a good get-together." "How could I forget? I'll stay at your place for 6 months to a year. Don't find me annoying." Fang Mingxia smiled at this. "How could I? I'd love for you to stay longer." Yunxi covered her mouth and laughed, glancing at Jianhua beside her. "Don't worry," she said. "You might not find me annoying, but your husband and certainly won't." Fang Mingxia glanced at her husband, then leaned closer to her friend and whispered, "Don't worry, I'm the boss at home." He wouldn't dare. Though her voice was soft, it was impossible for Jianhua, standing right next to her, not to hear it. However, he only twitched his brow but remained silent. At times like these, silence is golden. It's best not to offer any opinion. He simply couldn't believe that Yunxi would actually stay at his house for a year or two. Then old Zhou wouldn't. Thinking this, he subconsciously glanced at Zhou Shenhua, only to meet the other's identical gaze. The glance vanished instantly, both looking away, staring at the sky and the ground, avoiding eye contact. And Yunxi, observing the unspoken exchange between them, was speechless. She felt like she was watching a soap opera, Our Parents' Love. After saying goodbye to the Zhou family, Yunxi took her family to see her courtyard house on Nanfeng Street. Zhou Shiyan had picked her up and was now taking her back. Therefore, he also came along to visit his girlfriends. Courtyard house. Greeting them at the entrance were Xie Jiang, the housekeeper of the courtyard house, and Xiao Guoping, the security guard. "Miss, you've arrived." The two men greeted them warmly. Yunxi had only visited the courtyard house a handful of times, but the treatment they received was by no means lacking. This kind of high-paying, low-stress, and hassle-free job was incredibly enviable. "Dad, Mom, this is my housekeeper Xie Jiang and security guard Xiao Guoping. They help take care of the house. This is my parents, my brother, and my boyfriend Zhou Shiyan." "Sir, Madam, young master, Mr. Zhou, hello." The group greeted each other and then, led by Xie Jiang, toward the courtyard house. Except for in Yunxi, everyone here was visiting for the first time. Even Zhou Shiyan had only heard and Yunxi mention this courtyard house, which was on the same street as his family's old house. The 3 courtyards of the East Wing were very similar to the Zhou family's courtyard. The difference is that the Zhou family's house consisted of 2 adjacent 3-courtyard houses joined together, while in Yunxi's house was a single courtyard house plus a West Wing garage and garden. Stepping into the courtyard house felt like traveling through a time tunnel, back to the past. The vermilion gate was heavy and solemn. The exquisite carvings on the screen wall showcased the beauty of traditional craftsmanship. This attracted everyone to stop and admire it, especially in Manhwa, who leaned forward to examine it closely. Passing the screen wall, a spacious courtyard appeared before them. The ground was paved with blue bricks, simple yet elegant. After a brief look at the first courtyard, the group passed through the hanging flower gate and arrived at the main courtyard. The 2-story Chinese-style villa in the main courtyard won unanimous praise and admiration from Manhwa and Fengmingxia. The 2-story rear building in the 3rd courtyard was not in use, so the group only glanced at it briefly before leaving. Upon arriving at the garden in the West Wing, Yunxi immediately rushed to the front. Although it was night, the streetlights in the garden allowed them to roughly see the flowers, trees, and stillness in the yard. "It's definitely better to have a house with a yard," Fengmingxia suddenly remarked as she strolled through the garden. "That's a good idea, but it's impossible to achieve in the city," and Manhwa echoed his wife's sentiment. Indeed, Fengmingxia thought to herself, if it weren't for their daughter's mentor, they'd probably still be living in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. They wouldn't be where they are today. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The ancients were absolutely right. In such a short time, she had already gotten used to the life of the rich. Am I getting a little too big for my britches? It's only been a few years, and I already feel like I can't live in that old 3-bedroom apartment anymore. Fengmingxia sighed with a hint of melancholy. "Mom, are you in Versailles? You'll get beaten up if you talk like that outside." And Yunxi's words were met with a powerful slap on the back from Madame Feng. "What nonsense are you spouting, brat? If it weren't for your sister, you'd be living that life of worrying about car and mortgage payments every day. Let's see if you still have the energy to spout nonsense here." Fengmingxia's mouth was anything but polite when she started to criticize. And Yunxi dodged to the side, muttering defiantly, "Didn't you bring that up first, Mom? Still talking back? Don't take your good fortune for granted. Back in the day, your dad was just a teacher, and I was just an ordinary accountant. With those meager salaries, could you live in this mansion with a garden today? Don't even dream about it. If you don't work hard, your dad and I will give all our assets to your sister and leave you to starve." And Yunxi. What does this have to do with her? Zhou Shiyan. It seems inappropriate for him to say anything at this moment. While continuing her verbal attacks, Fengmingxia raised her hand again, preparing to unleash another iron sand palm strike. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Yunxi quickly dodged to the side, escaping Fengmingxia's attack range. "Fengmingxia, this son of a bitch is unacceptable. What's wrong with letting her hit him once? She didn't even use much force." And Manhwa. At this moment, silence is golden. Xiejiang. I didn't hear anything and I didn't see anything. A qualified butler should be as silent as if dead when silence is required. After visiting the courtyard house, Zhou Shiyan escorted the Yin family back to Yunshui residence and then settled into his own residence in Qingshan. The Yin family was returning to Yunzhou the next day, and as a responsible future son-in-law, how could he not see them off? With her family gone, Yunxi returned to her school dormitory, ready to enjoy a peaceful period of campus life. However, she hadn't even had a few days of leisure when she received a call from Chu Zi, asking if she was interested in a TV series project. Interested? Of course, interested. She still had a task to complete, investing in a project in her own name. Besides, she currently had a considerable amount of money on hand. If she hadn't been busy with the competition, she would have already made her move. Unexpectedly, she had only recently asked Chu Zi and Yang Wei to keep an eye out for investment opportunities in the film and television industry, and such an opportunity had already arrived. Send me the director, script, and actors' information. I'll take a look. Although interested and eager to invest, she couldn't just invest casually. With a finance background and plenty of money, she aspired to be a top-tier investor and couldn't afford to ruin her reputation as an investor by rushing things. Soon, Chu Zi sent her the information about the drama series. Ever since Yunxi expressed her interest in investing in the film and television industry, Chu Zi had been keeping an eye out for related news for her. Any project that reached Yunxi had been screened by Chu Zi and deemed to have investment value. This was, so far, the first film and television project he had reported to her. And Yunxi felt that since she was going to enter this industry, she had to do it seriously. Therefore, she had done a lot of research beforehand. For example, she learned about relevant information and knowledge about the industry, took some related courses, and read some related books. After reviewing the information, Yunxi concluded that this drama series did have investment value. It was a television series adapted from a novel titled The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas. This drama series begins with China's reform and opening up in 1978 and continues until the first decade of the new century. It focuses on the profound socioeconomic changes and major historical events that occurred in China during these 30-plus years. It also tells the story of the ups and downs of several protagonists, representing pioneers, as they explored and broke through amidst the waves of change. And Yunxi believes this drama has considerable contemporary relevance. Both the original novel and the script are written with great depth. They possess a grand historical perspective and in-depth analysis of the era. Moreover, they intertwine historical processes with the fates of individuals, presenting not only the story of individual struggles within the historical process, but also the magnificent process of ordinary individuals driving historical progress through their own efforts. If it could be filmed according to the script's setting, a careful viewing would surely provoke thought and reflection in the audience. A person's destiny must consider both personal struggle and the course of history. In Yunxi's view, the entire novel, or rather the television series, dialectically demonstrates this statement. The script is fine. Now, let's look at the production team. The general director, Li Jihong, is a renowned Chinese director who has won numerous awards throughout his career, and his works are known for their critical acclaim and commercial success. The proposed cast is quite suitable for the characters. It includes both veteran actors with solid acting skills and promising young actors from the idol group. With such a lineup, there shouldn't be a shortage of investment. After reviewing the materials, Yunxi made a call to Chu Zi. Chu Zi seemed to have anticipated the call and went straight to the point. "Boss, have you finished reviewing the materials?" "Yes, quite a few people want to invest in this drama, right?" The boss is right, but several investors are hesitant because of one issue. What issue? This novel is a trilogy, and if it's adapted into a TV series, it will also need to be made into 3 parts, and Yunxi had already guessed this after reading the novel's synopsis. She didn't interrupt, listening to Chu Zi continue. Director Li Jihong's idea is to finalize the investment for all 3 parts at once, so he can sign contracts with the actors for all 3 parts, ensuring the original cast can return for the last 2 parts. Upon hearing this, Yunxi understood. From a director's perspective, this consideration is understandable to ensure the integrity and effectiveness of the work. However, investors are profit-driven. They prefer to see the first season's performance before deciding whether to invest in a second or a third season. They're stuck on this step? Yes, boss. He only reported it because he thought the drama was genuinely good and the boss had plenty of money. And Yunxi thought about it. Investing in 3 seasons at once wasn't out of the question. If possible, she hoped to be the sole investor. This would avoid the trouble of investors arbitrarily assigning roles. Anyway, she wasn't short of money. Since she was involved in the investment, she hoped the drama would be a high-quality production, not one that would be criticized by viewers. Schedule a meeting with them. The money was fine, but some things needed to be clarified beforehand. Yes, boss. Chu Zi had arranged to meet director Li Jihong on the 13th, Friday afternoon at 4:30 p.m. After the meeting, they could have lunch together, which would also serve as a way of entertaining a business partner. On that day, Yunxi planned to bring Chu Zi and Zhang Yiming along. And Yunxi's original intention was for Zhang Yuming to send someone from the group's legal department to help her review and draft the contracts. However, upon hearing that it was for the boss, Zhang Yuming insisted on coming himself. Regardless of what others thought, and Yunxi felt that reviewing a contract personally was a waste of Zhang Yuming's talents. Besides, Chu Zi had the relevant legal qualifications. If Yunxi hadn't felt that having someone with a reputation in the legal field would be more helpful, she could have easily brought Chu Zi along. But Zhang Yuming insisted on coming himself, so Yunxi readily agreed. With such a renowned industry figure in charge, no one would dare to cheat her. On the 13th, Chengdu drove Yunxi and Chu Zi to pick up Zhang Yuming first. Then they went to the agreed-upon location with director Li Jihong Yunlin Club. This was the location Chu Zi had chosen. Business is safer when it's on your own turf. Yan Hao, the general manager of Yunlin Club, received news of his boss's arrival and personally came to greet him at the entrance. "Boss, you've arrived." "Mr. Yan, long time no see. How have you been?" And Yunxi politely expressed her concern to her subordinate. But Yan Hao seemed very pleased, smiling broadly as he said, "Thanks to the boss, everything is excellent." As the manager of Yunlin Club, Yan Hao's intuition was very clear. Since the change of management, everything seemed to have started to go smoothly. Previously, officials from relevant departments who frequently came to inspect the club rarely did so now, and several competitors who used underhanded tactics to rival Yunlin Club had also recently fallen silent. Lately, everything was going smoothly for him. Even the club's revenue this year had increased significantly compared to last year. His bonus this year was likely substantial. Yan Hao only knew that Yunlin Club's smooth sailing was related to its owner, but he only knew the surface, not the underlying reasons. And Yunxi's identity was no secret in Beijing's high society circles. At least, her ownership of the Huanyu International Financial Building and the Magic Shopping Center, as well as the fact that she had founded her own investment company and research institute, were all publicly known. Furthermore, she seemed to have connections with Beijing's 5 major families, and there were rumors that she was the kind of girlfriend Zhou Jian had rarely met the parents of. A small group of people at the very top even knew that she was the heir to the Zhang family overseas. Now in Beijing, anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't easily cause trouble for Yunxi. Anyone who knows she's the behind-the-scenes owner of the Yunlin Club would definitely not dare to cause trouble easily. "Have the guests arrived?" And Yunxi asked as she entered the club. "They're already in the private room, boss." "I'll take you there." And Yunxi and the other 2 followed Yan Hao to the private room Chu Zi had chosen. Yan Hao knocked on the door, then pushed it open and led the 3 inside. 3 men were already seated in the private room. Upon seeing someone enter, the 3 men quickly stood up to greet him. Since Chu Zi had been the one making the initial contact, he took the lead and greeted the man first. "Director Li, hello, I'm Chu Zi. We spoke on the phone before." Li Jihong quickly stepped forward to shake hands with Chu Zi, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chu." "Director Li, let me introduce you. This is my boss, the investor, who wants to invest in your TV series president in. The other gentleman is our group's legal counsel attorney Zhan." Seeing how young Yunxi was, Li Jihong was quite surprised. "Director Li, Eve heard so much about you. President and is truly young and accomplished." Li Jihong, who prided himself on having seen it all, calmly shook hands and greeted Yunxi, but inwardly, he was starting to feel nervous about this meeting. Such a young boss, she wondered how much capital he could possibly invest. Li Jihong suppressed his inner turmoil and began introducing the investors. It was through the introductions that Yunxi learned the refined-looking 30-year-old man next to director Li was actually the author of the original novel and the head of the script adaptation. The other person was the legal representative director Li had brought. The 2 sat down and exchanged a few pleasantries, and Yunxi cut straight to the point. "Mr. Li, Eve's seen this drama. If it can be filmed according to your vision, I think it could be a masterpiece." "Ms. N, I appreciate your kind words." Li Jihong sighed and continued, "MS, and to be honest, I didn't lack investment for this drama. My idea was to secure all 3 installments worth of funding at once, and to sign all 3 main actors for the same project, so..." And Yunxi understood what he meant. If they didn't sign all 3 at once, the original cast couldn't return for the subsequent 2 installments. In that case, even if the first installment was a hit, there was no guarantee the subsequent 2 wouldn't flop. Moreover, the more popular the first season is, the less acceptable it is to the audience if the actors are changed in the subsequent 2 seasons. And Yunxi wouldn't be surprised if any director who wants to maintain the quality of the drama had this thought. Director Lee, I understand what you mean. If I were to exclusively invest in all 3 seasons, how much would the total investment be?
What?
You said exclusive? Invest in 3 seasons? At this moment, Lee Ji-hoong's composure crumbled. Even the screenwriter and legal representative beside him looked up at Yunxi in surprise. Does this young girl even know how much it would cost to invest in 3 seasons? That's right. I hope I'm the sole investor. President N, the first season of The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas has 36 episodes. The second season has 33 episodes, and the third season has 32 episodes. The total investment would be at least 50 million. Only 50 million? And Yunxi had originally thought each season would cost 40 to 50 million. Lee Ji-hoong, the screenwriter and legal counsel. Director Lee, could you please show me the budget? Before Lee Ji-hoong could react, the legal counsel quickly pulled a document from his briefcase and handed it to Yunxi. And Yunxi took it, glanced at it, and then passed it to Chu Zi beside her. No wonder it was said to be 50 million. It turns out the actors' salaries for this drama weren't high. And Yunxi had done some research beforehand. For a TV series, the biggest cost is actually the actors' salaries. And actors' salaries are related to their popularity. A top-tier actor in their prime earns about 500,000 to 800,000 yuan per episode, while an older top-tier actor earns 300,000 to 600,000 yuan. Second-tier actors earn about 100,000 to 300,000 yuan per episode, and third-tier actors earn between 8,000 and 80,000 yuan. As for extras, they are also paid per episode, with a salary of about 300 to 800 yuan per episode. After learning the information, Yunxi exclaimed, "No wonder. Everyone in the entertainment industry is scrambling to climb the ladder. Some even go to extreme lengths for traffic, fame, and opportunities. The difference in pay is just too huge." In short, for a 30-episode TV series, assuming each episode's pay is 500,000 yuan, the total cost would be a whopping 15 million yuan. And that's just for the actors' salaries. The actual cost also includes location rental, equipment, makeup, costumes, post-production, promotion, and many other expenses. Lee Ji-hoong's series, with 3 parts totaling 100 episodes, only requires a 50 million yuan investment. It's incredibly low. After reviewing the budget, Yunxi realized that the actors' salaries accounted for less than 50% of the total investment. With such low pay, Director Lee must have put in a lot of effort to sign these actors. It's safe to say he's very dedicated. Director Lee, I can give you 100 million. Upon hearing this, the 3 people opposite him widened their eyes. And Yunxi didn't react at all, instead dropping a second bombshell. Not only that, if the first film is well received, I can also increase my investment. If Yunxi's first sentence had surprised the 3, this last one left them speechless for a moment. Mizen, are you serious? Of course it's real. More real than pearls. Seeing the incredulous expressions on the faces of the 3 people opposite him, Chu Zi said, Director Lee, don't worry. A project worth 100 million is just a small project for the boss. A 100 million is a small project? Then what is a big project? Looks like he's met a nouveau riche today. No, he's met a benefactor. Director Lee, I can give you the money, but I have some conditions. Lee Ji-hoong suppressed a shock and said nervously, President N, please tell me your conditions. First, I want to be the sole investor in this drama. I can invest more if there's not enough funding later. If you want to bring in other investors, you need to get my permission. Okay, no problem. Lee Ji-hoong readily agreed. Even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to the 100 million. He even thought to himself that as long as President An's demands weren't excessive, even if he just sent 1 or 2 people over, as long as they weren't the lead actors, he could grit his teeth and accept it. Secondly, regarding casting, at this point, both Lee Ji-hoong and the screenwriter straightened up nervously. I won't interfere with casting, but I hope they'll be as close to the characters in the original work as possible. And Yunxi paused before continuing. Today's audiences aren't easily fooled. To create a critically acclaimed and commercially successful work, casting must be meticulous. No problem. I'll definitely follow MS&'s requirements. Lee Ji-hong nodded repeatedly. This perfectly aligned with their philosophy. Why would he disagree? Thirdly, post-production, costumes, and props must be of high quality. Director Lee knows better than I do how to do these things. MS&, is right. One last point. MS&, please speak. Regarding marketing and promotion, I hope for a comprehensive approach, especially through new media channels. We can start building momentum step by step now. And Yunxi shared many of her views on television promotion, and Lee Ji-hong nodded repeatedly, agreeing without reservation. Just these points. Write them all in the contract. That's it? Lee Ji-hong and the screenwriter were completely dumbfounded, feeling that things had gone too smoothly for their liking. What kind of incredible investor was this? He was incredibly lucky to have met someone like this in his life. Lee Ji-hong was almost moved to tears. MS. And if the deal is finalized, when will the funds be available? The only one who remained rational asked a crucial question. Sign the contract today, and the funds will be in the account tomorrow. Lee Ji-hong swallowed hard, asking uncertainly, is the entire 100 million yuan in the account? Yes, the entire amount. This is a small amount. It won't require installments. And Yunxi felt that since the atmosphere had been built up, she had to demonstrate her capabilities and leave a lasting impression. She hoped director Lee would introduce her to more investment opportunities in the future. This drama, The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas, was the first TV series she had invested in. She really didn't have many resources in the film and television industry. Besides Hawaii Film and Television, which the system had previously rewarded her with, she didn't have any others. Speaking of Hawaii Film and Television, they should also have some investment opportunities in film and television projects. It seemed she'd have to ask Cui Sheng, the person in charge there, to keep an eye out for her. In all his years as a director, Lee Ji-hong had never seen an investor so generous, demanding low fees and quick payments. At this moment, in his mind, and Yunxi had risen from a new investor to a top investor. He would definitely recommend her to any good investment opportunities in the future, Lee Ji-hong thought to himself. Since the payment could be made the day after the contract was signed, what was there to wait for? The two parties immediately began drafting the investment cooperation contract. And Yunxi sat there leisurely drinking juice, occasionally chatting with Lee Ji-hong. With Chu Ziyi and Zhang Yiming involved, she didn't need to worry about things like contracts. She just needed to wait for the final signature. President N has quite a few businesses. You must be very busy, right? Lee Ji-hong didn't say this casually. In his opinion, someone who could casually pull out 100 million to invest in a TV series must have a lot of money. And judging from Yunxi's nonchalant attitude, 100 million was probably just a small amount of pocket money for her. Someone that wealthy couldn't possibly have few businesses. And Yunxi swallowed her juice and said, Director Lee, you may not know, but I'm still a student. My subordinates manage the company's affairs. Lee Ji-hong was silent for a moment upon hearing this. A student, yet so wealthy her family background must be quite impressive. Where does President N study? Peking University, majoring in finance, and Yunxi felt there was nothing wrong with saying this publicly available information. She thought Lee Ji-hong was a decent person and was hoping he could introduce her to more resources. Mr. An's achievements at such a young age truly make me, Lee, feel ashamed, Lee Ji-hong remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Director Lee, you're too modest. Your accomplishments as a director are unmatched by many in the industry. Haha, I'll take it as Mr. N praising me. Lee Ji-hong laughed heartily, then looked at Yunxi and said, To be honest, when I first met you today, I even considered asking you if you wanted to enter the entertainment industry as an actress. And Yunxi raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at Lee Ji-hong and saying, Director Lee, I can't act. You can learn. With your looks, as long as your acting is even slightly passable, you'll become famous. However, after learning her background, Lee Ji-hong lost hope. Then forget it. I'm not interested in entering the entertainment industry. Investing is fine, but entering the entertainment industry herself is absolutely out of the question. She doesn't like that kind of trouble. I expected this outcome. Lee Ji-hong had only mentioned it casually during a chat, not taking it too seriously. It's obvious that a rich and well-connected young lady like her really has no need to mingle in the chaotic entertainment industry. By the way, MS, would it be convenient to add each other on WeChat? Of course, not only Lee Ji-hong, but even the screenwriter beside him proactively added Yunxi on WeChat. Seeing the legal representative across from her hesitate, Yunxi offered to add him on WeChat as well. To the three of them, Yunxi was a major client. Adding her on WeChat was a great honor for them. Boss, the contract is all set. The two parties drafted the contract and printed it out at the club. Seeing Zhang Yuming say it was ready, Yunxi didn't even look at it before signing it and adding her fingerprint. Mr. Chu, please arrange for the dishes to be served. After signing the contract, it was time to eat. Yes, boss. Chu Zi immediately got up and pressed the call button for the private room. Director Lee, would you like some drinks? Since it was a dinner invitation, it was natural to ask about the guests' preferences. I shouldn't have refused Mr. An's invitation, but due to health reasons, I really can't drink alcohol, Lee Ji-hong said somewhat embarrassedly. He had just received a 100 million investment, and now he was being disrespectful. He truly felt bad. Director Lee, there's no need for that. If you can't drink, then don't. Just prepare some tea. Okay. The waiter went to inform the staff to prepare. As for ordering food, that was unnecessary. Yen Hao was there. He would arrange it. The group, having finalized their cooperation, happily enjoyed dinner before parting ways. The next day, Yunxi didn't even consider whether it was Sunday or not and directly transferred the 100 million investment. This wasn't even as much as the funds she had earned from signing in these past few days. After transferring the money, Yunxi checked the system interface again and found that the task status of investing in a new project in my personal capacity had changed to completed. System. Claim the task reward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission investing in a new project in my personal capacity. Reward. 1 skill upgrade card. Already stored in the system inventory.
Wow. Good stuff.
With 3 skill upgrade cards in hand, Yunxi decided to splurge and used 2 cards to directly upgrade 1 advanced skill to God level. Currently, Yunxi has 5 God level skills: shooting, language, driving, martial arts, and hacking. Advanced skills include etiquette, calligraphy, finance, musical instruments, mathematics, and horsemanship. That's right. Through her efforts over this period, Yunxi successfully learned horsemanship to the advanced level by utilizing the time difference in the system's learning space. Even the negotiation course, which was originally only at the beginner level, has now reached 2% of the intermediate level. Currently, the only course she's studying in the system is negotiation. So, Yunxi pondered, should she choose another course? No sooner said than done, Yunxi immediately opened the system's rich and beautiful course, browsing and considering which one to choose. Acting? She's not going into the entertainment industry, so there's absolutely no need to learn it. Embroidery? She learned a little in the ancient world, but she doesn't plan to become an embroiderer, so that won't work either. Cooking? She likes food, but she has absolutely no interest in cooking for herself every day. Pass. After browsing for a long time, Yunxi finally decided to choose dance. Not for performing on stage or anything, just as a hobby to cultivate her character and refine her temperament. And within the dance category, Yunxi chose 3 subcategories: classical, ballroom, and jazz dance. Classical dance is a hobby, ballroom dancing is a social necessity, and jazz dance was something Yunxi thought was kind of cool, so she chose it as a side activity. But the system stipulated that all 3 sub-skills had to be mastered to an advanced level before her dance skills could truly reach an advanced level. Loopholes in the system weren't so easy to exploit. Generally speaking, Yunxi followed the rules. As for using the skill upgrade cards, Yunxi reviewed her existing advanced skills. After thinking for a while, Yunxi decided to upgrade her finance skill to God level. This was her major, and it was practical for her. Besides, reaching master or god level in this skill on her own would take who knows when. The label of financial genius suited her quite well right now. System. Use 2 skill upgrade cards. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Use both in finance.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for using 1 skill upgrade card. Your finance skill has increased by 1 level. Current level, Master.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for using 1 skill upgrade card. Your finance skill has increased by 1 level. Current level, God. Looking at the newly acquired God level skill in her skill bar, and Yunxi smiled with satisfaction. She checked her 2 stock accounts. Her domestic stock account had 140 million yuan, earning 30 million yuan in just over 4 months. As for her stock account, it had already surpassed 20 million US dollars. Because Yunxi wasn't short of money, she hadn't planned to make money in this area. The main reason she opened these 2 accounts was to put her newly acquired knowledge into practice. Therefore, she hadn't touched the funds in these accounts. Of course, she hadn't added any more. In fact, Yunxi didn't place much importance on these 2 accounts. She would log in occasionally, checking it only when she remembered and sometimes not even once a month. Even with this laid-back approach, the total funds in her software steadily increased. If financial analysts and traders knew this, they'd be astonished. Now, with her godlike financial skills, Yunxi looked back at her past trades and realized she'd made many avoidable mistakes. Some previously vague points became clear instantly. Now, she could quickly extract the information she needed from massive amounts of data, analyzing a company's future prospects and stock trends. She also had a clear mental framework for when to buy and sell. Her mind was like a computer, capable of rapidly analyzing information and data to deduce various possibilities. The system's capabilities were truly astounding. She might never reach such a level through her own efforts alone. However, with the system's 10 times long learning room, along with the buffs of photographic memory and enhanced comprehension, she quickly mastered finance to an advanced level. Now, with 2 skill upgrade cards, she had instantly reached the god level. At this moment, Yunxi felt her mind suddenly flooded with a wealth of professional financial knowledge and practical experience. This influx of information made her feel dizzy, her head buzzing, throbbing, and throbbing. Yunxi lay on the sofa for a full 20 minutes before she could process the information. She almost fainted from the overwhelming amount of knowledge. The last time Yunxi had a similar feeling was when she acquired her godlike language skills. The sheer volume of vocabulary and information was exhilarating. With her godlike financial and hacking skills, Yunxi once again took action, optimizing her stock trading software for the 2nd time. Although she wasn't selling it, even if it was just for her own use, she wanted to make it the best it could be within her capabilities. It could be said that her little software was now better than many so-called experts. Crucially, it was low-cost, even virtually costless. It didn't pay a single penny in salary, didn't require holidays, and wasn't affected by physical or emotional conditions. As long as it was running, it would diligently analyze and perform buy and sell operations for Yunxi. It could even work 24/7 to earn money for Yunxi. Where can you find such a great tool and such a great employee? Time quickly passed to October 22nd, the 3rd day of the 9th lunar month, a rare, auspicious day. Today in Beijing, the sky was clear and the breeze gentle. Early in the morning, the conference room on the 3rd floor of the Yunfeng building was already bustling with activity. Staff from various departments and positions were making final preparations and confirmations. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it was time for guests to register. At the entrance of the Yunfeng building, colorful flags fluttered, and the scene created with flowers, a red carpet, and display stands was very eye-catching. The huge LED screen on the exterior wall of the Yunfeng building was also playing information about the press conference. Guests and media friends who received invitations walked through the flowers and red carpet to the autograph area for signing and photos. Then, guided by hostesses in cheongsams, they walked along the red carpet into the Yunfeng building and took the elevator to the press conference venue. And Yunxi had sent invitations to almost everyone she knew in Beijing, as well as some clients with whom she had in-depth cooperation with her businesses. There were also some who hadn't received invitations initially, but wanted to come and build relationships after hearing the news. On this auspicious day, after verifying the identities of those not intended to cause trouble, and Yunxi had some invitations distributed. As a result, quite a few people came today. Inside the venue, a grand and eye-catching main stage was set up, with seating for guests below and media seating behind it. On either side of the main stage, there were numerous mannequins dressed in shooting outfits. Various promotional and introductory advertising displays were distributed around the venue, and a food area nearby offered guests a variety of tea, beverages, cakes, pastries, and fruits. The Zhou family Zhou Shiren and their son came. Zhou Shiren was there to support his girlfriend. Zhou Shiren represented the second branch of the Zhou family, and Yunxi was there as a partner in the project. As for Zhou Shenhua, with his wife and son present, he couldn't possibly be absent. This was his future daughter-in-law's business. How could his family not support it? Not only the Zhou family, but also the Yun family in Jinyan came as a representative, accompanied by Fang Jiaxing. These two were always inseparable, and Yunxi was used to it. Because it was Sunday, the students from dormitory 303 who had received invitations all came. From the Song family, besides Song Mingzhu, the Song brothers, Song Mingzhi and Song Mingrui, also came. Gu Lanxin from the Gu family, Yi Muyang and Yi Mashu from the Yi family, and Qin Junfeng, Zhao Yaru, Yunhan, and Su Kai, who were relatively familiar with Yunxi, were all present. The wealthy second-generation circle from Nanling province, led by Liang Wentao, was also there, as were all those in Beijing. Even Director Li, who had recently become a business partner, came to support Yunxi. Several coaches and athletes from the national shooting team and the Beijing shooting team also attended. Representatives from Hengxin Group, which produces shooting suit materials, flew from Suzhou to Beijing to participate. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia originally wanted to come, but Yunxi stopped them. They had only just returned from Beijing a few days ago, and flying here again would be too much of a hassle. Besides, both of them are busy with their careers and don't have much free time. And Yunxi's reason for persuading them was that they could watch the live stream at home, which would be just as effective. They could also organize everyone to watch together, letting their relatives and friends know how outstanding their daughter was. Regardless of what the two were really thinking, they outwardly agreed not to come this time. As one influential family representative after another from Beijing appeared, the media present became numb. What kind of event were they attending? It felt like almost the entire elite circle of Beijing was here. Although many of those present were from the younger generation, they all understood. The presence of the heir represented the head of the family.
And Yunxi?
Surnamen? There aren't any prominent families with a surname and in Beijing. Some people unfamiliar with Yunxi's identity were quite surprised, completely bewildered, and couldn't understand why. And Yunxi was completely unaware of what these people were thinking. At this moment, she was busy entertaining VIP guests and VIPs. At 9:50 a.m., Yunxi, along with Yunxu, Yangwei, Chu Zi, Xianyulin, Tang Guiming, and others, arrived at the venue and took their seats in the front VIP section. All eyes and cameras were drawn to this group. At 10 a.m. sharp, the new product launch officially began. On a dazzling stage where technology and creativity intertwined, an unprecedented product launch made its grand entrance. The exquisite aesthetics of the stage design and lighting were breathtaking. This was not only a feast for the eyes and the soul, but also a double baptism of the senses. As the launch began, the stage seemed to be enchanted. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a series of flowing artistic scrolls slowly unfolded. The lighting design cleverly blended modern technology with natural elements, creating an atmosphere that was both futuristic and warm. As the music flowed gently, the audience felt transported to a dreamlike world, filled with boundless anticipation for the products to be unveiled. After a stunning opening light show, the female host, dressed in a suit dress, walked onto the stage. Distinguished leaders, honored guests, and friends from the media, good morning, The host's voice was as smooth and melodious as silk, flowing smoothly and captivating, immediately drawing the attention of the entire audience. Welcome everyone to the Yunxi Technology 2017 new product launch. I am your host today, Wenwan. It is a great pleasure and honor to be here with you all to witness this significant event. On behalf of all the staff of Yunxi Technology, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude and warmest welcome to everyone. Next, please allow me to introduce the leaders and guests attending this launch event. They are, in addition to achieving better publicity, this event not only invited so many media outlets, but also arranged a dedicated camera crew to film the event and broadcast it live on the Douyin, Kuaishou, and other short video accounts of Yunfeng Group, Yunxi Technology, and Yunnan Research Institute. Not only that, but they also invested a large sum of money in promotion. At this very moment, all staff members of the Yunfeng Group and Yunxi Technology's new media department were on high alert, closely monitoring the data and status of the various live streaming platforms. As the host began and introduced the guests, a considerable number of viewers had already flooded into the live streaming rooms. Cameras from various positions were filming, and the footage in each live streaming room was not entirely the same. Cloud above 9 provinces. What kind of event is this? It looks like a grand event. 7 loves rice noodles. It looks like a press conference. What product is it? Let's go crazy together. This is quite a big production. Lazy person is innocent. Nowadays, companies only know how to do this kind of superficial marketing. Busy counting money every day. Do you even know the situation? You're just talking nonsense. Brother you. Wow. Wasn't that the wife of the chairman of ZT Corporation? The camera panned across the guest seats, and many viewers in the live streaming rooms recognized her. A gentle rabbit. ZTE Corporation? Is it that ZTE Corporation? I'm allergic to romance. I saw it too. It's Yunxi, wife of Zhao Xinghua, chairman of ZTE Corporation, and also the owner of Lanting. Not only Yunxi, but it seems the chairman of ZTE is here too. Qin Qinyang. What's Lanting? Yen Yunxi. Holy crap. I just looked it up. ZT Corporation is pretty impressive. Omuzi. Just came in. Can someone tell me what kind of press conference this is? Why are so many big shots here? Daydream within a dream. A lot of big shots? I don't recognize any of them. Crying little lucky cat. I didn't notice at first, but all the major wealthy families in Beijing are here. Who are these people with such clout? Smoking lemon I love. Really? So impressive? Surprised. The live stream was buzzing with discussion, and the host began introducing the guests. The viewers still in the live stream learned about the identities of the guests in the first 2 rows through the host's introductions. The comments paused for a moment. Busy counting money every day looks pretty impressive. Loves lemon yellow. Who is this in Yunxi? Xiao Wang. Yeah, those who know, hurry up and tell us. I'm so curious. I'm the all-knowing scholar. Hee, I think I know. Smug smile, little lucky cat. Now that you know, hurry up and tell us the truth. Cigarette in mouth. I'm the all-knowing scholar. Then beg me. Xiao Wang. That's a bit too much. Little lucky cat, please. Kneels and begs for mercy, Xiao Wang. Drunk until I die. Ha. My integrity is shattered. Little lucky cat. Shatter my ass. Don't you want to know? Disdain. Fishing enthusiast in Yunxi? That name sounds familiar. I'm the all-knowing scholar. Hey. Don't steal my lines. I am the all-knowing scholar. You guys definitely don't know as much as I do. Cool. I am the all-knowing scholar. In Yunxi, a sophomore majoring in finance at Peking University, a national shooting team athlete, a world shooting champion, founded Yunfeng Group during her freshman year, and also established her own research institute. She owns many properties and company shares. Annoying rainy day. Don't try to fool me. Upstairs. How could a college student in her early 20s do that? Disdain. Naughty baby. Exactly. That's too exaggerated. I don't believe it. Lingchi. Waiting to be proven wrong. Eating melon. I am a tycoon, it seems. It's true. Immediately afterwards, people started posting various pieces of evidence in the live stream. Of course, the new media and public relations departments of Yunfeng Group and Yunchuang Technology had people in the group chat stirring up trouble and guiding the narrative. Soon, netizens uncovered a lot about Yunxi's public identity and strength. As more and more evidence surfaced, netizens gradually fell silent. They couldn't believe that this young girl possessed such immense wealth and influence. Yen Shu. At this moment, the silence of the crowd is deafening. Gumi Qiao. Is she even human? Let's go crazy together. What do you think Yunxi's assets are now? 5,55666. At least hundreds of millions. Don't row. More than hundreds of millions. Well over 10 billion. At this moment, everyone realized that Yunxi wasn't just an ordinary college student, but a person with unlimited potential and possibilities. Focus on career. No way, that rich? 3 sheep. How did she do it? So, this person started posting Yunxi's assets and valuations in the group chat. From manor villas to other properties, from the companies she founded to the shares under her name, to the numerous precious collectibles she bought at auctions and so on. In the end, everyone discovered that just what was publicly displayed was worth more than 10 billion. Untrustworthy me. My God. That's already over 20 billion. Shocked. Daydream within a dream. There must be a lot we don't know, right? Yeah, they already know so much. There's probably even more they don't know. 3 trees or 5 trees. Damn, sure enough, they were born in Rome, while I could struggle my whole life and still not reach that level. So, what if I love poor contestants? What's wrong with the world having one more rich person like me? These words resonated with countless people who echoed their sentiments. Lazy person is innocent. I would call her a winner in life. Little Wang. I'm too lazy to even express my envy. Speechless, a little red flower. Destroy it all. I'm tired. I can't roll anymore. I just want to lie down. Busy counting money every day. Wow, so my wife is this rich. Lazy man online. Nonsense. This is clearly my wife. Disdain, genius and madman. What nonsense are you talking about upstairs? This is my wife. She just texted me. It's a pineapple, not a pineapple. Get lost. My sister 11 is beautiful on her own. She doesn't need you stinky men. Angry. And Yunxi, who was being called wife by countless netizens and sparking much discussion, was completely unaware of this. At this moment, she was being invited to the stage by the host to speak. Good morning, everyone. I am Yunxi, founder of Yunfeng Group, Yunnan Research Institute, and Yunchuang Technology. Thank you all. Before this, many people didn't understand why I would invest so much money, manpower, and resources into a project that clearly wouldn't make any money. They thought I was wasting resources, some even said I was crazy. But I want to say that this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a well-considered one. Actually, before getting involved in shooting, I never had this idea. Until, by chance, I joined the shooting team and became a member. At that time, Unexpectedly, the shooting uniforms needed by every rifle shooter were entirely imported. The production technology for shooting uniforms was monopolized by a few countries who made huge profits by selling shooting uniforms to other countries at high prices. It felt like being choked. It was incredibly uncomfortable. From then on, I conceived the idea of developing shooting uniforms that belong to our country. It's a pineapple, not a pineapple. Wah. My sister Xi's perspective and values are amazing. Working late again. Products with low demand really don't make money. A wise man's 1,000 thoughts. You can't say that. We can export them to foreigners. I won't change my name until I lose 10 pounds. Ultimately, the demand isn't high. Breaking even is good enough. The discussion in the live stream was lively, and the girl on stage spoke confidently and elegantly. Of course, the research on shooting suits hasn't been smooth sailing. The biggest problem is that we lack the technology. It involves professional knowledge from multiple fields such as material science, ergonomics, and mechanics. Developing a high-performance shooting suit is no easy task. Thanks to the tireless efforts of our R&D team, working day and night, our research has finally yielded results." Thunderous applause erupted in the audience. And Yunxi smiled and waved to the crowd, then continued, "Here, I want to thank every member of the R&D team and our partners. Without your dedication and support, there would be no shooting uniform independently developed and produced by China, nor would we have achieved today's breakthrough in breaking free from the foreign monopoly on shooting uniform technology. I believe that today, we have broken through the production technology of shooting uniforms. Tomorrow, we will conquer even more technologies, enabling China to catch up with and even surpass the level of developed countries in more fields, standing at the pinnacle of world science and technology." Moonlight Clan. Why am I suddenly feeling a little moved? Tomato scrambled eggs. Although it's just a small shooting uniform, it will lead to breakthroughs in many more influential technologies in the future. Bridge Girl. Suddenly, I feel full of confidence. Chinpy is not Chinpy. I have no hope of contributing to the family's future, but my son still has hope. Both vegetables and addiction. I've also started urging my daughter to study hard and improve every day. And Yunxi's impassioned speech won enthusiastic applause from the audience. Those watching the live stream were involuntarily influenced by her, filled with passion and fighting spirit as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Following the series of speeches, a detailed introduction and physical demonstration of the products were given. Interspersed throughout were an exciting launch ceremony, a solemn signing ceremony, and a variety of wonderful performances. This unique press conference was a resounding success, concluding successfully amidst laughter and cheers. At noon, Yunxi warmly hosted a sumptuous lunch for all the guests attending the press conference in the banquet hall of the Yunfeng building. The banquet hall was decorated luxuriously and warmly, with tables laden with a variety of exquisite dishes and desserts. From exquisite French pastries to authentic Chinese delicacies, everything was mouth-watering. Guests took their seats and enjoyed the sumptuous lunch. They savored the food, watched the performances on stage, and exchanged insights and ideas in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. All the guests were extremely satisfied. This product launch event may have ended, but its influence and online buzz will certainly endure. The exposure of some of Yunxi's identities and online personas was like a bombshell, quickly igniting a storm of online discussion and even trending on social media. Faced with this situation, Yunxi decisively updated the profiles of all her social media accounts, displaying her publicly known identities, titles, and past experiences without reservation. Instantly, her follower count on various platforms skyrocketed, increasing at an astonishing rate every day. Meanwhile, her reputation points, displayed on the system panel, also continued to rise, steadily increasing like sesame seeds bursting open. On the day of the press conference, her reputation points soared from over 330,000 to over 680,000. It's worth noting that 300,000 of her previous 330,000 reputation points were accumulated using reputation point boosting cards. After such a long period, she had only gained a mere 30,000 reputation points through her own efforts. However, in just one day, her reputation points had surged by over 300,000, a growth rate that both surprised and delighted Yunxi. Not only that, but all the industries Yunxi had exposed to the public by this time gained a huge influx of traffic. The official accounts of each industry saw a surge in traffic and followers. Even some industries that hadn't been exposed contacted Yunxi, asking if they should proactively expose themselves. But Yunxi refused. What's the point of exposing everything at once? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Besides, the level of attention generated by proactively exposing something versus having it painstakingly uncovered by netizens is vastly different. She wouldn't do something so unprofitable. When the time is right, she only needs to release some ambiguous information to subtly guide the conversation, and netizens will naturally act as Sherlock Holmes to unravel the truth. The experts are among the people. Never underestimate the power of the general public. This method of promoting Yunxi's personal brand in conjunction with her affiliated industries will continue to bring traffic to these industries in the future. All she needs to do is maintain the buzz from time to time. Think of how much promotional money this will save. And Yunxi had to admit once again, the power of the internet is truly immense. With the successful launch of the new product, Yunxi finally accomplished her important mission of launching a new product. Filled with joy and anticipation, she eagerly clicked to claim her mission reward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission launching a new product. Reward: 100% shares of Xingtian Entertainment Media Company, Limited related property certificates and documents have been stored in the system inventory. Looking at the system notification, Yunshi's eyes widened, a surge of surprise welling up inside her. An entertainment company? Could it be that the system is encouraging her to enter the film and entertainment industry? Thinking this, she quickly and carefully examined the detailed information of this company, Xingtian Entertainment Media Company, Limited Xingtian Entertainment, officially Xingtian Entertainment Media Company, Limited, was established in 1996 and is headquartered in Beijing. It is a long-established and highly influential comprehensive entertainment group in mainland China. Its business scope is extensive, encompassing film production, television drama production, music distribution, event planning, and celebrity management. Furthermore, the company boasts numerous well-known A-list and B-list celebrities, wielding considerable influence in the domestic entertainment industry. However, despite its rich experience, abundant resources, and unique advantages, Xingtian Entertainment faces increasingly fierce competition due to the constantly changing market environment and the rapid rise of numerous emerging entertainment companies. Currently, Xingtian Entertainment's development is not optimistic. Especially in the last 7 or 8 years, Xingtian Entertainment has gradually lost its position as an industry leader, being overtaken by several rising stars. The company's poor performance, coupled with the owner's personal financial crisis, has led to considerations of selling off assets. So, the system acquired the company and made it in Yunshi's business. However, Xingtian Entertainment's current situation is far from good. News has spread that the boss is facing a financial crisis. From employees to celebrities, everyone in the company is on edge, and many are considering leaving. Even the current CEO, Wang Jianming, has been contacting potential new employers and preparing to leave after learning that the boss was going to sell the company. Because Yunxi didn't consider him a subordinate, she couldn't check his ability rating and loyalty in the team panel. However, considering Xingtian's performance over the past few years and his eagerness to leave during crises, his score probably isn't very high. If someone like that wants to leave, then let him leave. And Yunxi directly took out a custom character summoning card and summoned a new CEO for Xingtian Entertainment. Li Haowen, male, 35 years old this year, ability rating 99, skilled in management, innovation, and public relations. He had nearly 10 years of experience working in the entertainment industry abroad, rising from an administrative assistant to the position of branch manager. During his tenure, he implemented a series of sweeping and effective reforms in response to market changes, leading the branch to a new stage of development. Before he left to return to China, the head office even planned to transfer him back. If Li Haowen hadn't insisted on returning to China, his former employer would never have let him go. Normally, a custom top-level management personnel summoning card would have been sufficient for the head of a company. However, Yunxi wanted Xingtian Entertainment to expand its business and grow stronger, so it was better to find someone more professional in this field. In addition, she specifically used 2 top-level management personnel summoning cards to arrange 2 assistants for Li Haowen. Lu Wei and Zhang Meiqi, a man and a woman, one 30 years old and the other 28 years old, both had ability scores above 95. Sending these 3 to Xingtian Entertainment, she believed, would quickly establish a foothold. The 3 new employees would need a few more days to report for duty, but the matter at Xingtian Entertainment couldn't wait any longer and needed immediate attention. And Yunxi thought for a moment and then called Xu Zi over. She first informed him of the situation at Xingtian Entertainment. Our own people haven't arrived yet. For the next few days, you'll go there as my representative and handle related matters. Yes, boss. Any specific instructions? Wang Jianming is preparing to resign. Go and complete his paperwork so he can leave. Apart from a few top agents and artists, let all other employees who want to leave go. We'll fill the vacancies later. As for agents and artists, try to persuade them. If you can't, let them go. In Yunxi's view, if their hearts aren't in it, there's no need to force them to stay. Forced relationships are never good. China is a huge country. It's not short of talent. They can just recruit more. Even if she lost money in the short term, she could afford it. If all else failed, she could use money to carve out a path to survival. She just believed the capable people the system had found for her wouldn't lead her down that path. Everyone needs to sign new contracts with the company. Have the HR department draft them, referencing Yunfeng Group's approach, and appropriately increase the compensation and benefits. Seeing Chu Ziyi take notes of the key points, and Yunxi continued, "Your main task is to ensure a smooth handover and maintain morale. The rest will be handled by Li Haowen once he arrives." She was confident Chu Ziyi could handle these matters well. "Okay, I understand." At the same time, Yunxi arranged for Yunfeng Group's official website to post a message, roughly stating that Xingtian Entertainment had been fully acquired by Yunxi, the owner of Yunfeng Group, and would undergo a complete overhaul, returning with a brand new look in a while. Stay tuned. And Yunxi and other industry accounts reposted the message. The news spread rapidly. Everyone at Xingtian Entertainment knew the news. Whether they wanted to resign or switch jobs was up to them. Just as Yunxi finished arranging things at Xingtian Entertainment, she heard the familiar mechanical voice of the system in her mind.
Ding.
Host has achieved stage 4 of the Beauty, Rich, and Beautiful achievement. The sign-in section has been updated. The system is starting to upgrade. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Starting upgrade. Countdown 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Huh? It upgraded already? Could it be related to this press conference? And Yunxi had long discovered that the money she earned and the companies she founded through her own efforts had a much greater impact on her wealth and career points than pure system rewards. This showed that the system encouraged her to build a career. Not just in business, but since she started her shooting career, the awards she won in shooting also greatly helped increase her career points. Although this is a beauty, rich, and beautiful system, it's not the kind that just gives money and lets the host relax. Not only did it not allow her to lie around doing nothing, it also encouraged her to learn and develop her career and to increase her personal fame and influence. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to just lie around doing nothing, so this aspect of the system didn't bother her at all. And Yunxi patiently waited for an hour while playing on her phone and watching videos. As soon as the time was up, she eagerly opened the system panel. Rich, beautiful, and elegant girl cultivation system. Host and Yunxi level 4 appearance 96, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, charm 90, charm 87, talent 72, functions 1, backpack 2, check-in 3, learning 10 times study room, rich, beautiful, and elegant girl cultivation course 4, team 5, lottery wealth 35, career 27, reputation 684296/684296, skills photographic memory, shooting god level, languages god level, driving god level, martial arts god level, hacking god level. Click here to expand for details. Status, dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent, reaction speed enhancement buff, permanent, concentration enhancement buff, permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industries, Yunfeng Group, 100%. Yunnan Research Institute, 100%. Yunxi Property, 100%. Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake, Yunchuju Manor Villas. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in task. Completed today, 22 days of check-ins this month. Learning task. 1. Successfully pass the College English Test Band 6, CET 6. Within 2 years. 2. Improve any skill to master level through self-comprehension within 3 years. 3. Possess 10 God-level skills within 5 years. Career tasks. 1. Invest in a feature film under your own name within 1 year. 2. Launch a second new product within 1 year. 3. Participate in and win the Shooting World Cup Finals within 1 year. Overall, apart from changes in various stats and task updates, other functionalities remain largely unchanged. At first glance, the system upgrade from level 3 to level 4 didn't seem like a big change. Remembering the check-in section update notification during the upgrade, and Yunxi quickly clicked on the check-in function to check. So, that's where the change was. Although it was still the check-in function, the specific instructions had changed. The original instruction stated, the host can go to the check-in location refreshed by the system to check in and receive rewards such as funds, real estate, shares, and luxury cars. Note: check-in counts refresh once a day at midnight sharp and cannot be accumulated, but now, the new check-in function instructions have changed too. The host can click to check in on the system's check-in page every day to receive rewards such as funds, real estate, shares, and luxury cars. Note: check-in counts refresh once a day at midnight sharp and cannot be accumulated. Furthermore, a new explanation has been added below the original content. Completing weekly, monthly, and yearly check-in achievements will grant additional rewards. This change is quite significant. From now on, she no longer needs to go to the designated check-in location every day. She only needs to think about it and open the system panel each day to complete the task. There couldn't be a simpler task. Not only that, but there are also weekly, monthly, and yearly check-in reward sets practically free from the system.
Wow.
The system is getting more and more generous, and she realized it was Sunday. Thinking of this, and Yunxi quickly opened the sign-in calendar to check. Sure enough, there was a weekly achievement reward to claim. System: claim the weekly achievement reward.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for claiming the weekly achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have received 100 million personal funds, which have been deposited into the host's unlimited black card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Money again? Even 100 million wouldn't cause any ripples for Yunxi right now. Anyway, something is better than nothing. However, if there's a 100 million reward for weekly achievements, the monthly reward certainly won't be much worse. What made Yunxi even happier was that the system had already reached level 4. Once the system reached level 5, the system shop would be unlocked. What kind of surprises would this system shop bring her? But she also knew that the further she progressed, the more difficult it would become to upgrade the system. But that didn't stop her from looking forward to it, nor did it stop her from accumulating more reputation points beforehand. 680,000 reputation points seemed like a lot, but nobody knew the exchange rate in the system shop. What a disappointment it would be if the shop opened, and she found she couldn't exchange any of her reputation points. So to be on the safe side, she needed to find a way to earn more reputation points. Fortunately, earning reputation points and developing her career didn't conflict at all. The two complemented each other. That's why Yunxi didn't find it particularly difficult. Yunxi, Zhao Shiyan's voice interrupted Yunxi's thoughts. This man had been staying at her Yunshui residence ever since he returned from the press conference. Yunxi was already used to this. Anyway, he had his own room here. He could stay whenever he wanted. Yunxi turned her head looking at the man beside her with a questioning gaze. Is he good-looking? For some reason, she sensed a hint of grievance and displeasure in the man's tone. Yunxi, why is he unhappy? What's good-looking? Yunxi was completely bewildered. She genuinely didn't understand the meaning behind this sudden question. You've been looking at him for quite a while? Yunxi looked in the direction he was pointing and realized he was referring to a male streamer singing on her phone. To be fair, this streamer was quite handsome, and his singing was good too. Yunxi had seen him before, and even followed him and liked his posts. Therefore, Douyin TikTok often recommended him to her, and she would stop and listen to any good songs she came across. But what did this have to do with Zhao Shiyan? I was just looking around, Yunxi explained. Just looking around for this long? Zhao Shiyan clearly didn't believe her. Really, I just think he sings well, Yunxi shrugged helplessly. That's still not allowed, Zhao Shiyan said domineeringly. You're not allowed to look at other men anymore.
Why?
Because Zhao Shiyan paused. Because you can only look at me. After saying that, he leaned closer to Yunxi and winked. Yunxi chuckled at his words. Actually, her attention had been completely focused on the system upgrade, which was why her phone had remained on that screen for so long. She didn't know how Zhou Shiyan, who had been busy working, had noticed and suddenly become so jealous. And Yunxi's face darkened. I was thinking about something and didn't look at my phone. And Yunxi explained helplessly. Zhou Shiyan was satisfied with this explanation. He took the phone from Yunxi's hand, turned off the video call, placed it on the coffee table, and then pulled her into his arms. Both of them sat on the sofa, and Yunxi simply rolled over and lay down on the man's lap. I can sing for you too, Zhou Shiyan said gently. And Yunxi was speechless again, thinking, why is this man so jealous? Brother Shiyan, I really didn't notice, and I wasn't looking closely, and Yunxi emphasized. I believe you, Zhou Shiyan replied with a smile. However, and Yunxi thought to herself, what do you believe? This jealous, irritating man. She had to coax her own man. And Yunxi pursed her lips, then wrapped her arms around his neck. She slowly rose and gently kissed his lips. Then, she whispered in his ear, I love you like this. Hearing this, the man's eyes darkened instantly, his voice becoming deep and husky. Just like that? That's far from enough. Then, what do you want? The man didn't answer, but instead touched his lips with his index finger, giving her a deep, suggestive glance. And Yunxi froze. Damn it, this repressed pervert. He really had ulterior motives. She was about to get up to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water, too lazy to deal with his childish behavior. However, just as she straightened up, the man grabbed her wrist and pulled her hard, causing her to fall unprepared onto his lap. Still trying to run? Zhou Shiyan held Yunxi tightly by the waist, whispering in her ear. This position made Yunxi feel a little dangerous. She quickly braced herself on the man's strong shoulders, trying to pull back a little. I didn't run. I was just thirsty and wanted to get some water, she hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, the man's gaze involuntarily fell on the woman's luscious red lips. They looked incredibly pink, delicate, and full, radiating an alluring sheen. They definitely need some moisture. After saying this, the man swallowed hard, then lowered his head and gently bit the woman's captivating red lips. It began as a soft, light kiss. He tenderly kissed her lips, carefully caressing them. As always, her lips were soft and sweet, a tingling sensation quickly spreading across his tongue and making him irresistibly eager to explore further. And Yunxi was initially surprised, but quickly became intoxicated under the man's guidance. Unconsciously, and Yunxi's fair, delicate, slender arms were already wrapped around the man's neck, and she began to respond passionately. The two kissed passionately, their lips and tongues intertwined, a fervent and intoxicating kiss. When they finally separated, both were panting heavily. If Zhou Shiyan hadn't managed to pull himself out of his daze with a sliver of reason, who knows what might have happened next? At this moment, Yunxi was limp and powerless, collapsing into the man's arms, breathing in the fresh air. Zhou Shiyan gently stroked her back, trying to ease her tension and calm his own restless heart and body. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, a helpless smile appeared on the man's lips. He found himself increasingly unable to control himself in front of Yunxi. If the young woman weren't under the legal marriage age, he would have dragged her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate immediately. After dinner, Yunxi returned to her room early to wash up. She dared not continue teasing this man. If things continued like this, even if Zhou Shiyan could restrain himself, she probably wouldn't be able to suppress her impulses and pounce on him like a hungry wolf. After all, her body's reactions didn't lie. Not only him, but she herself had been overcome with passion several times, almost losing control. At Shengtian Entertainment, after Li Haowen and his two companions reported for duty, Chu Zi handed over company affairs to them and returned to continue working as Yunxi's assistant. As Yunxi's portfolio of businesses grew, Chu Zi began assembling an asset management team. To this end, Yunxi specifically used 2 custom top-level management personnel summoning cards to summon 2 people to assist him. Boss, the lease on the office building at Shengtian Entertainment is expiring at the end of the year. Should we renew it? Upon returning from Shengtian, Chu Zi immediately reported the situation and consulted Yunxi. Yunxi didn't answer but instead asked, "What are your thoughts?" Given Chu Zi's capabilities, his question wasn't entirely without merit. There's a building next to Yunfeng building that was originally intended as the headquarters of a tech company. It's already renovated, but now there's news that it's for sale. Would that be suitable for an entertainment company? Although that area is mostly comprised of tech companies, it could be Shengtian's headquarters. I've seen the renovations. Only minor modifications are needed. Seeing that his boss didn't object, Chu Zi continued, "Mainly because it's close to Yunfeng, it's easier to manage, and we can do some joint promotional activities in the future." Chu Zi's suggestion clearly indicated he had done his research. And Yunxi agreed. "Go and make contact, see if you can buy it. It's October now. If successful, there'll be some time to prepare for the move. Moving such a large company isn't easy. By the way, let President Li know about this." "Yes, boss." After a week of consecutive check-ins and receiving the weekly reward, Yunxi finally received her second weekly achievement reward. This time, the reward was a formula for a hair care set to promote gray hair and make it grow back black. Was the system filling in the gaps in her knowledge? She had just finished researching and was preparing to launch the anti-hair loss and hair regrowth formula she brought back from the apocalyptic world, and now she had a formula for promoting gray hair and making it grow back black? Great, this will give the research team something to continue their research. After examining it, she realized that the formula the system provided was much more detailed than any she had collected in other worlds, and the materials used were all available in the current world. It could be said that it would require very little research time to produce results. She figured she could just take it to the research institute for a quick formality, and the product would be on the market soon. By then, Huaxi Biotechnology will have two major product lines: anti-hair loss and hair regrowth, and gray hair blackening. If the system could provide a few more formulas, this company might actually develop into an enterprise with a full range of products. It has to be said, the system is quite considerate. And Yunxi directly handed the formulas to Xi and Yuan. Since the completion of the Research Institute's renovation, Xi and Yuan began to set up laboratories and research rooms for various departments. The purchase of a large amount of top-notch research and experimental equipment led to a precipitous decrease in the Research Institute's funds. Faced with this situation, Yunxi decisively transferred 5 billion yuan to the Research Institute's public account. When all the equipment was basically in place, after some calculations, the total expenditure of the Research Institute during this period reached a staggering 2.5 billion yuan. Of this huge expenditure, most was used for the purchase of equipment and research materials, and the remainder was used for team building and investment in existing project research and development. Now that research institutes and laboratories in various disciplines have been largely established, Yunxi used all 30-plus custom-designed top-tier research personnel summoning cards she had accumulated. The recruited talents were quickly assigned to various research labs, where they would become core technical personnel. Even the 2 cards she had just received as a sign-in reward a couple of days ago were used. The arrival of this group of top-tier technical personnel greatly relieved Xi and Yuan's immediate crisis. After all, ordinary employees are easy to recruit, but technical personnel, especially top-tier ones, are truly difficult to find. He had been so worried about this that he had lost a lot of hair. Fortunately, the Research Institute's anti-hair loss and hair regrowth product had already been launched, and he used it on himself immediately. Although it wasn't on the market yet, as the head of the Research Institute, what was wrong with using connections? At the same time, Yunxi compiled a batch of research materials she had collected in the past from her Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion and gave them to Xi and Yuan. These materials were quite varied, covering a wide range of topics. How to arrange them was left to Xi and Yuan to figure out. 2 more days passed, and October was finally drawing to a close. Today, she could finally claim her monthly sign-in achievement reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for claiming your monthly sign-in calendar reward. You have obtained property rights to the Beijing Yuntian Cultural and Art Exhibition Center. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. This gave her an asset. Yunxi carefully examined the information in her hand. It turned out to be a private exhibition hall. Unlike non-private museums and exhibition halls, this private exhibition hall was located in a relatively remote area. Although still located in Haidian district, it was already close to the edge of the 5th Ring Road, almost reaching the 6th Ring Road. While the location was somewhat remote, its scale was by no means small. The exhibition hall covered a total area of an astonishing 46,000 square meters, with a building area of a staggering 130,000 square meters. The entire building consisted of 2 underground floors and 5 floors above ground, with a design style that was both fashionable and modern, yet simple and grand. Judging from its current operations, this exhibition hall is performing exceptionally well, hosting numerous art exhibitions, conferences, auctions, and various exciting performances annually. According to statistics, it generates a considerable revenue of over 80 million yuan annually, with a net profit exceeding 30 million yuan. For someone like in Yunxi, this amount might be insignificant, but for an exhibition hall, such substantial revenue is truly remarkable. After all, in this industry, a 40% profit margin is considered quite excellent. Soon, Yunxi received a call from the head of the Yuntian Cultural and Art Exhibition Center. This man was Chun Yuqiang, a middle-aged man in his 40s. From the photo, he appeared somewhat overweight, wearing a well-tailored suit, his hair neatly combed, and a professional smile on his face, looking very capable. Seeing that the exhibition center's operations were going well, Yunxi didn't plan to replace him. After all, a stable and business-savvy management team is crucial for the company's development. Moreover, Chun Yuqiang seemed to possess considerable experience and ability in operating the exhibition center. Of course, after accepting Chun Yuqiang, Yunxi still checked his information on the team interface. Team, business name, Chun Yuqiang, gender, male, age, 42, position, Director of Yuntian Cultural and Art Exhibition Center, expertise, management, marketing, operations, ability rating, 86, loyalty, 67. From these data, it can be seen that Chun Yuqiang's abilities are quite excellent, and his initial loyalty is also satisfactory. By all accounts, he's worth keeping. Director Chun, I see you're managing the venue quite well. You'll continue to be in charge here, Yunxi said. Chun Yuqiang was overjoyed and quickly nodded, saying, "Thank you for your trust, President N. I will definitely do my best." Yunxi nodded and continued, "I'll give you my assistant's phone number later. If there's anything you need to report or can't resolve, you can contact him." "Yes, President N." Chun Yuqiang quickly agreed. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, "President N, when would be a convenient time for you to come and take a look?" "I'm preparing for final exams recently. I don't have time. Let's talk about it later." Yunxi replied, "Exams? The boss is still a student." Chun Yuqiang's eyes widened, almost dropping his jaw in shock. However, he quickly recovered. After all, he was a worldly person, and he had the composure to handle this. Okay, President N, you can come and inspect the work anytime you're available." After ending the call, Yunxi thought for a moment, then immediately dialed Chu Zhe's number and explained the details about the exhibition center. She exchanged their contact information, indicating that they would handle the subsequent matters themselves. Afterwards, Yunxi stopped paying attention to this matter and began preparing for other tasks. The next morning, Yunxi got up early and completed her daily sign-in task. Then, she eagerly participated in the November lucky draw. A crisp notification sound rang out, followed by the system's familiar mechanical voice. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning a lottery draw. You have obtained full ownership of Sihaimingdi. The relevant property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory." Sihaimingdi? It sounded like a property. So, she quickly opened the system interface and carefully reviewed the information about Sihaimingdi. When she saw the detailed information, she couldn't help but gasp, her eyes widening. It turned out that Sihaimingdi and the previous Bihai Yuntian residential complex were developed by the same developer. If Bihai Yuntian was considered a high-end residential complex, then Sihaimingdi undoubtedly belonged to the top tier of luxury residences. Surprisingly, The two were separated only by a wall, yet the quality of the houses, the community environment, and the price were worlds apart. But that wasn't all. What truly shocked and surprised Yunxi was that this time the system didn't just give her a house or even a building, but the entire Sihaimingdi complex all at once. How could Yunxi not be astonished? System, explain. While the property prices here were high, they weren't a big deal for Yunxi right now. Buying a single unit or a building was understandable for her. But how did the system manage to buy the entire complex like this? Don't worry, host. All the procedures are legally documented and verifiable. This system was still trying to evade her. Then how did you do it? After a long pause, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. It's simple. Just buy it in full before the development goes on sale. Yunxi.
Great.
This system is really generous. Extravagant doesn't even begin to describe it. Then, why didn't you buy the entire Baiyunshan complex before? We didn't plan ahead, and by the time we wanted to buy, many units had already been sold. Shut up, Yunxi didn't want to talk to the system anymore, and instead continued to carefully review the information. After reviewing the information, Yunxi realized that although Sihaimingdi was a residential complex, it actually consisted of only 8 buildings because it was a top-tier residential development. The residential complex is bordered by Baiyunshan to the north, a main north-south road to the west, a park to the east, and a lake to the south. It's not far from Zhongguancun and Peking University, and naturally, not far from Yunfeng Building and the office building Yunxi plans to purchase for Xingtian's headquarters. Such a location and environment is truly impeccable. The 8 buildings are named after the 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter, and the 4 flowers: plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum. Jichuan Building, Mingxia Building, Qiuying Building, Dongyu Building, Meiying Building, Lanshao Building, Tingzhu Building, and Juming Building. The names evoke a poetic and picturesque atmosphere, suggesting a rich cultural ambience and refined taste. The 4 buildings representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter are 32 stories high, with 2 apartments per floor, offering units ranging from 400 to 600 square meters. The 4 buildings representing plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum are 36 stories high, with 1 apartment per floor, offering units ranging from 1,000 to 1,200 square meters. There are 400 apartments in total, each meticulously planned and designed to villa standards and scale. This truly is a veritable luxury residence. Even the well-traveled Yunxi had to admit this. It was truly incomprehensible why the developer would choose to build such an expensive development here, one that most people couldn't afford. If the system hadn't taken over, Yunxi suspected that this Versailles mansion project would ultimately fail due to lack of buyers and become a dead end for the developer. Perhaps the system had actually done a good deed, but for Yunxi, it didn't matter. Since she got it for free, she might as well make use of it. Even renting out apartments like these would be difficult. Rather than letting them sit idle and go to waste, she'd rather have her subordinates move in. These subordinates worked for her and created wealth for her, so Yunxi was naturally willing to give them better treatment. She already felt that the apartments reserved in the Azure Sea and Cloud Sky development weren't enough. Let's just move them all here now and rent out all the apartments in Baiyunshan. Yunxi believes that her senior executives will definitely become successful and wealthy people in the future, and only apartments like this are worthy of their status. Just as Yunxi was contemplating how to arrange for her executives to move into Sihaimingdi, her phone rang. Yunxi believed that her executives were destined for greatness and success, and living in such a luxurious mansion was befitting their status and position. The ringing of her phone interrupted her thoughts. Hello?
Who is this?
Hello. Is this MSN? The caller asked. Yes, this is Yunxi. Hello, MSN. This is Luwen, the property manager of Sihaimingdi. Our property management service agreement expires at the end of December. When will your takeover team arrive? We need to hand over the work. Yunxi. What takeover team? She knew nothing about it. System, what's going on? The host of Sihaimingdi should ideally use their own property management company. Yunxi. Has the system found out some incredible information this time? Can the system please stop giving her surprises or shocks at crucial moments? Couldn't it have given her a heads up beforehand? She was completely confused when she suddenly received the call. Besides, everyone knows that having their own property management company is better, but the problem is, she doesn't have one in Beijing right now. She suddenly felt that the system wasn't always so considerate. Now it's giving her a problem and making her worry. Suppressing her inner grumbling, and Yunxi said into the phone, "Mr. Liu, I'll make the arrangements. They'll be in place within a month." It's early November now. As long as all the staff are in place by the end of the month, allowing a month for the handover should be more than enough. Okay, MS, and I'll prepare the documents and wait for your reply. In that case, everyone might as well move after New Year's Day. We'll talk about it after we successfully take over the Sihaimingdi property. This time, and Yunxi didn't contact Yang Wei or Chu Zi. Yang Wei was extremely busy with the Infone Group's affairs, and Chu Zi had taken leave a couple of days ago to handle family matters. And Yunxi thought for a moment, and then directly called Huang Jinxiang, the head of Blue Shield Security Services. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Huang Jinxiang was in a meeting with company executives when his phone, which was on the table, began to vibrate. If it were a call from an ordinary person, he would definitely ignore it. But he glanced at it casually, quickly picked up his phone, and left the meeting room. The remaining people in the meeting room whispered among themselves. Whose call is this? Mr. Huang is taking it so seriously. Yeah, we never see Mr. Huang answer the phone during meetings. Could it be his wife? Don't talk nonsense. That's the boss's call. The assistant sitting next to Huang Jinxiang noticed the contact name on the general manager's phone and spoke up. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent and stopped discussing. The boss wasn't someone they could just make up stories about. No wonder Mr. Huang went out to answer it immediately. This was their bread and butter, their big boss. Unaware of the discussion that followed him as he left the meeting room, Huang Jinxiang's attention was entirely focused on his boss's phone call. He answered immediately upon leaving the room. His boss rarely contacted him directly. This must be something important. Hello, boss. Mr. Huang, does our company provide training and services for professional security guards? Yes. Not just security guards, but bodyguards too. I've bought Sihaimingdi. I need a property management company to take over the property. Go and handle it. Decide whether to acquire it or register a new one. The security guards will be directly transferred from Blue Shield. The rest will be sent over to assist in a few days. Yes, boss, I understand. After hanging up, Huang Jinxiang first checked the information on Sihaimingdi, then was so surprised he almost dropped his phone. Sihaimingdi? His boss just said he bought it? And he's going to set up his own property management company to manage it. He knew his boss was rich, but he truly hadn't expected him to be this rich. This was another day of underestimating his boss's abilities. Meanwhile, Yunxi was also sitting on the sofa, pondering a problem. After thinking about it, Yunxi decided to use a custom top-level manager summoning card for the property management company's manager. The main issue was the tight schedule. Finding a manager skilled in property management within a short time frame would be difficult. Having arranged everything, Yunxi began preparing for her final exams. Actually, there wasn't much for her to prepare. It was simply a matter of borrowing her classmates' notes to review the key points from the teacher's lectures. She had already mastered the professional knowledge through self-study. November 6th marked the official start of Yunxi's midterm exam week. Although this midterm exam didn't involve any system-wide learning tasks, Yunxi's goal was to achieve a GPA of 4.0 in all subjects. With all these advantages, failing would be utterly unacceptable. After finishing her midterm exams, Yunxi immediately packed her bags, preparing to join the shooting team for the Shooting World Cup Finals in New Delhi, India. The athletes were scheduled to register for the competition on the 13th, so Yunxi and her team had to depart from Beijing on the 12th. While Beijing is closer to New Delhi than Munich, the problem is there are no direct flights. They would have to transfer in the port city. This transfer would take 12 or 13 hours, longer than the trip to Munich. In other words, she would spend the entire day traveling. However, there was nothing she could do. Besides accepting it, she had no other solution for the time being. At that moment, The idea of buying a private jet crossed in Yunxi's mind. On the morning of the 12th, around 5 a.m., and Yunxi set off from Yunshui residence. It was still dark. The streets were quiet, with only the sound of passing vehicles. And Yunxi sat in the car, watching the scenery outside the window gradually come into focus. The streetlights cast a dim, yellowish glow, illuminating the road ahead. As the car drove past familiar streets, a wave of emotion washed over Yunxi. Time flies so fast. Almost 20 years had passed since she came to this world. She had relived the process of growing from infancy to adulthood and had experienced the love of family. In this life, she seemed to have lived easily and freely, experiencing happiness and joy countless times. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that fate had been quite kind to her. It had given her so many chances to start over and even bestowed upon her a powerful cheat code. And Yunxi thought she was lucky and content. As the sun gradually rose, a pale light appeared on the horizon. The city slowly began to awaken, and people emerged from their homes to begin a new day. The number of pedestrians and vehicles on the roads gradually increased. And Yunxi gazed at the scene, feeling the warmth and vitality of everyday life amidst the bustling activity. This was life. Compared to ordinary people, she was already far happier. In this life, she only wanted to live freely and happily, doing what she wanted to do, and living the life she wanted to live. The drive of a little over an hour wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. Soon, Yunxi and her group arrived at Terminal 3 of Beijing Capital International Airport. This time, Yunxi had brought 2 bodyguards with her, Yanhua and Hairong, a man and a woman. Their appearances were ordinary. They would blend into a crowd and hardly attract attention. However, in the event of an emergency, they could immediately demonstrate extraordinary skills, swiftly protecting Yunxi behind them. The members of the national shooting team were used to Yunxi always bringing bodyguards when traveling abroad. Only a very few people who had never traveled abroad with Yunxi would ask curiously in hushed tones. Those who knew the inside story would enthusiastically explain the reason to them. Thus, when Yunxi and her 2 companions met up with the shooting team, they still felt the attention of many people. And Yunxi didn't care at all about these simply curious and harmless looks. Let her look, it won't cost her a penny or a piece of her flesh. Her attention was now completely drawn to the weekly achievement rewards for the 2nd week of November. The daily check-ins lately had yielded either money or various character summoning cards, and even last week's achievement reward was 1 billion personal funds. These weren't enough to keep Yunxi's attention. However, this 2nd week's achievement reward did include something manhwa list of potential star agents. This type of reward was unprecedented, and Yunxi carefully examined it in her system inventory. The list contained detailed information on 10 people, from basic personal information to past experiences and various abilities, all described in great detail. Clearly, the system had given her a list of suitable star agents. Moreover, all the people on the list were currently unknown. If she found these people now and provided them with a platform and opportunities, they would be loyal and create enormous value for her in the future. As mentioned above, once these individuals successfully join the company, their initial loyalty will be above 75 points. Furthermore, as long as they are not arbitrarily oppressed, their loyalty will not easily decrease, and there is even a possibility of it increasing to 100 points later. Therefore, although the loyalty of those recruited using character summoning cards is not as high as that of those recruited using character summoning cards, it is still quite good. The main problem is that, apart from custom character summoning cards, other cards are all targeted, such as research, management, or bodyguard/domestic service, etc. Those targeted cards cannot recruit talents like these. And custom character summoning cards, which allow complete customization of talent types, are too few. Since the system was activated, she has only obtained 9 cards in total, and currently only 3 remain unused. And Yunxi planned to use the resources for something more important, and certainly wouldn't waste them on agents. The list the system rewarded her with perfectly solved her problem. Besides, this list had 10 people. Wouldn't there be a second and a third? Now that the agent list was out, Wouldn't there be lists of potential artists or other talents later? These were all things Yunxi really wanted. Thinking about this, Yunxi got a little excited. The higher she progressed, the more surprises the system gave her. This upgrade had given her such a helpful reward. She was increasingly looking forward to the new system functions after level 5. After reviewing the list, the operating system sent the detailed list to Li Haowen, instructing him to arrange for someone to contact and recruit these people to Xingtian Entertainment. Due to Xingtian's previous mismanagement and the upheaval caused by the change of ownership, many people had left the company, and now they were in dire need of manpower. This list came just in time to solve Xingtian's immediate problem. Yunxi, a voice called from behind. Hearing the voice, Yunxi turned around. Coach Zhang? The training plan you proposed has been fully implemented throughout the team. If nothing unexpected happens, we should achieve good results this time. Zhang Lei quietly explained the team situation to her. Everyone in the team knew about this, but Yunxi hadn't spent much time with the team from beginning to end. That's why Yang Kaiwang specifically asked him to come and explain the situation. This is good news, Yunxi said with a smile. Zhang Lei smiled as well. It was indeed good news. Coach Yang specifically asked me to tell you that you can directly bring up any ideas you have in the future. Zhang Lei relayed Yang Kaiwang's message. Previously, because it was Yunxi's first time offering suggestions on training, she worried the team might not listen to her, a young person. Therefore, she adopted a method of first training Zhang Yujie and then proposing a training plan after seeing results. While this proved her ability, it also wasted some time. If they had trained this way from the beginning last time, their results in the last qualifying competition might have been much better. I understand. I do have some ideas recently, but I haven't put them into practice yet. Yunxi's lips curled up slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. This was precisely Yunxi's purpose. After all, what she had revealed before was only a small part of the entire training plan. She wanted to use this opportunity to let the team see her abilities, laying the groundwork for her to gradually propose new plans in the future. Hearing Yunxi say this, Zhang Lei's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked excitedly, really? He knew that a good training plan could have a huge impact on an athlete's performance. In fact, Yunxi's previous plan had already proven this point well. As the national team coach, he naturally had high hopes that Chinese athletes could achieve even better results. However, Yunxi smiled and replied, these are just some preliminary ideas. There are still many aspects that need further verification. Therefore, a concrete plan will probably not be available until after the new year. She knew that everything must proceed step by step. One cannot rush things. The previous plan was still being digested, and she couldn't give too much at once. Zhang Lei nodded, indicating his understanding. Although Yunxi hadn't given a specific timetable, at least they saw hope. He continued, that's wonderful. Next year, there's not only the World Cup, but also the Asian Games and the World Championships, 2 major quadrennial events. If we can launch a new training plan at this time, it will greatly benefit China's shooting level and help us achieve better competition results. Zhang Lei, nominally a coach but actually a caretaker, had been around Yunxi for a long time. He now saw Yunxi with an almost blind faith in her shooting skills and the training plan she proposed. If Yunxi didn't have some special abilities, he would have thought Coach Zhang was a bit blindly confident. Don't worry, Coach Zhang. I'll try my best to come up with a solution as soon as possible. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Lei leaned close to Yunxi's ear and said, by the way, the rifle team has started using the shooting uniforms you developed. I heard that Lanting sponsored them for free. Doesn't that save us a lot of money? Yunxi naturally knew about this. Of course. Those countries sold them to us at high prices before. Yunxi, you've really given us a huge boost. Before, they had to endure a lot of humiliation, not to mention the money, to buy good shooting uniforms. Now that their own country has them, they finally don't have to suffer that humiliation anymore. How could they not be happy? Yunxi's lips curled up upon hearing this, clearly in a good mood. The rifle athlete said that your shooting uniforms are even better than the ones they bought from abroad before. Zhang Lei was also impressed by this. Who would have thought that the problem that had been troubling them so much would be solved by Yunxi so easily? If it works well, that's good. This is a technological research result provided by the system. How could it not work? Moreover, Yunxi has applied for patents for this new material and technology, both domestically and internationally. From now on, if foreign countries want to use it, they will either have to import the finished product from China or pay Yunxi patent fees. The tables have turned. Now the initiative is on China's side. Yunxi, Coach Yang said she wants to thank you on behalf of the Chinese shooting team and wants to treat you to dinner. I'll remember that. Coach Yang owes me a meal. Zhang Lei was amused by Yunxi's teasing tone. No problem, if Coach Yang won't invite her, I will. He didn't believe Yang Kaiwang would actually refuse, and Yunxi was a major contributor to their shooting team. Next, Zhang Lei told Yunxi about some of the team's latest developments. Yunxi then realized that during her absence from the shooting team, she had practically become a legend. Who spread these rumors? I wanted to keep a low profile, Yunxi said half-jokingly. Zhang Lei stared at Yunxi speechlessly for a while, finally glaring at her and said, "Does this even need to be spread? Who in the entire shooting team doesn't know about your deeds? Besides, you want to keep a low profile? Which of these things you've done is low profile? Tell me. Who goes out with 2 bodyguards to keep a low profile? Who wins every competition they participate in? Who solves multiple major problems for the shooting team with just 1 move? Whose house?" Oh no, the joke seems to have gone too far. Seeing Coach Zhang getting angry and starting to nag, Yunxi quickly coaxed, Okay, I was just joking, don't be angry. She couldn't stand this motherly nagging. You have no manners. Finally, Zhang Lei said, half sighing and half helplessly. He was, after all, a coach, an elder, and this girl had never been afraid of him. She didn't hold back at all when joking with him. What could he do? She was their shooting team's precious gem. He couldn't scold or punish her. He could only spoil her. Passengers bound for Hong Kong. Please note that boarding for flight CA 1015 is now beginning. The boarding announcement came on, rescuing Yunxi. Yunxi immediately stood up, straightened her clothes, and forced a natural expression, saying, "Boarding time, time to line up, Zhang Lei." He had no idea who was whose coach. Zhang Lei reluctantly got up, grabbed his bag, and joined the boarding queue. At 8:10 a.m., the plane took off on time, and after a 3.5-hour flight, successfully arrived at Hong Kong International Airport. It was almost noon by then. They completed their transfer procedures and had a light meal at the airport. With just over 2 hours left for their connecting flight, they rested briefly before boarding their flight from Hong Kong to Indira Gandhi Airport. The flight departed at 2:10 p.m., arriving at 8:50 p.m. Beijing time, or 6:20 p.m. local time, a total journey time of 6 hours and 40 minutes. For this long period, Yunxi used her old method, sleeping as soon as she boarded the plane. Of course, most of the time, she actually studied in the system space. The negotiation and dance courses she was currently studying complemented each other, providing a good balance between work and rest. At dinner time, she got up to use the restroom, then ate the airplane meal with everyone. To be honest, the airplane food was mediocre and, more importantly, it wasn't filling. Therefore, various snacks and fruits were essential. The snacks Yunxi brought were all specially supplied products from Zhongxing Foods, prepared for her by Zhou Shiyan. They were all of good quality, plentiful, and tasted pretty good. Not only that, but some of the food eaten by the other team members was also from Zhongxing. Last time, thanks to Yunxi's connections, Zhongxing seemed to have negotiated a sponsorship and endorsement agreement with the shooting team. Yunxi didn't know the specific details, but now the team could frequently eat some Zhongxing food. Sitting next to Yunxi, Zhang Lei took a bite of the sausage in his hand, the delicious meaty flavor making him nod in satisfaction. Zhongxing's food is really good, much better than those starchy messes.
I
Heard you were the one who arranged the collaboration between Zhongxing and the team? Yeah, Yunxi replied while eating. There was no point in hiding it. Besides, Brother Shiyan said that Zhongxing had already launched some of its products to the market and collaborating with the shooting team was mutually beneficial. You've become our team's lucky charm now. You've only been a short time since joining, and you've already brought the shooting team a series of surprises. Lucky charm, not really. just a bit more connections. And Yunxi couldn't help but want to see Coach Zhang's exasperated expression again. Zhang Lei swallowed his food, his eye-rolling and glaring movements incredibly smooth. Stop with the Versailles nonsense. Don't think I don't know. Your boyfriend is the heir to Zhongxing. He wasn't the clueless Zhang Lei he used to be. He'd learned quite a bit lately. After all, as a coach, he needed to stay informed about the shooting world to better guide his athletes in training and competitions. And for a high-profile athlete like Yunxi, her every move naturally became the focus of attention. And Yunxi glanced at him, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said with a smile, "Oh, I didn't expect Coach Zhang to be so gossipy. Do I even need to gossip about it? People would come up to me and start talking about it even if I didn't ask." Zhang Lei sighed helplessly. How could there be few discussions about Yunxi? Plus, the recent product launch had made Yunxi a trending topic. Everyone knew about it. Yunxi smiled and didn't say anything more. It wouldn't be good to provoke someone, and Yunxi knew her limits. A whole day of travel had left the group exhausted. When they finally arrived at the hotel arranged by the organizers, it was already past 10 p.m. Beijing time. New Delhi time is 2.5 hours different from Beijing time, a time difference that was relatively easy for them to adjust to. However, the fatigue from the long flight was difficult to shake off. Everyone dragged their weary steps into their rooms, wanting only to rest and recharge for the upcoming competition. The next morning, as the sun rose, golden sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire room. This time, Yunxi was fortunate enough to have a room to herself. Considering Yunxi's special circumstances, the team usually arranged for any female team member traveling alone to have a room by herself. Waking up, Yunxi opened her eyes, stretched, and quickly sat up to complete her daily check-in tasks. System check-in.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. Reward: a 20,000 square meter plot of land in New Delhi. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. The system's voice rang in Yunxi's mind. It was that familiar mechanical voice she was already used to. Hearing this reward, a satisfied smile appeared on Yunxi's face. Sure enough, the rewards became exceptionally generous whenever the map changed. She eagerly opened her system inventory and carefully examined the detailed information about the plot of land. When she saw the location and surrounding environment, her eyes lit up. Wow, no matter how you look at it, this plot of land is perfect for building a hotel. Is the system complaining that her global hotel construction plan is progressing too slowly? In Yunxi's opinion, this progress is already quite fast. Besides the plot of land awarded by the system, Qin Lian's site selection team in China has also found more than a dozen suitable plots of land. Currently, the Jinxiu Hotel Group has as many as 32 hotels under construction. She does have plans to expand into overseas markets, but domestically, only the flagship hotel in Yunzhou is operational. The others are still under construction. And Yunxi and Qin Lian both plan to wait until the domestic foundation is solid before considering venturing into overseas markets. The system's direct allocation of overseas land parcels puzzled Yunxi. After much deliberation, Yunxi decided to postpone the overseas allocation for now. As for the land, it was already in her hands. It wasn't going to run away. Land in major overseas cities was far more difficult to acquire than domestically. If the system could provide several parcels, it would save her a lot of effort. Yunxi put the data back into her system inventory and didn't bother with it anymore. She would retrieve it when the time was right. Today was the athletes' registration day, and they had a series of procedures to complete, including physical tests and equipment checks. Although it sounded busy, all actions were actually group operations, and everything had been arranged. Yunxi only needed to follow instructions. To be honest, compared to China, this country lagged far behind in terms of economy, people's livelihood, and infrastructure. However, this was, after all, the capital of a country. Even if it wasn't great, it couldn't be too bad. For Yunxi, everything here was acceptable, except for the local food, which really didn't suit her taste. Not only her, but the entire Chinese shooting team felt the same way. The problem was that, as athletes, they weren't allowed to eat outside food during competitions. Therefore, the various food items they brought with them became their lifeline. And Yunxi, in particular, had quite a lot of luggage because she had 2 bodyguards helping her carry it. Sigh, every time I come here for a competition, I have to rely on the food I bring to keep me going. Zhang Lei ate his bread while half complaining. Hearing this, and Yunxi couldn't help but ask curiously, are many competitions held here? After all, she hadn't been on the shooting team for very long and wasn't very familiar with the event schedules and venue selections. Zhang Lei nodded and explained, this is one of the important competition venues designated by the International Shooting Sport Federation, ISF. The World Cup finals are almost always held here. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Hearing this, and Yunxi frowned, a sense of worry rising in her heart. She knew she would likely be coming to this place frequently for competitions, but she simply couldn't get used to the food here. In China, no matter which city she went to for competitions, at least the food was acceptable to Yunxi. But it was different abroad. Especially since this time they were in India, where she found the food even more unpalatable. Can't we bring a chef? And Yunxi asked tentatively, hoping for a feasible solution. Zhang Lei shook his head, saying, someone did suggest this idea before, but nothing came of it. He seemed to understand the reason and continued, if each team brought their own chef, it would not only incur additional costs but also involve a series of issues such as venue and equipment. Furthermore, the dietary habits of different countries vary greatly, making it difficult to coordinate a unified approach. Therefore, in the end, the team members had to overcome the difficulties and adapt to the local food environment. And Yunxi thought about it and could understand. After all, bringing their own chefs and ingredients would be quite costly and troublesome. Even at the level of the Olympics, it's unheard of for teams to bring their own chefs. They were only competing in shooting, so it was even more impossible to do so. And Yunxi wondered if she could arrange it herself if the team didn't. This time was fine, but if they frequently came here to compete and couldn't find food they liked, wouldn't that be very frustrating? However, if only she made this exception, it might have a negative impact on the team. Solving the entire team's meal problem didn't seem to have a good influence either. After all, she didn't participate in every competition. She could manage when she was present, but what about when she wasn't? It might ultimately cause her a series of troubles, which would be a net loss. And Yunxi thought it over and decided to forget it. If there was really no other way, she could just secretly take some food from the Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion to satisfy her cravings. As for the other team members, she could only say she couldn't help them. Anyway, they wouldn't go hungry. At most, the food would just be a little less tasty. Having successfully tamed herself, and Yunxi began to enjoy her days of eating alone with a clear conscience. The next day was the first day of the Shooting World Cup Finals, and Yunxi successfully completed her daily check-in task as usual. This time, the system's reward was equally generous 10% of the shares in Inli's Technology Company, Limited. This company's main business was providing professional consulting and software services to clients worldwide. This is the first Indian company to be listed on the US stock market, and its headquarters are located in Bangalore, India's information technology hub. This city is known as India's Silicon Valley. Inli's employs over 100,000 people worldwide, spread across 27 different countries. It has offices or branches in major cities in 56 countries and regions, including Hong Kong. Furthermore, the company has established a sizable branch in Shanghai's Zhangjiang High-Tech Park, with approximately 1,000 employees. It also has a branch in Huacheng, Guangdong Province. At this moment, and Yunxi, carefully reading the company's information, couldn't help but show a surprised expression. This company is truly remarkable. Inli's achieved CME Level 5 certification, the highest level of software engineering standards, as early as 1999 and ranked among the top 20 globally in 2000. In 2008, Inli's ranked 14th on Forbes magazine's list of the world's most prestigious companies. In 2008, Inli's software ranked among the top 3 global software exporters in the list of the world's top 100 published by an international outsourcing professional organization. Whether from the perspective of brand recognition or influence, Inli Software is a highly regarded international company. Furthermore, according to its financial statements, in fiscal year 2016, Inli Software's total revenue was $9.501 billion, operating profit was $2.375 billion, and net profit was $2.052 billion. These figures are undeniably excellent. In other words, Yunxi has gained another business where she can earn hundreds of millions of dollars in dividends annually without lifting a finger. The more businesses like this, the better. It's worth noting that for most people, acquiring even 1% of a company of this size would be extremely difficult. But the system just gave it to her, and a whopping 10% at that. And Yunxi was truly impressed. She knew very well that there were some things she could buy if she was willing to spend the money, but there were others that she couldn't. Especially shares in companies ranked among the top few hundred globally, particularly foreign companies, are something money can't always buy. And Yunxi also discovered that many of the rewards the system gave her were things she wouldn't necessarily have the connections to obtain even with money. Therefore, Yunxi was very grateful to the system. After all, the system had brought her many unexpected gains and surprises. The system's power once again gave Yunxi a sense of awe. To be honest, Yunxi didn't particularly like India, because its relationship with China wasn't very good. Moreover, many Chinese companies there faced varying degrees of targeting and suppression, using methods that, while not sophisticated, were certainly disgusting. Initially, they attracted foreign capital to the Indian market with enticing conditions. However, once these foreign investors successfully entered India, they lost their bargaining power. Then, the Indian government would use a series of administrative measures to force these companies to transfer their production processes and technologies to India. At this point, these companies were caught in a situation of being fish on the chopping block, like lambs to the slaughter. If they didn't obediently comply with the Indian government's arrangements, not only would they lose the markets they had painstakingly developed, but they might also face huge fines and other penalties. Even if they cooperated with the Indian government, the profits were difficult to repatriate, let alone use for international investment. This pig butchering scam tactic caused huge losses to many Chinese companies investing in India. In Yunxi's view, these actions were rather petty. If possible, Yunxi also hoped she could do something about it. If the system rewarded her with more shares, over time, little by little, she might gain some influence in India. In negotiations, whoever has more leverage has a greater chance of winning. At this moment, Yunxi hoped the system could be more supportive. In this competition, Yunxi participated in the women's 25-meter pistol, women's trap shooting, and skeet shooting events. As is customary in shooting competitions, rifle shooting is scheduled first, followed by trap shooting. Therefore, Yunxi did not have any competitions for the first 3 days. Without competitions, Yunxi wasn't particularly interested in watching the rifle matches and chose to stay in her room to continue focusing on her systematic coursework. On the second day of the competition, Yunxi was somewhat surprised by her sign-in rewarda restaurant Jin Ding Xian restaurant. She couldn't help but curiously look up the relevant information. It turned out to be a long-established Chinese restaurant located in a bustling area of New Delhi. It was famous for serving authentic Sichuan and Cantonese cuisine and was quite well known locally. Many Chinese residents in New Delhi knew this restaurant well and frequented it. Even some Indians who loved Chinese food had become loyal customers. The restaurant's signature dishes include twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and steamed sea bass, among others. According to the financial statements, the restaurant was doing quite well, with an annual profit of over 2.3 million RMB. She wondered why the owner would sell. With this question in mind, Yunxi asked directly. After a long wait, the system's mechanical voice finally sounded. The owner is getting old and wants to return to his roots. Oh, I see. Yunxi nodded in understanding. She could empathize with this feeling. After all, every Chinese person yearns to return to their roots and homeland. Even those forced to wander far from home by life's hardships have probably never forgotten this longing. If many of the younger generation feel this way, how much more so the older generation with their deeper sense of national pride. Having lived in this world for 20 years, Yunxi had developed a sense of belonging to China, a country remarkably similar to her original world. Many times, she hoped to contribute her own strength to the development of this country. For Yunxi now, both the items she brought from other worlds and the system were her greatest source of confidence. On the third day of the competition, Yunxi's sign-in reward was a 10% stake in the Bhavi Group. The Bhavi Group is a well-known Indian family business, founded in 1945. The group comprises 27 companies, with Bhavi Auto as its flagship enterprise. It is India's second-largest manufacturer of motorcycles and parts, wielding considerable influence locally. The Bhavi Group ranks among India's top 10 companies, initially starting in the automotive and motorcycle trade. Today, in addition to manufacturing automobiles and motorcycles, it also operates in the home appliance, lighting equipment, steel, insurance, tourism, and finance industries. Chairman and Managing Director Rahul Bhavi is one of India's most outstanding business leaders. The system was indeed very helpful, granting her another 10% stake in a highly influential conglomerate in India, Recified Conglomerate, generating a staggering $1.639 billion in net profit annually. All of this underscores the company's exceptional standing and formidable strength in the business world. We must say, our system is truly amazing. It seems to possess boundless magic and energy, allowing Yunxi to effortlessly achieve goals that are unattainable for ordinary people. Even with money, Yunxi would find it difficult to acquire so many shares in a company of this caliber on her own. In just 3 days, she has already acquired shares in 2 top-tier conglomerates. When the leaders of these companies contacted her, Yunxi immediately expressed her stance of not participating in management and only receiving profit sharing. She knew that once she became involved in management, she would inevitably be embroiled in various tedious tasks, bringing her numerous unnecessary troubles and anxieties. Therefore, she decisively chose to only enjoy profit sharing, ensuring substantial financial returns while avoiding involvement in complex internal corporate conflicts. After meticulously storing the important documents in her system inventory, Yunxi was preparing to enter the system space to focus on her studies. However, just then, she suddenly heard her phone ring clearly. She was slightly startled, then picked up her phone and saw that it was Chuzi calling. "Mr. Chu, what can I do for you?" she asked softly. You see, during her time abroad for a competition, Chuzi would never call her unless it was something extremely important. And he had only just returned from leave a few days ago. This sudden call, did he have made a breakthrough in something? "Boss, the deal for that building next to Yunfeng International Building is done. The final price was negotiated down to 6.3 billion. Oh, so fast? Yunxi muttered to herself. That building was the one Yunxi planned to use as the headquarters for Xingtian Entertainment. The building occupies a similar area to the Yunfeng building, but it has 3 underground floors and 33 floors above ground, making it 3 stories shorter than Yunfeng. However, due to architectural design, the total construction area is roughly the same as Yunfeng, approximately 150,000 square meters. Yunxi bought the entire building at once, paying in full upfront, so she naturally hoped to negotiate a better price. The owner insisted on 6.8 billion, but Chuzi eventually negotiated it down to 6.3 billion, and the owner refused to budge. Chuzi estimated that this price was the owner's bottom line and agreed. Yunxi thought about it. At this price, the average cost per square meter was only 42,000, which was quite cost-effective. However, there aren't many people who can afford to pay that much in full for the entire building at once. The owner probably valued this aspect, which is why they were willing to lower the price. Okay, process the formalities as soon as possible, and let me know when you need to transfer the money. The office lease at Xingtian Entertainment expires at the end of December, and some changes need to be made here. Arrangements need to be made quickly. Okay, boss, don't worry. Chuzi's efficiency was top-notch. He arranged to discuss the contract details that very day. That evening, Yunxi received the signed electronic contract. Fortunately, electronic contracts are now widely used and have the same legal effect as paper contracts. Otherwise, it would have been inconvenient for her to sign one while she was abroad. Yunxi didn't hesitate and signed the contract on the spot. The next day, Yunxi transferred the money. and Yunxi casually bought another building. After instructing Chu Ziyi and Li Haowen to begin renovating the new building, and Yunxi didn't interfere anymore. After all, Li Haowen knew best how the office building should be arranged and modified. However, just after Yunxi made the payment, she received a call from Zhou Shiyan. Brother Shiyan? And Yunxi was also surprised that Zhou Shiyan was calling at this time. You bought a building in Zhongguancun, and Yunxi. I just transferred the money today. Your information network is amazing. Zhou Shiyan smiled upon hearing this and said, I happen to know the person selling the building. Then why did you call? The money's already been transferred. It's too late to try and get a discount now. Someone asked me to inquire about 2 other buildings next to the one you bought. Are you interested? And Yunxi. Speechless as ever, speechless to the core. And Yunxi didn't speak for a moment. Zhou Shiyan continued. Not interested? That's okay. I was just asking casually. No, Brother Shiyan, I was just thinking about something. If you're interested in buying, I can make the connection for you. And Yunxi actually wanted to buy it. Although she might not need it right now, given the progress of her career and the increasingly generous rewards from the system, who knows when she might need it. Anyway, she wasn't short of money right now, so instead of leaving it lying around, she might as well buy more assets. So, and Yunxi said to Zhou Shiyan on the other end of the phone, Okay, I'm abroad right now. Let Chu Ziyi handle the negotiations. Okay, if you're interested in buying, I can connect you. And Yunxi actually wanted to buy it. Although she might not need it right now, given her career progress and the increasingly generous rewards from the system, who knows when she might need it. Anyway, she wasn't short of money right now. Instead of letting it sit idle, she might as well buy more assets. So, and Yunxi said to Zhou Shiyan on the other end of the phone, Sure, I'm abroad right now. Have Chu Ziyi handle the negotiations. Okay. Before Yunxi could reply, he continued, By the way, I haven't congratulated you on winning 2 championships. Brother Shiyan, did you install a surveillance camera on me? It felt like he knew everything immediately. I've been keeping an eye on your affairs, he spoke softly, and Yunxi was holding the phone very close to her ear. It sounded like he was whispering in her ear, making Yunxi's ear itch slightly. She subconsciously held her phone further away, yet a strange emotion welled up inside her. This Zhou Shiyan always managed to touch a chord deep within her without her even realizing it. And Yunxi had lived several lifetimes, but she had never imagined that someone would care so much about her every move. And now, every word and action of it seemed to stir up waves in her heart. And Yunxi gently bit her lower lip, rubbed her ear, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself. Then, forcing a composed expression, she said, Then, I'll send you Chu Ziyi's number. I have his number. Okay, then we'll talk more when I get back. Yunxi. I miss you so much. His gentle and tender voice echoed in her ear, and a flush rose on Yunxi's cheeks. I've only been away for a few days. Although she didn't want to admit it, she actually missed him a little too. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. I wish I could be with you every day. That sounded a little cheesy. Brother Shiyan, I never knew you could be so clingy. Yunxi, don't you like being with me all the time? For some reason, and Yunxi sensed a hint of danger in his voice. She quickly explained, No, I'm just busy with competitions. And Yunxi hesitated for a moment, then finally added, Actually, I miss you too. Zhou Shiyan hummed in satisfaction, then said, I'll pick you up from the airport when you get back. If someone were with him, they might have seen the joy in his eyes and the smile on his face. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhou Shiyan was alone in the Zhongxing Group's president's office. Besides saying, okay, and Yunxi couldn't think of any other response. The previous times she went out for competitions, Zhou Shiyan had always picked her up when she returned. Now the entire shooting team knows that Yunxi has a tall and handsome boyfriend. This time, and Yunxi naturally won't refuse. After hanging up the phone, and Yunxi went to the bathroom to wash her face, trying to pull herself out of the sweet atmosphere of being in love. Then, she contacted Chu Ziyi and explained the matter of the other 2 buildings Zhou Shiyan had mentioned. Today is the 4th day of the Shooting World Cup, and she has a competition today. Right. She almost forgot. She hasn't checked in for today yet.
System. Check-in.
Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing today's check-in task, receiving the reward. 2 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards, already stored in the system inventory. As usual, when she has a competition, the check-in reward becomes more regular. However, Yunxi wasn't dissatisfied with this. On the contrary, she was quite satisfied with the researcher summoning cards. She works at a research institute, so the more researchers like these, the better. At 3 p.m. local time, Yunxi participated in the women's 25-meter pistol precision shooting qualification competition. At the referee's signal, Yunxi, like a cheetah poised to pounce, swiftly and steadily picked up her gun, focusing intently on the target. Every breath she took, every subtle movement she executed, showcased her profound skill and mastery honed over many years in shooting. Bang! The gun fired, and the bullet shot out like an arrow, hitting the bullseye with unerring accuracy. The first shot, the second shot, every single one. She secured first place and advanced to the finals the following day. At that moment, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, as if celebrating her outstanding performance. Then, November 18th arrived, the 5th day of the Shooting World Cup, and Yunxi once again stood on the field, facing the formidable challenge of the women's 25-meter pistol final. She showed no panic or fear. With a calm mindset and superb technique, she maintained a high level of focus and composure throughout the final. And Yunxi performed consistently, winning the championship and securing her first gold medal at this Shooting World Cup finals on the 6th day of competition. The women's trap shooting qualifying rounds and finals were held on the same day. Therefore, Yunxi had matches in both the morning and afternoon. Like a valiant warrior returning from the battlefield, she rose early in the morning to embark on her qualifying journey. Her eyes were resolute, seemingly able to pierce through the swirling traps. The gun in her hand gleamed coldly in the sunlight, each shot precise and powerful. In the afternoon's finals, every bullet from Yunxi was like a bolt of lightning, weaving across the arena and accurately hitting its target. The crisp sound was like the triumphant horn echoing in her ears. Although she had to compete in 2 matches in one day, Yunxi showed no fear. At this moment, her heart was filled only with her love for shooting and her pursuit of honor. With her superb shooting skills, achieving a perfect score in both the qualifying rounds and the finals, she surpassed the South Korean competitor to reclaim the championship throne. At that moment, the entire arena seemed to erupt in cheers for her, the roar of the crowd rising and falling as if to pierce the heavens. The entire Chinese shooting team had become numb to Yunxi's results. If she missed a perfect shot, everyone might be a little surprised. Performing flawlessly every time, like this, was the norm for them. Having already won 2 gold medals, Yunxi had undoubtedly become the pride of the Chinese shooting team. In the hearts of everyone on the Chinese shooting team, the remaining event, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would surely belong to Yunxi. Everyone firmly believed that Yunxi was like an invincible sword, easily cutting through any obstacle, no matter the challenge. Sure enough, on the 7th day of competition, Yunxi maintained her composure and calmness, continuing to perform at her consistent level. Every shot she fired carried her determination and belief. Ultimately, she won the gold medal in the women's skeet shooting event, adding another shining medal to the Chinese shooting team and writing a new chapter in her legendary story. At the 2017 Shooting World Cup, Yunxi achieved a perfect ending with 3 gold medals, marking a perfect conclusion to her shooting career this year. The 8th day of competition was the final day of the shooting competition. With no competitions, Yunxi slept in late, but after getting up, she didn't forget to complete her daily check-in task.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing today's check-in task, receiving the reward, 10% shares of the Indian Roston Group. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in the system inventory. More shares? This is already the 3rd large company Yunxi has acquired in India. After checking the information, Yunxi realized that the Indian Roston Group was no ordinary company. It is a multinational conglomerate headquartered in Mumbai, India, and can be considered a major player in the Indian market. The company integrates construction, engineering, manufacturing, and information technology, and is one of the world's top 5 construction companies. Furthermore, the Roston Group has interests in a wide range of industries, from military, oil and gas, chemicals, power generation to electrical appliances, and possesses many world-leading technologies. It's a pity that even with that 10% stake, Yunxi wouldn't have access to these core technologies. Over the past few days, Yunxi has gained a general understanding of the situation in India. This country of 1.4 billion people has its economic lifeline entirely controlled by 6 major conglomerates. When people think of conglomerates, the first country that comes to mind is our neighbor, South Korea. A South Korean's life, from birth to death, is inextricably linked to the influence of these major conglomerates. In reality, there's another country whose economic lifeline is also in the hands of conglomerates, the fascinating country of India. Moreover, India's imperfect legal system and lagging social development allow these conglomerates to blatantly plunder social wealth. According to statistics, a quarter of India's port transportation, a third of its steel production, and approximately 60% of its telecommunication services are now controlled by the 6 major conglomerates. These conglomerate companies and the government mutually benefit each other. They use political connections to manipulate India's cumbersome bureaucracy and receive numerous overt and covert policy supports. They could also obtain substantial loans from banks and then implement the grand plans laid out by the Prime Minister. In return, the government's economic reforms and massive infrastructure investments allowed these front-row giants to amass even more wealth. They were deeply entrenched, forming monopolies in their respective industries, which inevitably led to inefficiency and corruption. Under the monopolistic power of these conglomerates, India's small and medium-sized enterprises struggled to survive, like blades of grass beneath towering trees, often teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Meanwhile, the conglomerates controlled pricing power, especially in the energy and telecommunications sectors, leaving ordinary citizens powerless to challenge them and completely at their mercy. The Bobby Group and Roston Group, from which Yunxi had recently acquired shares, were actually controlled by 2 of these conglomerate families. Yunxi had no idea how the system obtained these 10% shares from them, but she knew that for these 2 companies, besides waiting for dividends, there was probably nothing she could do. Although she didn't intend to do anything, this feeling of powerlessness made her very uncomfortable. In Yunxi's view, while both are chaebols, there are fundamental differences between Indian and South Korean chaebols. South Korean companies are internationally competitive, while Indian companies' monopolies and influence are limited to their domestic borders. Compared to South Korean chaebols, Indian chaebols are large but not strong. Aside from acquiring some European and American companies and brands, their international competitiveness is not outstanding, and they cannot earn large amounts of foreign exchange for India. They can only engage in internal strife, accelerating involution within India. Meanwhile, the government, under the guise of nationalism, engages in extensive trade protectionism, such as imposing exorbitant import tariffs, restricting the entry of foreign companies, and protecting the interests of these large chaebols, further exacerbating their domestic monopoly. Yunxi had seen related news reports while researching. The Indian government had repeatedly extorted money from Xiaomi Corporation, a Chinese company. First, a hefty fine was levied. Then Xiaomi was forced to hire Indian executives when investing in factories in India, most of whom came from wealthy families. This series of actions left Yunxi utterly disgusted. This economic development model is fundamentally unhealthy and unsustainable. Yunxi naturally recognized its drawbacks immediately. In fact, these drawbacks have already begun to manifest themselves, causing a series of negative impacts on the country's economic and social development. The most obvious is that these trade protection policies have made the wealthy families even less enterprising, confining them to domestic dominance and lacking international competitiveness. This has led to a peculiar phenomenon. While India's nominal GDP is growing rapidly, its trade deficit has remained unchanged. Furthermore, from this complex information, Yunxi discovered that these Indian wealthy families, through their close ties with the political arena, often influence government decision-making. They use their resources and means to push for policies that benefit their own interests, thereby further consolidating their position and influence. The wealth accumulation of these conglomerates often comes at the cost of exploiting and oppressing the general public. They amass enormous wealth through privilege and monopolistic positions, while ordinary people face poverty and unemployment, widening the gap between rich and poor and exacerbating social injustice and unrest in India. If the Indian government could restrict and reform these conglomerates, the national economy could still be saved. However, alarmingly, the Indian government has adopted a self-deceptive approach. And Yunxi easily analyzed these situations using the information she had gathered. But because it wasn't her own country, and Yunxi didn't pay much attention to it. After all, she was just a small shareholder. Wouldn't it be better to just sit back and wait for dividends and receive the money directly? While Yunxi was leisurely studying, the Shooting World Cup finals successfully concluded. The Chinese shooting team achieved its best ever result in this competition with 6 gold, 3 silver, and 4 bronze medals. Upon hearing this result, Yang Kaiwang beamed with joy. Although he had somewhat anticipated this, the excitement he felt when it actually happened was indescribable. Moreover, this is just the result of training for this period of time. Given more time, the entire shooting team's performance would improve even further. Perhaps one day, they could even reach the level of table tennis. And all of this change is inseparable from one person in Yunxi. Do you think we should apply for an award for Yunxi? Yang Kaiwang said to Lin Ping, the head of the women's team and his friend. Lin Ping was taken aback at first, then smiled and said, she should be rewarded properly. Their shooting team's achievements are largely thanks to Yunxi. Not only did she win 3 gold medals herself, but the training program she provided also significantly improved the shooting team's performance. I'll take care of it when we get back. Yang Kaiwang is full of confidence in the shooting team's present and future. Next year's Asian Games, World Championships, and World Cup will be excellent stages for them to showcase their training results. After the competition, the team specially set aside a day for everyone to explore the local area. Upon waking up, Yunxi completed her daily check-in as usual. The system's reward was a building in the Bangalore World Trade Center. This office building is located in a well-known multifunctional urban complex in Bangalore, encompassing the Orion Shopping Mall, Sheraton Hotel, Columbia Asia Multi-Specialty Hospital, large apartment buildings, schools, and the Galaxy Club, among other structures. The World Trade Center is 32 stories high, with over 120,000 square meters of commercial space, and features an observation deck and helipad. The World Trade Center currently houses companies including large international corporations and local businesses. Members enjoy internationally recognized global networks, comparable facilities and services, and opportunities to network with international peers. Bangalore, that's known as Asia's Silicon Valley. Owning a building in such a prime location is clearly no easy feat, however. For Yunxi, who had the system's cheat code, it was incredibly easy. The total monthly rent for this World Trade Center building reached over 1 billion rupees, which is over 85 million RMB. The annual rent was over 1.02 billion RMB, a level of rent even higher than that of Beijing. After reading the new reward description, Yunxi was about to close the system panel when she suddenly noticed an unclaimed reward in the corner. Upon closer inspection, Yunxi realized it was last week's sign-in achievement reward, which she had forgotten to claim. Not only that, but the task of participating in and winning the Shooting World Cup finals was also already completed. 2 unclaimed rewards? Yunxi immediately perked up. What am I waiting for? I'll claim them quickly. System. Claim the weekly achievement reward, Yunxi silently recited in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for claiming your weekly achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have received a list of potential film and television artists, now stored in your system inventory. Well done! This complements the previous list of potential star agents. Yunxi quickly glanced through it. Like the previous list of agents, there were 10 people in total, 5 men and 5 women. Their information was very detailed, and they were all artists who hadn't yet achieved fame. This was indeed very useful for Xingtian Entertainment right now. After reviewing the information, and Yunxi immediately sent it to Li Haowen. Li Haowen was a 99-point ability user summoned by the system's character summoning card. Once he received the list, he would definitely know exactly what to do. After reviewing this reward, and Yunxi also claimed her task completion reward.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully completing your career task participating in the Shooting World Cup Finals and winning the championship. You have received 1 skill upgrade card, now stored in your system inventory. Unbeknownst to her, she had accumulated 2 more skill upgrade cards. However, currently, she didn't feel the need to improve her skills. So, and Yunxi decided to continue saving them, just in case, because she might need them someday. After completing this task, a new task appeared: participate in the Asian Games shooting competition and win the championship. It was another shooting-related task. And Yunxi recalled that since this task appeared, it seemed to always be related to shooting competitions and achievements. For Yunxi, who possessed multiple cheat codes, this was actually no challenge at all. Completing the task was basically just a matter of time. If Yunxi wasn't mistaken, her 3 career tasks, if no new ones were added, would basically follow a pattern of 1 related to investment, 1 to industry, and 1 to shooting. Whether this would change after future system upgrades was unknown. And Yunxi wasn't in a hurry to find out the truth. She would naturally find out when the time came. After signing in and receiving her rewards, and Yunxi went to the bathroom to wash up, feeling satisfied. After breakfast, they planned to go out for a walk together. The shooting team was quite large, and it would be too big for them to all travel together. So, they formed several small groups and went out together. This way, they enjoyed both safety and a degree of freedom. To be on the safe side, Yang Kaiwang specifically arranged for each group to have a coach before letting them leave. And Yunxi's group was coached by Zhang Lei, her accompanying coach, and an old acquaintance. Therefore, Yunxi felt no discomfort. Their first stop was the Presidential Palace and the Parliament Building. Entry to both the Presidential Palace and the Parliament Building was prohibited, so Yunxi and her group could only stroll around the plaza outside. The Presidential Palace was a vast palace and garden, a very old and beautiful building. It was solemn and heavily guarded, and lingering was not allowed. The avenue in front was clean and wide, with small groups of tourists sitting on the grass. Flocks of birds circled around the rooftops, water towers, and people in the plaza. And Yunxi and her group only took a few photos in the plaza before leaving. Next, Yunxi and her group arrived at their second stop for the India Gate in New Delhi. This is a landmark in New Delhi, and it's incredibly popular. When Yunxi and her group arrived, their first impression was a sea of people. India Gate was built to commemorate the Indian soldiers who died in World War I and the Third Anglo-Afghan War, and it also marks the boundary between Old and New Delhi. It's guarded by active-duty Indian soldiers on a rotating basis, and the square it's in is enormous. At first glance, it looks somewhat like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. The entire India Gate is 48.7 meters high and 21.3 meters wide, constructed entirely of red sandstone. The archway is 42 meters high, inscribed with the word India in English and the year of its construction. The walls of the archway are engraved with the names of over 90,000 fallen soldiers. In such a solemn place, children are allowed to play in the pool, and vendors are permitted to set up stalls. This solemnity intertwined with the lively atmosphere, creating a contradictory yet harmonious scene, gave Yunxi a very novel feeling. The local Indians walking in the square were mostly large groups with their children. India's population is growing rapidly, even surpassing China to become the world's most populous country, and there's a reason for that. From these large families with many children on the street, it's easy to see how prolific they are, and they seem to enjoy it. At noon, Yunxi treated them to a Chinese meal at Jin Ding Xian. Her team ate heartily, their eyes welling up with tears. Wow, I never thought I could eat such authentic Chinese food in India. Finally, we can have a good meal. Since we came here, we haven't had a single satisfying meal. The food here is really unpleasant. Yunxi, how did you know about this restaurant? Zhang Lei, sitting next to Yunxi, asked curiously. This wasn't his first time competing here with his team. He'd been to Chinese restaurants before, but he never tasted anything this authentic and delicious. As far as he knew, this should be Yunxi's first time here. So how did she seem so familiar with the place? And Yunxi swallowed the food in her mouth and calmly said, I'm the owner here. Everyone. Wait, Yunxi, you have businesses in India? Yes, I do. Okay. They really hadn't expected that. Clearly, this was another day of underestimating their teammates' financial resources. Everyone eat more. It's not convenient for us to come here tonight. According to the afternoon's itinerary, coming here for dinner would be a bit far. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly started stuffing food into their mouths. And Yunxi also buried herself in her food, completely absorbed in the delicious meal. She hadn't been eating well lately. Whether in Yunzhou or Beijing, she always ate food prepared by skilled chefs. Even when she was away competing for only 10 days, eating in the cafeteria was barely acceptable for her. This peculiar country had equally peculiar food, which she found a bit hard to accept. The result of this indulgence was that everyone was stuffed. And Yunxi asked the waiter to arrange some fruit and drinks so everyone could rest in the private room. She herself left the private room and went to the restaurant manager's office. Boss, please have a seat. The manager of Jin Dingxian was named Ouying Jin, a Chinese man living in New Delhi. His family had lived there for over 60 years, starting with his grandfather. 35-year-old Ouying Jin appeared somewhat honest and simple. But after talking with him for a while, and Yunxi realized that he was only outwardly honest, he was actually quite shrewd. And Yunxi had no intention of replacing him and added him to her team. According to the system panel, his ability score was 83, and his initial loyalty was 62. With this in mind, continuing to let him manage the restaurant would be no problem. Manager Ouyang is a capable manager. From now on, you'll continue to manage Jin Dingxian. Your salary won't increase, but you'll receive an additional 5% of the restaurant's profits as a year-end bonus. Hearing that his boss would continue to let him manage the restaurant, Ouyang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Little did he know that an even bigger surprise awaited him. He was in charge of managing the restaurant and knew its profitability intimately. Even a 5% profit margin would amount to at least 100,000 RMB, over 1 million rupees, in bonuses annually. What if he worked even harder and increased profits further? Wouldn't his bonuses be even higher? Suppressing his excitement, Ouyang Jin solemnly said, Don't worry, boss, I'll manage it well. Work hard. If the turnover and profits improve, I'll raise your year-end bonus. Thank you, boss. I'm usually in China. If you need to report anything, you can contact my assistant. I'll give you his contact information later. Okay, boss. And Yunxi had initially considered keeping the restaurant, which earned over 2 million RMB a year. But after this meal, she decided to keep it. Even if it's just for convenience when coming to competitions in the future, it's fine. Anyway, she doesn't have to worry about managing it herself. After leaving the restaurant, the group visited the Red Fort, Jama Masjid, and Cup Tower. The Red Fort, a symbol of the Mughal Empire, is built of red sandstone and contains several palaces and exhibitions. And Yunxi and her companions felt a strong sense of history here. The Jama Masjid is one of the largest mosques in the world and a symbol of Indian Islamic culture. The sounds of prayer and bells within the mosque created a sense of tranquility and harmony for Yunxi. The Cup Tower, built amidst lush forests, stands 72.5 meters tall, imposing and uniquely styled. When the evening glow illuminates the tower, it takes on a mystical aura. Modeled after the Cham Towers in Afghanistan, this tower was built to commemorate the victory of Islam and is also known as the Tower of Victory, considered one of the 7 wonders of India. India is also an ancient civilization, and it boasts many historical and cultural sites. And Yunxi's camera never stopped moving throughout the visit. After visiting the sites, Yunxi and her group arrived at their last stop, a small street selling Indian specialties and snacks. Since they were already there, they figured they should bring something back. They bought quite a few handicrafts and trinkets. And Yunxi also picked out some interesting and appealing items. As for food, she bought small amounts to try first, skipping what she didn't like and buying more of what she enjoyed. After the shopping trip, they were quite full. They figured they wouldn't need dinner. Of all the Indian snacks, Yunxi's favorite was roti. She especially loved banana-flavored roti and would rush to buy it whenever she saw it for sale. As for curry and such, she could eat it occasionally, but after a few meals, she found it too cloying. That evening, after a long day of sightseeing, the group returned to their hotel, washed up, and rested early, as they had to catch a flight early the next morning. November 23rd was the day the Chinese shooting team returned to Beijing from India. Yunxi set her alarm for 3:30 a.m. It was still dark outside, and Yunxi quickly washed up and got ready. At 4 a.m., Yunxi, along with the other team members and coaches, boarded the bus to the airport. Fortunately, their accommodation wasn't far from the airport. It would only take half an hour to get there. Yunxi and her team were taking a 6:20 a.m. local time flight, first to Hong Kong, then transferring to a flight to Beijing. After completing the formalities and going through security, seeing that there was still some time before boarding, Yunxi said to the people around her, "I want to go buy some breakfast. Do you want to come?" Sure, everyone readily agreed. So, a group of 6 or 7 people got up and headed towards the food area. Those nearby, seeing their commotion, asked where they were going, and many chose to join them after receiving their answer. The breakfast queue quickly grew to a dozen or 20 people. A large group of people walked briskly through the airport, attracting the attention of many. Yunxi. They chose a shop with a wide variety of options. Yunxi looked around and bought a banana roti, a fried dough stick, and a cup of Indian milk tea. She also got the same for Zhang Lei, who had stayed behind to watch the bags. Yan Hua and Hai Rong chose their own breakfasts, and Yunxi paid for them. The others also ordered what they liked. After receiving their meals, everyone carried their things back to their seats near the boarding gate. "Coach Zhang, this is for you." As soon as she sat down, Yunxi handed one of the bags to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei didn't stand on ceremony, immediately took it, opened it, chuckled, and said, "Flying pancakes. I like them, thanks." Yunxi just smiled and didn't say anything, then started eating her own breakfast. For some reason, boarding time was 20 minutes later than expected. But it was only 20 minutes, no big deal. They could make it back if the plane flew a little faster. Yunxi felt that this trip shouldn't be late. And indeed, just as Yunxi expected, they arrived in Hong Kong on time. After lunch and a rest at the port airport, we boarded our flight to Beijing. It was another full day's journey, from morning till night, and we arrived in Beijing at 8:30 p.m. local time. Perhaps because Yunxi was still in India when she checked in this morning, today's check-in reward was again an Indian property 10 shops in Connaught Place, New Delhi. Yunxi knew Connaught Place. It's the heart of New Delhi, a commercial, tourist, and transportation hub. It's laid out as a large circular plaza, housing various shops, tourist information centers, airlines, and product distribution offices run by state governments. There's a small park in the center of the plaza for weary travelers to rest. On Parliament Street in the southwest of the plaza, banks, radio stations, and government offices are lined up. Connaught Place is New Delhi's largest commercial center. While it's called a plaza in terms of size, it's also not quite a plaza, as it's actually a very unique and distinctive market. This market is a circular building, with a continuous series of 2-story buildings arranged around the huge circle of the plaza, forming 2 concentric circles, one inward and one outward. The outer circle faces the circular main street, while the inner circle faces a large circular garden with a diameter of 600 meters. The garden's shady trees, lush lawns, and vibrant flowers create a beautiful pastoral scene. People come here to picnic, relax, and cool off, or to gather with friends and relatives. Both sides of the market are lined with beautifully decorated shops. The shops offer a dazzling array of goods, from high-end foreign brands to traditional Indian handicrafts, making it a shopper's paradise for both domestic and international tourists. At Connaught Place, people can choose to shop, relax, or enjoy entertainment at their leisure. This highly flexible shopping center and leisure/entertainment plaza attracts a large number of domestic and international tourists every day. As night falls, the square becomes even more vibrant, with colorful neon signs weaving together to create a dazzling metropolitan nightscape. Tides of people throng the square, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that captivates visitors. After reading the detailed information, Yunxi felt a pang of regret for not being able to explore at this time. Mainly, they only had one day, which simply wasn't enough time. Connaught Place is located in a well-known affluent area of India, frequented primarily by wealthy Indians. The cost of living here is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of major international metropolises like Shanghai, New York, and London. On the contrary, it can sometimes be higher. This is because India has a significant wealth gap, resulting in extremely wealthy individuals. Therefore, shop rents in this area are also quite high, reaching $150 per square foot per year. And Yunxi calculated that 1 square meter is approximately 10.76 square feet. That means the annual rent per square meter is approximately $1,615. A shop of about 200 square meters would cost over $300,000, over 2.3 million RMB, in rent annually. And Yunxi thought to herself, apart from luxury brands, most ordinary businesses couldn't afford to operate here. And Yunxi looked at her 10 shops. The smallest was 200 square meters, and the largest was around 1,000 square meters. The total area of the 10 shops reached a staggering 5,080 square meters. Calculated, the annual rental income would be over 63 million RMB. Looking at it this way, the income was quite considerable. And Yunxi didn't think much of it and handed over the newly acquired assets to Chu Zi, then left it to his own devices. Chu Zi had now assembled a 6-person asset management team specifically to manage Yunxi's assets. Yang Wei had even allocated a floor in the Yunfeng building specifically for them. Although only 6 people currently occupy an entire floor, Yang Wei and Chu Zi both know that given their boss's situation, the team will likely need to expand soon. It's better to do it all at once than to adjust later. With the development of Yunfeng Capital and its various companies, Yang Wei has made detailed plans for the use of the Yunfeng building. This 36-story building with 3 underground floors still has a lot of vacant space, given the company's current scale of development. Of the 3 underground floors, the second and third basement levels are underground parking, and the above-ground and 2 underground parking levels provide a total of 508 parking spaces. The first basement level has been converted into a gym, exclusively for internal employees and not open to the public. Because of a sunken garden at the back of the building, the first basement level has decent natural light. After exercising, sitting in the garden and having a drink or coffee is a relaxing and comfortable experience. On the 36 floors above ground, the rooftop has been transformed into a rooftop garden for relaxation, offering various drinks and snacks. If needed, this space can be easily transformed into an open-air party and barbecue area. The top floor houses the chairman and president's offices, the president's secretariat, and meeting rooms, all accessible by a dedicated elevator. 5 floors down, floors 31 to 35, are offices reserved by Yang Wei for various departments of Yunfeng Capital. The basic areas have been divided, but currently there aren't enough staff, so many areas are still relatively empty. Floor 30 is allocated to Chu Zi's asset management team. Yunchuang Technology occupies floors 25 to 29, and Hua 11 Bio occupies floors 20 to 24. Given the current size of these 2 companies, they probably wouldn't even need 1 floor. However, considering future development, 5 floors of office space have been reserved for each company. Floors 12 to 19 are currently awaiting planning. If the planned reserved space is insufficient, or if the boss has other new companies, these floors can be used for additional space. Further down, floors 7 to 11 are reserved by Yang Wei for London Security Company. London Security's previous office lease expires at the end of this year. Since they already have their own office building, there's no need to rent from others. They might as well move in together. Because Blue Shield Security needs office space, training facilities, and even dormitories. Therefore, these 5 floors are currently being renovated according to Huang Jianxiang's requirements. The Charitable Foundation occupies a separate 6th floor. The 5th floor has been divided into rooms of varying sizes, planned for use as storage for products and miscellaneous items. The fourth floor is planned as a showroom, where the brand's products can be stored. Currently, only a small portion is in use and open to the public. The third floor was originally renovated into meeting rooms and a banquet hall, specifically for hosting large events such as product launches. The second floor is the company's internal restaurant or canteen. It looks somewhat like a buffet, offering a wide variety of main dishes, stir-fries, snacks, drinks, fruits, etc. The canteen is also only for internal employees and not open to the public. All internal employees can dine here for free using their employee cards, including lunch and dinner. Of course, you need to submit a report in the company system in advance regarding whether you need to eat in the cafeteria today, whether you want to eat lunch, dinner, or both. The cafeteria is directly managed by the logistics team of the administrative department, and meals are prepared daily based on the reported number of diners. Besides a reception hall, the rest of the first floor is occupied by the property security department. With this layout only, floors 12 to 19 of the entire building are unused and awaiting planning. Although there is still space, Chu Zi did not consider this location when choosing office space for Xingtian Entertainment. Given the special nature of entertainment companies, it's better to have their own dedicated office building. Moreover, he trusted his boss's capabilities. Xingtian Entertainment's future development to the point of occupying an entire building is entirely feasible. And Yunxi clearly shared this view and therefore accepted Chu Zi's proposal to purchase another building. At this moment, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan were in a car traveling from the airport to Tsuaming Lake. After a day of flying, even though Yunxi was physically fit, mental fatigue was undeniable. She leaned lazily against Zhou Shiyan's shoulder, not wanting to move at all. Zhou Shiyan adjusted his posture and simply let the little girl lie on his lap. He stroked the little girl's head and asked softly, "Tired?" And Yunxi nodded and said, "Yes, I've been on a plane all day." Zhou Shiyan untied the little girl's hair and took out a blanket from somewhere to cover her. "Sleep, I'll wake you when we get there." A gentle voice sounded above her head, and Yunxi softly hummed in agreement, then closed her eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Whether it was because she hadn't rested well on the plane, or because the man's scent was so comforting, Yunxi soon drifted off to sleep. The man gently stroked her hair, looking at the little girl sleeping sweetly in his arms, a faint smile on his lips, his eyes overflowing with tenderness and affection. His heartstrings were tugged by this scene, and a surge of love welled up within him. The car moved slowly and quietly until it finally came to a smooth stop in front of Yunshui residence. And Yunxi remained asleep. She was still immersed in a sweet dream, completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. Zhou Shiyan didn't wake her, afraid of disturbing her, and didn't intend to carry her out of the car. He sat there quietly, motionless, like a statue, hoping only to let his beloved sleep a little longer, to enjoy a moment of peace. And Yunxi slept soundly. When she woke up, the car had been parked at the door for an hour. Awake, Yunxi rubbed her sleepy eyes, her hazy gaze gradually focusing as she realized she was still lying on Zhou Shiyan's lap. She looked at her wrist. It was already 11 p.m. She had slept for almost 2 hours. "Why didn't you wake me? Are your legs numb? This guy is really something." He arrived and didn't even wake her, just let her sleep on his lap for so long. "You were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't bear to wake you." And Yunxi glared at him, but felt a sweet warmth in her heart. "Yunxi, are you hungry?" Butler Ming asked us to prepare some food. Having lived in Yunshui for so long, Zhou Shiyan had become familiar with Ming Hui and the others. And Yunxi rubbed her stomach. She was indeed a little hungry. The airplane food wasn't good, and she hadn't eaten much. Zhou Shiyan could tell from her gesture that she was hungry. The two got out of the car and walked hand in hand into Yunshui residence. If you ignored the 2 times Zhou Shiyan secretly stomped his feet after getting out of the car, it was quite romantic. "Mrs. Back, Mr. Zhou." Minghui greeted them before they even entered. Minghui came to greet them immediately when the car arrived. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Shiyan rolled down the car window to signal for quiet. Seeing that her mistress was sleeping soundly in the car, she quietly went inside, not wanting to disturb them. "Butler Ming, how have you been lately?" "Thanks to Miss, everything is fine. But Miss, you haven't been eating or sleeping well abroad, and the competition has been exhausting. You look quite thin." Minghui looked at Yunxi with a pained expression. Yunxi, completely bewildered, Yunxi touched her face and waist, realizing she hadn't lost weight. Zhou Shiyan, looking at his girlfriend's adorable appearance, couldn't help but smile with pleasure. "Miss, are you hungry? Shall we bring out the midnight snack now?" Yunxi nodded quickly, looking at her expectantly. Minghui immediately felt sorry for her again. In her opinion, someone like her mistress should be pampered with good food and drink every day, simply enjoying a refined life. Unlike her mistress, who was busy with studies and company matters and also had to participate in various competitions. In a place like India, there were no conditions like at home. Her mistress must be suffering there, not being used to the food or the accommodations. The chef prepared the midnight snack according to Yunxi's tastes. Seafood and vegetable porridge, taro and sweet potato balls, black pepper steak, mango bubble tea, and several side dishes. The main feature is a fusion of Chinese and Western styles, allowing for flexible combinations. Yunxi ate her fill, and Zhou Shiyan also ate quite a bit with her. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Yunxi's face beamed with satisfaction, and she appeared somewhat languid. Zhou Shiyan, shamelessly insisting on escorting her back to her room, arrived. As soon as they entered the room, Zhou Shiyan eagerly pulled Yunxi into his arms. That warm and strong embrace instantly made Yunxi feel incredibly safe. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Zhou Shiyan didn't want to be separated from his girlfriend for even a moment. He held Yunxi tightly, sometimes gently kissing her forehead, sometimes softly stroking her hair. His clingy, affectionate manner was like that of a child inseparable from its mother's embrace. They stayed like this for quite some time before Zhou Shiyan reluctantly released Yunxi, slowly rose, and returned to his room, turning back every few steps. Back in Beijing, Yunxi rested well for a few days. While Yunxi stayed at Yunshui residence, Zhou Shiyan would also stay there unless there were special circumstances. Although it was quite a distance to Zhongxing Group, the extra time spent on the road was nothing compared to spending more time with his girlfriend. He was completely attentive to Yunxi's schedule, always accommodating her. Soon it was the weekend again. This week's sign-in achievement reward was a list of potential music artists. How interesting. First it was agents, then film and television artists, and now a list of music artists. She was increasingly curious about what other lists the system would provide her. November 28th seemed destined to be a special day, as it marked the launch of Huaxi Biotechnology's new anti-hair loss and hair regrowth product. The conference room on the third floor of Yunfeng building once again welcomed the bustling scene it had been last time. From its inception, this product underwent a patent application and testing by authoritative institutions. After receiving various test reports, a group of testers were recruited to try it out. The entire testing process was filmed and recorded, documenting the changes every day. Whether it was the speed of hair growth, the improvement in hair quality, or the gradually blooming confident smiles on the testers' faces, everything was captured, becoming a precious testament to the new product's development. Now, the results are in. With the experience of the previous launch event, this one was even more skillful. Yunxi, who was at home after the competition, also attended the launch event. Undoubtedly, this launch event was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating a huge wave in the industry and causing an unprecedented sensation online. Especially given the crucial moment when Yunxi had just brought home 3 gold medals from the Shooting World Cup, the attention was still high, making it even more sensational than the last one. Related topics remained on the trending searches for 3 days straight. Yunxi is no longer the unknown woman she once was. Now, she boasts over 3 million followers on Weibo alone. She has all sorts of fans. Those who admire her looks, those who admire her academic achievements, those who admire her career, and those who ship her with someone else. A whole variety of people. Fans were drawn to Yunxi's ethereal beauty, while those who admired her academic achievements were captivated by her hard work and excellence. There were also career-oriented fans who admired her hard work and accomplishments in business and shooting. Even CP, couple, fans emerged, with all sorts of unusual pairings driving them wild. The Huaxi team racked their brains to come up with a name for their hair care product line, ultimately settling on the somewhat Chinese-sounding Zhaojinfang. Undoubtedly, this name perfectly complements the product's herbal characteristics. After careful consideration, Yunxi herself agreed with the name and readily approved it. Zhaojinfang's products are primarily sold online. Simultaneously with the launch event, Zhaojinfang's flagship stores on major online retail platforms sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Simultaneously, the live streaming room officially launched, collaborating with a flagship store to sell products. Huaxi Bio had been quietly preparing for this for a long time, waiting for this momentous opportunity to make a splash. Driven by this wave of hype, within 3 or 4 hours of the launch event, 1 million sets of products were sold. Yunxi priced this product set reasonably. A 3-in-1 set including shampoo, conditioner, and a hair serum cost a total of 189 yuan. A woman with medium-length hair who washes her hair every 2 days can use it for 3 to 4 months. That works out to about 50 to 60 yuan per month. While it's more expensive than regular shampoo, it's still an affordable price for the average working-class person. After all, quality and efficacy are often proportional. If people see that the product truly delivers the promised results as advertised, then many will willingly pay the price. Most importantly, this is a consumable, not a durable good. Once you've used it, I believe many people will fall in love with it. Yunxi had great confidence in the formula she presented. Assuming a family of 4 uses one set every 2 months, a family's annual expenditure on this product alone would exceed 1,000 yuan. Moreover, this was just the beginning. Huaxi would subsequently launch other high-quality products to meet the needs of different consumers. At that time, retaining even one family would bring Huaxi even greater profits. Winning over the Chinese hair care market from foreign brands would be ideal. Yunxi gifted a set to all her relatives, friends, teachers, and classmates. Hair loss is a common issue. The saying, treat if you have it, prevent if you don't, couldn't be more apt here. Her product, with its herbal formula, is very helpful in improving scalp health and hair quality. Selling 1 million sets in 4 hours is indeed impressive. Fortunately, Huaxi had a stockpile of 5 million sets, which seemed sufficient for now, but things might change in a few days. Huaxi's head, Zhou Xian, quickly arranged for increased production and sufficient inventory to meet upcoming orders. Huaxi Bio doesn't have its own factory. The production of Zhaojinfang's products is outsourced to Meishi, China Cosmetics Company Limited, headquartered in Haisher. Meishi is a wholly owned subsidiary of Yunxi and is one of the largest cosmetic OEM/ODM companies in China, with factories in both Haisher and Huacheng. Here, all the production and packaging equipment is readily available. Once the formula is provided and the raw materials are purchased, production can begin immediately, very convenient. As soon as the press conference started, Yunxi completed another system task, launching her second new product. Yunxi received the system reward for completing the task, a formula for a moisturizing and nourishing skincare set. Yunxi smiled knowingly upon seeing the reward. Just moments before, she had mentioned launching other product lines, and now the system had immediately provided the formulas. Yunxi was quite touched by the system's thoughtfulness. Yunxi knew that the formulas the system provided were all high quality, even better than those she had brought from the post-apocalyptic and ancient worlds. After all, some raw materials from those two worlds might not be available in this one. Just finding substitutes would take a considerable amount of time. But the system's formulas were different. They were all tailor-made for this world, and all the raw materials were easily found here. With such formulas, the research institute wouldn't need to spend too much time to produce results. Yunxi directly handed the formulas to Xianyulan, instructing him to arrange for the research team to implement them as soon as possible. Xianyulan was already used to his boss occasionally providing formulas and research materials. Although he was curious, he never questioned them, only resolutely carrying them out. And Yunxi also had absolute trust in the 100% loyal subordinates the system had recruited for her, so she never offered any explanations. And Yunxi believes that maintaining an air of mystery will actually make people more wary of your strength. That elusive feeling, like a mountain peak shrouded in mist, is elusive yet irresistibly alluring, drawing you in to explore its secrets. On days without competitions or other activities, and Yunxi would occasionally share glimpses of her daily life on social media. For example, where she ate that day, what delicious food she found, or discovering a hidden gem restaurant. Or the stunning view she stumbled upon while jogging in the morning, a view she found forgotten. Or passing by a bridge and catching a glimpse of the sunset over the river, unable to resist pausing to admire its breathtaking beauty. In short, even with mundane daily matters, she would occasionally pop up online. She used words and pictures to record the little moments of her life, sharing her small joys with those who followed her. She would also occasionally post personal photos, usually evocative ones, either showing her small or from behind or in profile. She generally avoided posting close-up, high-resolution photos of herself. She now had a following, and maintaining her popularity was necessary. After all, she wanted to accumulate more reputation points before the system reached level 5. During this time, Yunxi spent another 9 billion to buy 2 buildings that Zhou Shiyan had introduced to her. These 2 buildings are 35 stories high, with 3 underground floors, covering an area of 15,000 square meters and a total building area of 298,000 square meters. They are twin towers connected together, with the bottom 8 floors forming a single unit, separating from the 9th floor onwards. They stand like twins on a vacant lot nestled among green trees behind the Yunfeng building. The reason it only costs 9 billion is because only the exterior decoration of these 2 buildings has been completed. The interiors are still unfinished. However, this is also good. Without decoration, it is easier to design and modify them according to needs later. And Yunxi's idea is to renovate floors 2 to 8 into meeting rooms of various sizes, open to the public for surrounding companies to use for events. At the same time, it will also provide catering and accommodation services. In short, it's a business conference hotel model, but strictly speaking, it differs from traditional hotels. It focuses more on providing clients with one-stop business solutions, allowing them to enjoy high-quality service while efficiently completing their business activities. And Yunxi did some research and found that the area around Yunfeng building is filled with towering office buildings and bustling shopping malls. However, regrettably, in this prosperous area, there wasn't a single hotel that could be considered high-end. So many companies have a huge demand for various meetings, such as company annual meetings, press conferences, investment promotion meetings, and training sessions. Previously, they had to search for hotels further away to host their events. But if a place could be found right next to their company at a more affordable price, they would surely make the right choice. At this moment, Yunxi keenly sensed the market demand and potential opportunities, as if she saw a new business opportunity quietly emerging. Besides recognizing the market demand, another very important reason for her sudden idea was also for her own convenience. In the future, many of her own company offices will be located here, so it would be very convenient to have company accommodations and catering services here. Thinking of this, Yunxi quickly asked Chu Ziyi to arrange for the registration of the Yunfeng International Conference Center license. Since it includes catering and accommodation, the type should be a hotel. She also asked Chu Ziyi to contact Song Mingrui's Xingyuan Decoration to create a design plan for the interior design. The design should reflect a high-end and sophisticated atmosphere, meet the needs of business meetings, and also accommodate accommodation and catering, creating a unique international conference center. The first floor will be used as a lobby, and floors 2 to 8 will be used for meeting rooms and banquet halls. One building is sufficient for accommodation and catering. As for the other building, it will be reserved for now. We'll plan for it later if needed. And Yunxi looked at the Yunfeng International and Xingtian Entertainment buildings. Combined with these 2 twin buildings, it could be considered a small industrial park. She couldn't afford to covet the other buildings already in use. And Yunxi glanced at the 2 buildings still under construction nearby and had an idea. and Yunxi dialed Zhou Shiyan's number directly. The phone rang twice before being answered. Yunxi, you called me? According to the girl's habits, she wouldn't call him at this time. Brother Shiyan, remember the 2 buildings I bought last time? There are 2 more under construction next to them. Do you know whose they are? Zhou Shiyan asked, somewhat surprised. You want to buy them again? Yes, if I buy these 2, this whole area will be mine. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the layout of this area was incredibly orderly, perfectly square, like an independent little world, perfectly isolated from its surroundings, forming its own distinct character. Whether considering its rigorous layout or the mysterious feng shui, these 2 buildings seemed destined by fate to be acquired. Zhou Shiyan. I'll try to find out for you. The Beijing social circle, while seemingly small, is actually quite complex, with intricate networks of connections, each person more or less intertwined. However, if you're willing to dig deep, it's not actually that difficult to find out anything. Okay, thank you, Brother Shiyan. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan wanted to pat the girl's head, but since she wasn't around, he couldn't. Don't mention it. After a 2-second pause, Zhou Shiyan's voice rang out again. Yunxi, I'm sorry. It's almost the end of the year, and I've been quite busy lately, so I haven't been able to spend much time with you. He had a lot of things to handle these past few days, and he also had to take time to fly to the United States. He was constantly on the go, barely having a moment of free time. These past 2 days, he hadn't even gone back to Yunxi residence, throwing himself entirely into his work. Brother Shiyan, there's plenty of time in the future. In Yunxi's opinion, couples really don't need to be glued together all the time. Maintaining a proper distance allows both people to grow and think better in their own independent spaces, which is more conducive to the development of their relationship. Remember to think of me. After I'm done with this busy period, I'll spend more time with you. He knew his girl well. If he didn't keep her in check, she'd probably forget about him like a wild horse when she got busy. Okay, I know I'll miss you. And Yunxi replied playfully, her face beaming with a happy smile. Then, she checked the time and said somewhat apologetically, Brother Shiyan, I do have some things to do here. I have to go now. She quickly hung up the phone. Looking at the darkened screen on his phone, Zhou Shiyan smiled helplessly, muttering to himself, that heartless little thing. She just leaves me hanging when she gets busy. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was filled with doting affection for Yunxi. Immediately afterward, he called Wang Lin into his office and solemnly instructed him, next to the Yunfeng building, there are 2 buildings under construction. Go and inquire who owns them and whether they are for sale. Is the boss going to do something for his future wife again? Wang Lin respectfully agreed and turned to leave. He had to handle this matter carefully, or his boss would definitely lose his temper. Zhou Shiyan was immersed in his busy affairs all day, while Yunxi was also quite busy. On December 3rd, Cartier held its annual high-end jewelry gala in High City. And Yunxi, who owned many Cartier watches and jewelry, was among the invited guests as a VIP client. And Yunxi figured she didn't have any other plans for the next few days, so she might as well go and attend. It would be a good opportunity to buy some jewelry. Since the last auction, she hadn't enjoyed the pleasure of a shopping spree for a long time. This trip would be perfect for indulging herself. Cartier, a world-renowned French jewelry and watch manufacturer, has enjoyed an illustrious history since its founding in romantic Paris in 1847 by the exceptionally talented Louis-François Cartier. Since then, it has meticulously hosted such a grand gala dinner annually, aiming to provide a platform for networking among various individuals, enhance brand awareness and sales, and promote industry development and progress. These gala dinners have always had strict rules, typically not open to the public, and are primarily social events for the upper class. Invited guests are mostly celebrities and members of high society, and one of the qualifications for entry is owning a Cartier watch. Naturally, many people in Yunxi's social circle received invitations. However, unfortunately, not everyone had the time to travel to Shanghai for this event. After asking around, Yunxi found Song Mingzhu and Xia Xiyuan in Beijing to accompany her. Song Mingzhu was simply joining in the fun and also wanted to buy some jewelry, while Xia Xiyuan usually attended any such invitations. As the future heiress of a domestic jewelry company, understanding the design concepts and trends of these major brands was essential for her. The three of them booked the same flight, departing for Haishur on the morning of the 3rd. At 10:15 a.m., the plane landed on time at Haishur Hongqiao International Airport. After collecting their luggage, the three got into the car sent by Cartier to pick them up. They arrived at the hotel after 11 a.m. The hotel was arranged by Cartier and in Yunxi, and the others didn't want any other arrangements of their own. After checking in, the three had lunch at the restaurant, rested in their room for a while, and then waited for the stylists to arrive for their makeup and styling. Cartier had originally arranged for stylists, but Minghui had contacted a dedicated styling team for them, so Yunxi naturally used her own team. She trusted Minghui's arrangements. She was sure Minghui would find the best for her. The dress Yunxi chose this time was a long black velvet Armani gown for autumn/winter. The overall color of the dress was a deep and rich black, and the velvet material made it look even more luxurious, as if the night sky were enveloping her. The high-neck, long-sleeve design is dignified and understated, yet undeniably elegant. Although long-sleeved, the dress cleverly incorporates an off-the-shoulder design, like a subtle slit, perfectly showcasing the slender and alluring lines of a woman's shoulders. Like a work of art meticulously sculpted by an artist, every stroke exudes endless charm. The dress is fitted, perfectly outlining Yunxi's graceful figure, making her appear exceptionally tall and shapely. She seems like a princess straight out of a fairy tale, every movement carrying an indescribable air of nobility. The slightly fishtail-like flare of the skirt adds a touch of ethereal movement to the entire look. As she moves gently, the skirt sways softly, rippling like waves, giving her a renewed vitality, making her vibrant and energetic. What's even more noteworthy is the abundance of white beads and dotted embellishments of varying sizes and shapes adorning the neckline, cuffs, and shoulders of the dress. These tiny decorations are like glittering galaxies scattered across the endless universe, deep, elegant, and mysterious, constantly drawing the eye. Wearing this dress, there's no need for necklaces or bracelets. Yunxi chose Cartier diamond earrings, a ring, and a tiara to complement the dress, and carried a black clutch with pearl embellishments perfect. Yunxi looked at herself in the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled at the stylist, saying, "Your skills and aesthetic sense are quite excellent." This wasn't just a casual compliment. She genuinely liked this stylist named Annie. She seemed adept at designing and creating makeup and styling based on each client's individual face shape, features, personality, and temperament. Not only that, she was also able to quickly grasp Yunxi's requests and preferences, and then implement them. In short, Yunxi was very satisfied with the styling she did. Hearing Yunxi's praise, Annie quickly and modestly said, "Missin, you are naturally beautiful, and this is the first time I've done such a good job." Listen to that, how eloquent she is. It's so pleasant to listen to. Is your team all in Shanghai? Yes, Missin. I'll definitely look for you again next time I'm in Shanghai. Yunxi has a regular styling team in Beijing, but she doesn't have one in Shanghai. This time, Annie's team was found for her by Minghui. Upon hearing this, Annie's smile became even more genuine. "Thank you for your trust, Missin." After the styling was done, Yunxi was like a fairy stepping out of a painting, exuding a noble and elegant aura. Her exquisite face seemed meticulously sculpted, every line perfectly proportioned, her eyes radiating a subtle confidence and composure. From any angle, one could feel her unparalleled beauty and refinement. Although she didn't wear any particularly large or dazzling jewelry, the exquisite tailoring and delicate texture of her clothes, along with her accessories, were all haute couture masterpieces, exuding endless luxury and artistic flair. A single glance was enough to clearly sense their immense value, as if these garments were a symbol of her status and position. Yunxi wore black, while Song Mingzhu and Xia Xiyuan chose gowns of different colors. Song Mingzhu wore a pink dress, its delicate pink color like a blooming peach blossom, making her even more radiant and captivating. Xia Xiyuan, on the other hand, wore a royal blue gown, like a gem from the deep sea, radiating a mysterious and enchanting light. Their jewelry and accessories were carefully chosen, perfectly complementing their respective outfits. The two women had completely different styles. Song Mingju was like a sweet and charming little princess, radiating innocence and liveliness in every movement. Xia Siyuan, on the other hand, was like a powerful and assertive older sister, her aura so strong that it was difficult to approach her. Yunxi, I didn't expect you to look so good in black. Xia Siyuan broke the silence first, her eyes sparkling with amazement. Song Mingju nodded repeatedly, her face full of approval, her delicate earrings swaying gently with her movements, as if expressing her inner shock. And Yunxi's appearance instantly stunned the two women. Although they already knew Yunxi was beautiful, seeing her in her formal attire, so stunningly beautiful, filled them with astonishment. And Yunxi looked at the two beauties before her, a slight smile playing on her lips, a sly glint in her eyes. Without hesitation, she took their hands, one on each arm, and said with a beaming smile, "How could I be worthy of two beauties like this, with one on each arm?" After speaking, she gave the two beauties a seemingly flirtatious look, like an ancient lecher harassing a woman from a wealthy family. Xia Siyuan gently pushed her away, glared at her, and said, "Get lost. Having two women on either side? That's a privilege only I have." With that, like a valiant female general, she swiftly and forcefully pulled the two apart, then swaggered to the middle, elegantly linking arms with both of them. The other two were taken aback at first, exchanged glances, and then burst into laughter. The laughter, as clear and melodious as silver bells, lingered in the air. The three of them looked at each other, then laughed heartily. "Fine, I won't argue with you. It's almost time, let's go." And Yunxi and the others grabbed their coats and put them on before getting into a car and heading to the event venue, the Haisher Fuxing Art Center. When Yunxi and the others arrived, the scene was already bustling with excitement. Numerous celebrities, like dazzling stars, shone brightly on the red carpet, receiving the attention and cheers of the crowd. They naturally didn't need to use the VIP channel. Instead, they went straight in through the VIP entrance. Staff led Yunxi and her two companions to a VIP reception room. Food and drinks were served, and then Cartier staff presented a PowerPoint presentation introducing some of the new products launched this year. And Yunxi understood that this was a special treatment Cartier offered to their super VIP clients whose annual spending reached a certain amount. After gaining a general understanding from the PowerPoint images, the three went to the jewelry exhibition area to see some of the actual pieces on display. While looking at the jewelry, they quietly discussed their favorite styles, and Yunxi also took a liking to some pieces she wanted. Actually, she also had a 100 million yuan cashback card with 10 times the spending limit. So her goal for today was to spend at least 100 million yuan, and if she liked anything else, she could spend more. After all, her mother and Aunt Yunxi weren't coming this time, and she wanted to buy not only for herself, but also for her two mothers. In addition, she could also pick out some jewelry suitable as gifts to give to relatives and friends in the future. It was almost time, and they arrived at the main venue under the guidance of staff. Numerous banquet seats had already been set up, and Yunxi and her group were seated in the middle, near the front. Ahead of them were a group of wealthy women, longtime loyal fans of Cartier, well known throughout the industry. Each of them was dressed in glamorous attire, exuding an extraordinary aura and an indescribable air of nobility, like queens stepping out of a story, drawing everyone's attention. First up was the cocktail party and banquet, a lively and bustling affair, the lights reflecting the diverse expressions on people's faces. The figures moving about the venue were like busy bees, constantly moving and greeting each other, as if engaged in an unseen social game. Xia Siyuan also saw several acquaintances go to greet them, leaving only Yunxi and Song Mingju, the two young women, exchanging a helpless smile. What to do? She didn't know anyone there, and no one could introduce her. Running around trying to build connections was too awkward. Besides, Yunxi felt she didn't need to do that. If she wanted, there were plenty of people willing to cooperate with her. However, instead of seeking out others, other people came to her. "Are you chairmanin?" A voice reached her ears. And Yunxi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman who appeared to be a mother and daughter standing before her, holding wine glasses and looking at her. Countless question marks instantly flooded her mind. Who were these people? She didn't recognize them. Although filled with doubt, she was a woman who had seen many things, and her face remained calm and composed, a signature polite smile on her lips. She asked, "Yes, I am. And you are?" The middle-aged woman opposite her seemed to realize that Yunxi probably didn't recognize her and quickly began to introduce herself. "Hello, MS, and my surname is Zhang and my name is Zhang Jingfang. This is my daughter, Zhong Yishuan. Zhong Mingxiu from Dongling Airlines is my husband." Zhang Jingfang introduced herself and her daughter with a smile. Beside her, Zhong Yishuan, dressed in a light blue dress with light purple flowers, stood obediently beside her mother. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at the elegant and refined Yunxi, feeling both nervous and expectant. And Yunxi thought to herself, what a small world. So it's Mrs. Zhong and Miss Zhong. My apologies for my rudeness. She hadn't expected such a coincidence, meeting Zhong Mingxiu's family at a jewelry gala. Even more coincidentally, Mrs. Zhong hadn't seen her before, but recognized her immediately, probably only from a photograph. What Yunxi didn't know was that Mrs. Zhong's recognition was largely thanks to her daughter. Mrs. Zhong's daughter, Zhong Yishuan, is the same age as Yunxi. She just took the college entrance exam this year and was admitted to a finance and economics university in Shanghai. One of her roommates happened to be a fan of Yunxi for some time. Under her roommate's recommendation, Zhong Yishuan quickly joined the fandom and became one of Yunxi's fans as well. Therefore, she kept a close eye on Yunxi's updates. As a result, after following her for a while, she accidentally discovered that Yunxi's updates included her position as a director of Dongling Airlines. Zhong Yishuan immediately called her father to confirm. It was then that she discovered her idol was actually the second largest shareholder of her family's company. She was instantly excited. Perhaps she might even have a chance to get close to her idol. And here it was. The opportunity had arrived. Zhong Yishuan herself hadn't expected that simply accompanying her mother to a dinner party would lead to seeing her idol there. She was immediately thrilled. Her daughter's unusual behavior quickly caught Zhang Jingfang's attention. Upon questioning her, Zhang Jingfang learned the reason. And Yunxi? She knew her. A girl the same age as her daughter, yet praised by even her husband. And her daughter's idol. She had even specifically looked into Yunxi's background. Even she had to admit, this girl was incredibly outstanding. If her daughter's idol was someone like that, she certainly wouldn't object. Seeing her in person now, she's even more beautiful than in photos. That air of elegance is something an ordinary family couldn't cultivate. It's not that Chairman has been rude. It's normal that Chairman hasn't seen me before and doesn't recognize me. It's us who have been a bit presumptuous. Madam, please don't say that. Calling me madam or Chairman feels too formal. You're about the same age as my daughter. If you don't mind, I'll call you Yunxi, and you can call me Aunt Zhang, okay? Zhang Jingfang wanted to get closer to Yunxi. Her frankness and generosity didn't bother Yunxi. Compared to those smiling tigers, Yunxi preferred dealing with such open and honest people. Of course, Aunt Zhang. Please guide me in the future. The two raised their glasses, clinked them together, and took a small sip, signifying the beginning of their elder-junior relationship. Yunxi, can I add you on WeChat? Finally finding an opening, Zhong Yishuan cautiously made her request. Seeing the girl's eyes sparkle with excitement like stars, and her gaze filled with expectation, Yunxi's heart stirred slightly. She had gained a little fangirl who adored her. Thinking this, Yunxi's lips curled into a faint smile, and she said to Zhong Yishuan, "Of course." After they added each other on WeChat, Zhong Yishuan's excited expression, as if she were about to jump for joy, was truly endearing. Her face was flushed, and her eyes shone with excitement. "Yishuan, can I call you that?" Yes, then I'll call you Yunxi." At this moment, Zhong Yishuan felt as if she were in a dream, her head spinning, unable to believe that all of this was actually happening. "No problem. We're friends now. Be sure to contact me if you ever come to Beijing." Upon hearing this, Zhong Yishuan's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Yunxi expectantly, her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation as she asked, "Really? Can I bring my roommate along? My roommate's a fan of yours too." Wow. She really is a fangirl. This girl is kind of cute. And Yunxi's smile became even more amiable, and she said, "Of course. You're welcome to come anytime." They exchanged contact information before parting ways. Zhang Jingfang had other social engagements to attend to, and besides, the environment wasn't suitable for a deep conversation. After everyone left, Song Mingzhu approached, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and whispered, "You know them?" She had noticed that her roommate seemed unfamiliar with the person at first, but they were chatting away so well in no time. "This is my first time meeting her too. This is the chairman's wife and daughter of Dongling Airlines. I own some shares in Dongling." Song Mingzhu looked at this guy with a complicated expression and said sarcastically, "I'm afraid it's more than just a little, isn't it? If it were just a little, would the chairman's wife have come all this way to greet her? She wasn't some clueless child." Ahem. And Yunxi cleared her throat awkwardly and said, "Really not much, just 20%. Giving Yunxi an annoyed glare, Song Mingzhu didn't want to talk to her anymore. "What do you mean, just 20%? 20% is already the second largest shareholder, okay? This roommate of hers always manages to surprise you with unexpected surprises, just when you think you know her well enough. Over time, she's starting to get used to it." And there she was, the scene before her, so strangely familiar, as if a time machine had transported her back to a moment she had experienced before, and now she was encountering it again. And Yunxi slowly and gracefully set down her wine glass, her movements elegant and practiced, as if she were setting down not just a glass of wine, but a memory of the past. Then, she casually picked up a glass of brightly colored juice, its surface shimmering enticingly under the lights. The two of them sipped the refreshing juice, their eyes occasionally glancing at the guests moving about in the banquet hall. The guests were all dressed in glamorous attire, their makeup so exquisite they seemed to have stepped out of a painting. They shone brightly under the lights, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Just then, a man and a woman with somewhat familiar faces appeared in Yunxi's sight, like two pebbles suddenly thrown into a calm lake. If she wasn't mistaken, their appearance was definitely not accidental. It had a purpose, and judging by their appearance, they were slowly walking towards them. Could it be that they were coming for her? Soon, the two arrived in front of Yunxi. And Yunxi actually recognized the man and woman. They were both quite famous actors in the entertainment industry, having starred in many decent works. And Yunxi had a deep impression of their work, so she recognized them almost instantly. "Hello, Emerson," the man spoke first, a polite yet reserved smile on his face. "Mr. Heems, Wang, it's an honor to meet you." And Yunxi quickly responded, a polite smile on her face, but a strange sense of unease welled up inside her. She wondered what these two had come for. And Yunxi was curious about what they wanted with her. The two seemed to realize their approach was a bit presumptuous, and before Yunxi could speak, they proactively began to answer her questions. Heechin spoke first. "MS, and we've signed contracts with director Li Jihong to act in the TV series The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas. We heard you're an investor, so we came to say hello." And Yunxi's eyes lit up and she smiled, saying, "The male and female leads?" "Yes, I'll play the male lead, Lin Hui, and you 11 will play the female lead, Zhou Ting." Heechun and Wang Yu 11 were indeed on Li Jihong's shortlist of candidates for the male and female leads. Both actors possess both good looks and acting skills, and their suitability for the male and female leads characters is high. The reason they're still in the second tier in their 30s is simply because they lacked luck and opportunity before. As actors, it's not just about portraying the character's outward appearance, but also about delving into the character's inner world so that the audience can feel the character's emotional changes. Only in this way can one truly move people and make the work stand out. Clearly, Heechun and Wang Yuxi are qualified in Yunxi's eyes. At the time, she had high hopes for these two, and she didn't expect director Li to be so quick to make a decision, aligning with her vision. However, these two have a good eye for scripts. Within Yunxi's investment, this drama eliminates Li Jihong's worries. As for publicity, that's not a problem at all. Within Yunxi's influence and the strong resources behind her, the publicity for this drama will undoubtedly be a resounding success. It's fair to say that these two have a very good chance of their acting careers skyrocketing thanks to this drama. That's great. When I read the script outline, I thought you two were a perfect match. Hearing Yunxi say this, He-chun and Wang Yuxi felt an indescribable joy welling up inside them. They had heard from director Li that this young MS and was the sole investor in this drama. Not just the first season, but the sole investor for all 3 seasons. Having the investors' approval would bring them great benefits. He-chun said excitedly, "It's a great honor to receive President An's approval. U11, and I would like to toast you to express our gratitude." And Yunxi smiled slightly, picked up her glass of refreshing juice, gently clinked it against theirs, took a small sip, and said with a confident smile, "Act well. I have faith in you both. As long as the quality of the drama is good, I guarantee it will be a huge hit." She knew all too well what kind of topics could best attract attention and generate discussion. From the moment she decided to invest, countless creative ideas surged through her mind, and one meticulously planned publicity scheme after another took shape. Moreover, her team was no pushover. With years of experience in the industry, they possessed an extremely keen sense and precise grasp of topics that could spark public attention and discussion. From trending social phenomena to everyday matters of general concern, she could skillfully transform them into eye-catching angles for discussion. Whether it's developing marketing strategies, skillfully managing media relations, or brilliantly presenting event plans, they possess profound expertise and rich experience. For them, promoting a TV series like this was as simple and easy as cooking an everyday meal, a piece of cake. "Don't worry, Ems, and we will do our utmost." The two, turning to leave after parting ways with Yunxi, were overwhelmed with barely suppressed excitement. They walked briskly, suppressing their excitement, until they had walked a distance and were sure no one else was watching them, before cautiously beginning to speak in hushed tones. "My God, President N is so young. Not only young, but also so rich and beautiful." He-chun nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Yuxi's words, saying, "She is indeed very beautiful." Having worked in the entertainment industry, he had seen his fair share of beautiful women, but those with both outstanding looks and a unique charisma like President N were truly rare. No matter how exquisite the makeup, minor imperfections on the skin are always noticeable up close. President N's skin was like flawless white jade, exquisitely smooth, with pores so fine they seemed almost invisible. Upon closer inspection, her skin seemed to radiate a mysterious glow, like the warm, lustrous sheen of beautiful jade. Furthermore, President An's physique was a perfect example of perfection, tall and upright, with smooth, natural lines, every curve perfectly proportioned, as if sculpted by the finest craftsman. His noble aura seemed innate, emanating from every gesture, as if enveloped in a soft halo, irresistibly captivating all who beheld him. Compared to him, he had previously found those celebrities in the industry who relied on their outstanding looks to attract fans to merely passable. But now, compared to President N, they suddenly pale in comparison, the difference as vast as heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. "Hey, did you know? President N acquired Xingtian Entertainment a while ago." Wang Yuxi, seeing no one around was paying attention, leaned close to He-chun and whispered. He-chun, upon hearing this, He-chun was startled, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. He eagerly asked, "How did you know?" Xingtian Entertainment was a well-established and reputable company in the industry, even though it had been slightly surpassed by several emerging companies in recent years. It was still a force to be reckoned with, its strength remaining firmly among the top in the industry. The fact that Xingtian Entertainment had changed owners was common knowledge in the circle. But He-chun hadn't received any concrete information about who the new owner was. Now, hearing Wang Yuxi's words, his doubts and curiosity surged like a tidal wave. "It's Su Lijin. She told me that President N bought a building for Xingtian Entertainment, and they're moving in before New Year's Day." Sulejin was a film and television artist at Shengtian Entertainment and had previously played the lead and second lead roles in a drama with Yunxi. After that, the two gradually became acquainted and good friends. It was during conversation about this topic that, after exchanging and verifying information, Yunxi was surprised to learn that the new boss of Shengtian Entertainment was actually the major investor in the new drama she was currently filming. Because of this, she and Sulejin went to dig up information about Yunxi. Then, the publicly available information almost made them speechless. Her father was the richest man in Yunzhou. She was a student at Peking University, a world shooting champion. She owned her own investment company and research institute, and her assets included countless properties, luxury cars, and shares. Each of these things alone would be enough to make countless people envious. When all these titles and identities were concentrated in one person, they didn't even bother to express their envy. So, the two secretly followed Yunxi's social media accounts on several major platforms, instantly becoming fans. Let me tell you, He-chun, our investor isn't just anyone. Yunxi said solemnly, then, as if by magic, shoved a detailed profile of Yunxi onto He-chun's face from her phone. He-chun could only expressionlessly reach out and slowly take the phone, then stare silently at the astonishing lines of information on the screen. After a long silence, he fell into a deep stillness. After a long while, Yunxi, unable to contain her eagerness, asked again, "So, isn't she amazing?" Her tone carried a hint of pride and smugness. "It's not like she's talking about you. What's there to brag about?" However, He-chun had to admit that this CEO had truly given him a considerable shock and awe. "I never imagined Mr. An's family was so wealthy, yet he works so hard." He-chun has always genuinely admired those who are capable, talented, and ambitious. In his view, one cannot change their background, but whether or not they are willing to work hard is something they can control. If someone isn't even willing to try, then they are truly hopeless. "What? Don't you have any ideas?" "What ideas would I have?" "Oh, Shengtian Entertainment. Your contract with your agency is about to expire, right?" Yunxi wasn't just saying this casually. She genuinely felt that Shengtian Entertainment was a very good place to go. Take herself, for example. The company had always treated her quite well, and she had grown step by step alongside the company. From a complete newcomer to a somewhat well-known artist in the industry, this transformation was inseparable from the company's meticulous cultivation and strong support. You could say she was a veteran member of the company. Continuing to stay with the company, with her past experience and connections, she could still have a good future. But He-chun was different. The two had known each other for over 10 years, and she knew all too well how He-chun's agency, Sunshine Entertainment, had treated him. Initially, He-chun had gained a lot of resources based on his own talent and hard work. Those resources could have been continuously allocated to He-chun, providing him with a broader stage. However, the company chose to turn a blind eye, even taking a more egregious action directly handing over the resources He-chun had painstakingly secured to other artists. This action was undoubtedly like a deep stab to He-chun's heart, plunging him into profound pain and despair. The crucial point is that the company gave away He-chun's resources without even informing him. He-chun was the last to know. Even more absurdly, as He-chun gradually gained some fame and began to show promise, the company immediately turned its attention to him, ruthlessly suppressing him while shamelessly calling it developing new talent. What a load of rubbish about developing new talent. Did they really think everyone else was an utterly foolish idiot? On one hand, they used the resources He-chun obtained to promote those incompetent cronies. On the other hand, they relentlessly suppressed He-chun. Their desire to see him become too powerful and leave the company to fly independently was blatantly obvious. They even used the exorbitant compensation clause in the contract to make things difficult for and restrict He-chun in every way. Even Yunxi, who had been silently witnessing all of this, was deeply disgusted. The feeling was like swallowing a fly. One can only imagine how unpleasant it was for He-chun himself. Now that the contract was finally expiring, Yunxi sincerely hoped that her friend could have a better future and more choices. Now that the contract was finally expiring, she also hoped that her friend could have a better option. Hearing Wang Yuxi say this, He-chan thought of his own situation, and his thoughts were filled with complex emotions. After refusing to renew his contract with the company, they completely broke off relations with him, disregarding even appearances and cutting off all of He-chan's resources. It was as if they were trying to crush him completely, making it impossible for him to ever recover. The reason He-chan got the audition opportunity for The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas was entirely due to his previous good working relationship with director Lee. The scene was still vivid in his mind. It was a rare opportunity, and He-chan, through his past efforts and talent, successfully seized it. Seeing that He-chan didn't reply, Wang Yuxi continued, I heard that Xingtian Entertainment is currently recruiting agents and artists. Given your current situation, if you're willing to go, it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, doesn't President N also admire you? If all else fails, I'll ask Sulajin to help you make a connection. It was just a simple introduction. Sulajin was willing to help with such a small favor.
He-chan
Frowned slightly, lost in thought. He was acutely aware of his current predicament. Either start his own studio and go solo, or find a new company. Over the years, he had struggled in the entertainment industry, accumulating some scattered resources, but upon closer examination, they weren't substantial. Going solo would likely be fraught with difficulties. Xingtian Entertainment is indeed a very good option. I'll consider it. He-chan spoke slowly, a hint of determination in his voice. He knew this was an important decision concerning his future career path. Seeing her friend's concern, Wang Yuxi breathed a sigh of relief. She patted He-chan's shoulder and said softly, Just focus on it yourself. Whatever choice you make, I'll support you. After saying that, the two smiled at each other, as if they both knew the answer. Meanwhile, Yunxi was being questioned by Xia Siyuan and Song Mingzhu. Just as He-chan and Wang Yuxi came over to greet Yunxi, Xia Siyuan returned and, along with Song Mingzhu, overheard their conversation with Yunxi. You invested in a TV series? Xia Siyuan asked in surprise. Yes, I invested in one called The Rise and Fall of Mountains and Seas, directed by Lee Ji-hong. How much did you invest? If it's suitable, she'll invest a little for fun. 100 million, Xia Siyuan. Song Mingzhu. Is the threshold for investing in TV dramas really that high now? She had wanted to invest as well, but now it seems a bit too much for her. Seeing their surprised expressions, Yunxi smiled and explained, No, it depends on the type of drama and the number of episodes. Some ordinary dramas only require a few million. That's more like it. A few million is nothing. Even if we lose money, we can afford it. Xia Siyuan thought to herself. She really thought it was hundreds of millions at a time. I'm planning to invest in a movie recently. Do you want to invest some too? What movie? The two women's eyes lit up, looking at Yunxi expectantly. We don't know yet. We're still looking. Yunxi plans to invest in any suitable movie or TV drama. However, investing in movies is one of her tasks, so she'll naturally be more attentive. Sure, let me know when you find a suitable one, and I'll invest a little too. Xia Siyuan immediately became a hands-off manager, ready to just provide the money and not worry about anything else. Song Mingzhu nodded, sharing the same plan. Yunxi. Wait, aren't you afraid of losing money? That's all right, I trust your judgment, Yunxi. Xia Siyuan waved her hand decisively, saying, It's settled then. Yunxi instantly felt a heavier burden on her shoulders. What could she do? Invest, fine, since both of them were well off. The reception was mainly for facilitating interaction and networking. Afterwards came the formal dinner. Those who had been wandering around earlier all returned to their seats. The dishes, meticulously prepared by a Michelin-starred chef, were a perfect blend of art and gastronomy. Both the exquisite plating and the mouth-watering flavors were truly exceptional. Each dish was like a fine work of art, quietly exuding an alluring aroma. During the banquet, there were interspersed performances. The performers included celebrities and professional performance teams. As the performances drew to a close, the Cartier product display finally took center stage. Instantly, the venue transformed into a dreamlike fairy tale world, dazzling with star power, every corner filled with an atmosphere of luxury and nobility. The models showcasing the products were all exceptionally elegant, among them some of the most dazzling stars in the entertainment industry. Their graceful postures and confident smiles seemed to proclaim to the world Cartier's superior quality. And Yunxi also spotted several artists from Xingtian Entertainment. It must be said, in the world of jewelry, Cartier is truly a master. While celebrity endorsements boosted sales of entry-level products, Cartier's signature high jewelry collection remained equally stunning, leaving everyone in awe. Cartier's high jewelry collection this time embodied the theme of resonance, using brilliance to highlight unique individuality. Therefore, the designs were quite vibrant, employing contrasting techniques and free-flowing lines to showcase the power and personality of the gemstones. Each piece of jewelry was like a silent poem, carrying the designer's dedication and emotion, captivating and enchanting the viewer. This Cartier high jewelry showcase was not merely a visual feast, but a spiritual cleansing, allowing people to gain a deeper understanding and appreciation of the allure of jewelry. As a woman, who could resist the allure of such magnificent and exquisite jewelry? Many may not know how Cartier's high jewelry is created. It begins with the gemstones, followed by the inspiration and design. The design revolves around the stones. For example, after acquiring many precious gemstones, figuring out how to combine them requires a significant amount of time and design. Next, the designer created numerous hand-drawn sketches, but ultimately only one was kept and officially documented. This sketch served as both a benchmark and a guide. The workshop director, designers, and all craftsmen would use this sketch as a basis to establish a series of specifications to meet the needs of different creative processes and address any potential future challenges. Next, the jeweler crafted a metal setting, outlining holes and grooves to reserve space for gemstones carefully selected by the gem cutter or cut as needed. Every step was meticulously executed, allowing no errors and leaving no room for future problems. A single mistake could lead to the failure of the entire piece. After the jewelry display, the formal sales session began, and Yunxi and her two companions were respectfully invited into a quiet and luxurious VIP room. As soon as they were seated, staff approached to inquire if they needed assistance with trying on and showcasing the jewelry. And Yunxi was taken aback at first, countless thoughts flashing through her mind before she quickly realized what was going on. It was just about having celebrities showcase the jewelry. Oh, she understood. After thinking for a moment, and Yunxi named 3 people, and the staff immediately left to make the arrangements. Aren't you afraid your family banquet will be less crowded and people will be jealous? Song Mingzhu teased with a smile. The 3 people and Yunxi had chosen were 1 man and 2 women. The man was a very popular and handsome star in the entertainment industry. They're our own artists. What's wrong with letting them make some money? You know, these celebrities get commissions for selling products. Since they were going to buy anyway, giving some commission to their artists was a convenient way to make ends meet. Our own artists? You acquired Xingtian Entertainment? Xia Siyuan exclaimed loudly, almost splitting her voice as she asked in Yunxi for confirmation. Yes, I bought it a while ago. Xingtian is moving next to Yunfeng Building at the end of the year. You're really generous, Xia Siyuan clicked her tongue in amazement. Listen to what she's saying. Her tone is casual, as if she'd just bought a cabbage. When Zheng Ziyuan, Su Lijin, and Lin Nan realized someone had specifically requested their presentation, the 3 of them exchanged bewildered glances. Their managers were equally clueless. Su Lijin's manager approached the staff member responsible for notifying them and asked, "Excuse me, could you tell me who requested them?" The staff member glanced at them and said, "We cannot disclose the identities of our distinguished guests. We can only tell you that they are 3 young and beautiful women." Hearing this answer, the manager immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The others showed similar expressions. Although still somewhat doubtful, at least they had obtained some clues, giving them a better understanding of the situation. Judging from the situation, they were probably a few wealthy young ladies who were fans of celebrities, so it shouldn't be a big problem. To be honest, although it was their job, they were also afraid of encountering troublesome wealthy people. Alright, you guys go ahead. Be careful and call me if anything happens. After giving his stern instructions, the agent waved his hand, signaling the three to leave with the staff. The three followed the staff to the door of a VIP room. The staff member approached quietly, raised his hand, and knocked on the heavy door. After a short while, the door slowly opened from the inside. The three standing outside could faintly hear a clear, melodious female voice coming from inside. With a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, the three cautiously entered the room. The moment they stepped inside, their eyes instantly focused on the person sitting in the center of the sofa. At that moment, they were all stunned, their minds going blank, forgetting how to speak. What surprised to see me? And Yunxi's slightly teasing voice was like a clear spring, instantly pulling them back to reality from the vortex of shock and surprise. Boss, I really didn't expect it to be you. I didn't recognize you for a moment. Finally, Zheng Ziyuan was the first to recover. He mustered his courage and spoke on behalf of the three. Su Lejin and Lin Nan, seeing this, quickly followed suit, greeting. Hello, boss. Their expressions were a mixture of embarrassment and surprise. They seemed unable to believe that the person sitting in front of them was actually their boss. They had all seen the new boss's detailed information and naturally recognized Yunxi. All right, sit down. I called you here to get some commission. Relax, sit down, and unwind. The three quickly and obediently sat down, feeling a little embarrassed. The boss had been too blunt. However, they genuinely hadn't expected such a good thing. No work, just money.
The boss was really thinking of them.
By the way, regarding the jewelry we bought today, the commission will be split equally among the three of them. Is that all right? And Yunxi looked at the staff member beside her and asked for confirmation. The staff member's smile grew even brighter. Of course, Miss N, I will personally oversee this matter. Please rest assured. The customer is king. As long as Miss N is willing to buy, all reasonable requests can be fulfilled. Having a boss like you is truly a blessing. Xia Xiyuan was also impressed by this person. He truly embodied the principle of keeping the profits within the family to the fullest extent. Indeed, I'm always generous to my subordinates. All right, you're really getting cocky now, that's enough. I'm absolutely certain you said it first, Mingzhu, right? Song Mingzhu nodded. Xia Xiyuan was annoyed. This guy was still going on and on. The group laughed and joked for a while before finally starting to look at the jewelry. Each person held a beautifully designed catalog, pointing out the jewelry they wanted to see. A staff member would then bring the jewelry over for a live demonstration and explanation. Of course, they could also have someone else try it on or try it on themselves. Soon, the staff brought over the jewelry the three women wanted to see. The explanation and demonstration took quite a bit of time, but since all three were well off, they quickly bought what they liked. However, these three were clearly not short of money. They immediately snapped up anything they liked. Seeing how much they bought, the staff became even more enthusiastic in their presentations. This Cartier jewelry gala and exhibition not only featured their current main products and newly launched items, but Cartier also showcased many antique jewelry pieces from the 1900s to the 1980s. Some of these were Cartier jewelry designs from decades ago, while others were works of art created by redesigning antique gemstones acquired through auctions. Unlike previous antique jewelry exhibitions, all the antique jewelry on display at this Cartier exhibition was for sale, including Queen Marie Antoinette's antique pearl. This natural pearl weighs 8.3 grams and is one of the most beautiful pearls in existence in the world. It was one of Queen Marie Antoinette's favorite pieces, carrying the glory of royalty and the weight of history. Originating from the Persian Gulf, it possesses a perfectly symmetrical shape and a silvery white luster. Today, Cartier's artisans, with utmost reverence, meticulously designed and crafted the pearl. They specially set a 5.01-carat cushion-cut diamond above the pearl. The diamond's purity and the pearl's warmth complement each other, creating a harmonious and beautiful combination that perfectly accentuates the pearl's brilliance. Besides the world-famous Queen Mary pearl, there is also a pair of teardrop-shaped natural pearl earrings. It's incredibly difficult to find two natural pearls that are exactly the same size, shape, and luster. These earrings are like treasures bestowed by heaven, exuding an elegant and noble aura that captivates all who behold them. Both the antique pearl necklace and the natural pearl earrings are so beautiful that they hold your gaze for a long time, making you reluctant to look away. And Yunxi fell in love with them at first sight. The antique pearl necklace and the natural pearl earrings together are valued at a staggering 120 million. The pearls on the necklace seem to bear the marks of time, radiating an ancient and mysterious glow. The natural pearl earrings complement them perfectly, highlighting the wearer's noble temperament. The moment Yunxi saw them, her eyes gleamed without hesitation, as if she had already decided they belonged to her. She bought them without a second thought, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. And Yunxi felt she had a particular fondness for pearl jewelry. The allure of pearls has never diminished throughout history. Their natural, unadorned beauty and luster have captivated countless people. In Yunxi's view, pearls not only accentuate the innocence and vivacity of a young girl, but also highlight the gentleness and composure of a mature woman. They teach us, in their unique way, to appreciate and cherish every imperfect moment in life. Each pearl is unique, shining as brightly as the wearer's personality. They not only showcase the wearer's taste and elegance, but also convey a love and pursuit of life. Previously, the system had rewarded Yunxi with an antique pearl necklace, the Cartier Taylor pearl necklace, which she also loved. Unexpectedly, Yunxi encountered another piece at Cartier that captivated her. Her affection for it was indescribable. Continuing to immerse herself in the world of antique jewelry, her gaze was soon drawn to a vintage-style timepiece with a pearl strap. This watch exuded a sense of timeless elegance, the pearl strap adding a touch of gentle grace. Since she liked it, she naturally had to buy it. There were also early Cartier animal-themed watches. The panthers and lions were so lifelike, seemingly ready to break free from the dial's constraints, radiating vitality. Looking at these exquisite animal designs, Yunxi felt as if she could sense the power and charm of nature. Yunxi selected several watches she liked and bought them. Xia Xiyuan and Song Mingzhu also purchased one or two. After browsing the antique jewelry, they began looking at the new collection for the season. Animals and plants have always been important sources of inspiration for Cartier jewelry designs. Their individual characteristics blend seamlessly, creating countless breathtaking pieces. The liveliness of animals and the tranquil elegance of plants jewelry combined with nature allow us to experience the boundless charm of art. This season's new collection is no exception. Continuing Cartier's signature unique design style, each piece is a visual delight. Each new piece is like a small miracle, waiting to be discovered and appreciated by a discerning eye. The highlight of this season's Animal Kingdom collection is the Nymphalis necklace. Inspired by butterflies, its shape, resembling a fluttering butterfly, seems to encapsulate the dynamism of nature. The designer ingeniously used three warm and harmonious colors: yellow, orange, and brown to subtly coordinate the teardrop-cut diamonds, creating a visually striking pattern in the necklace's horizontal arrangement. These diamonds, like dazzling stars, radiate captivating light, each seemingly telling its own story. When worn, the harmonious colors create a gentle, warm feeling around the neck, bringing unparalleled comfort. It's not just a piece of jewelry, but an embodiment of art, showcasing the wearer's taste and temperament. What surprised Yunxi even more was that this necklace follows Cartier's tradition of versatile wearing options. The two butterflies can be detached and worn as brooches, and the first row of necklaces can be separated and worn as a headpiece or bracelet. In addition, there are matching Nymphalis earrings. The two butterflies on the earrings can be worn alone, swaying gracefully at the ears like two lively little elves. Of course, they can also be worn together with the tassel part. The gentle sway of the tassel adds a touch of romance and elegance. It's quite pretty, and Yunxi bought it immediately. As for the classic Panther series, although it holds an important place in the brand's history, Yunxi's personal opinion was only so-so. However, she still chose what she liked and bought a Panther series bracelet and a long necklace. This necklace, valued at 7.6 million yuan, features a pendant depicting a small panther peeking out, one paw resting on a ruby set below, as if playing with a gem. From different angles, the panther stands tall and proud, its posture exuding unparalleled majesty and charm. Light shines on it, refracting a dazzling, radiant glow. The wonder of Cartier's Panther collection lies in this. Each year brings new and innovative panther designs. However, despite the sheer number, no two panthers are ever exactly alike. They are either lively and agile, or elegant and noble. Each possesses a unique soul and personality. Next, Yunxi purchased several bracelets, brooches, rings, and necklaces. She bought quite a few in both men's and women's styles. These pieces of jewelry are quite expensive, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions of yuan, but they are undoubtedly an excellent choice whether for personal wear or as a gift. Women don't hesitate to spend when it comes to jewelry. They never hold back. Not only Yunxi, but Xia Siyuan and Song Mingzhu also bought quite a few. Among them, Yunxi particularly liked several pieces, which she planned to keep for herself. For example, the Orbite ring. On this mirror-like masterpiece, a pair of multifaceted half-moon diamonds radiated a clear and pure brilliance. Red and white alternated in a captivating rhythm, gently exuding a tender aura. Another example is the clair-obscur ring, where a rare black diamond captured light from every angle, transforming into vibrant, shimmering waves of light between the facets. Cartier's master jewelers set it off with a white diamond, the black and white contrast inspiring a continuous flow of energy, like a surging, unstoppable tide, brimming with endless power and dynamism. In addition, a ring called Infinite Motion also attracted attention. The designer adorned this classic piece with a pair of exquisite fancy, intense gemstones, a 2.18-carat pink diamond and a 2.03-carat blue diamond. The two diamonds complement each other perfectly in shape and design, showcasing a harmonious and unified aesthetic. Complementary colors and interwoven lines seamlessly blend the precious diamonds with the intricate setting technique. In addition to these, two other signature necklaces were also acquired by Yunxi. Both necklaces feature gemstones that, like Queen Mary's antique pearls, are unique and priceless. One is the Murmur necklace. The central gemstone of this necklace is a rare 40.33-carat rubellite. This rubellite boasts a vibrant and intense color, as fiery and dazzling as a burning flame, radiating an irresistible charm. The designer used black lacquer and sparkling diamonds to outline the tourmaline, creating a striking contrast between black and white. The dazzling red tourmaline, like lively notes dancing on the black and white keys of a piano, radiates captivating light and charm. Another piece is the Adianti necklace. This incredibly luxurious diamond necklace features a 20.04-carat diff IIA oval-shaped diamond as its centerpiece. It's worth noting that diamonds of this rarity are less than 2% of the total global diamond supply. Furthermore, the center diamond is crafted using both brilliant and rose cuts, resulting in unparalleled brilliance. Inspired by maidenhair fern, this necklace makes the central diamond appear as a crystal-clear droplet sliding down its slender stem, embodying Cartier's romantic naturalism. Yunxi went on a shopping spree, getting more and more excited with each purchase. When she checked out, she discovered she had spent a whopping 270 million yuan. Xia Siyuan and Song Mingzhu combined didn't even buy as much as Yunxi had. While checking out, Yunxi casually used her last remaining cashback card. As a result, the money in her card not only didn't decrease, but actually increased. Seeing the system notification that the cashback had been credited to her account, Yunxi instantly felt she had been too conservative with her purchase. However, there would definitely be many more opportunities like this in the future, so there was no need to rush. The three men, Zhang Ziyuan and his companion, sitting in the private room, were completely stunned, as if frozen in place. Celebrities of their caliber could earn hundreds of thousands per episode of a TV series, making them quite wealthy. But Yunxi's act of spending over 100 million on a necklace without batting an eye had a significant impact on them. Through this incident, They deeply realized the insurmountable gap between themselves and the truly wealthy. However, the thought of receiving a substantial commission without doing anything tonight made them happy again. Leaving the private room and returning to the artist's rest area, the three were still somewhat dazed. Seeing their odd state, their manager looked worried, thinking something unpleasant had happened. "So, did you encounter any trouble?" Zheng Ziyuan calmly gazed at the agent before him, speaking slowly and softly. "The one who called us over was the boss." The agent, upon hearing this, was initially taken aback, seemingly not immediately understanding the meaning of his words. However, after a moment, as if suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, and he stammered,
What? Boss?
"You mean, President in?" Zheng Ziyuan nodded and continued. "The boss said we should go over and earn some commission and told us to sit there and rest, and then what?" The agent, intrigued, pressed on with curiosity, eager to know what happened next. Zheng Ziyuan took a deep breath, paused slightly, and then continued. "Then, the boss and her friend bought over 300 million worth of jewelry in one go." "How much did you say?" At this moment, Su Lejin's manager, who had been standing silently to the side, couldn't help but shout loudly, his voice trembling with surprise. Zheng Ziyuan repeated, "Over 380 million. The boss bought over 200 million alone." Hearing this number, the three managers exchanged stunned glances. They exchanged shocked looks, then simultaneously turned their gazes to their respective artists, as if searching for any sign of a joke. Seeing Su Lejin and Lin Nan solemnly nod in confirmation, they finally snapped out of their daze, still filled with shock and disbelief. "So, you didn't do anything, just sat there for a while, and got over 10 million in commission? What's the difference between this and picking up money?" The three were momentarily speechless, only able to nod silently. Lin Nan's manager felt like he was still dreaming. The three didn't know what to say either, only nodding. A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. After a long while, someone murmured, "The boss is actually quite nice." And Yunxi was unaware of the others' reactions. Back in her room, she was busy considering the map-changing system rewards were likely to yield good items, and Yunxi hadn't checked in today. She hadn't claimed her November monthly achievement reward, nor had she participated in the December lottery. Furthermore, today was Sunday, so checking in would grant her a weekly achievement reward. Never before had she had so many rewards to claim. System check-in?
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. Reward, a 23,000 square meter plot of land in Haishur City. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. After reading the land's information, and Yunxi knew the system had given her to build a hotel. Without hesitation, and Yunxi immediately sent the information to Qin Lian, instructing him to complete the procedures to transfer the land to the company's name. Land in Shanghai was indeed difficult to find, especially suitable for building a 5-star hotel. Qin Lian's site selection team had put in tremendous effort, working tirelessly day and night. Although they had found numerous ideal candidate sites in many other cities, they hadn't yet found a site that perfectly met their criteria in core metropolises like Shanghai, Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Beijing. If it weren't for the system's occasional generous rewards of prime land to Yunxi, the Jinxiu Hotel Group's development speed would never have been as rapid as it is now. After signing in, Yunxi casually collected her weekly sign-in achievement reward. This reward was a list of potential singers and dancers. Wow! It seems the talent roster for this entertainment company isn't finished yet. I wonder what other lists will appear next. She was increasingly looking forward to it. Immediately afterwards, with anticipation and excitement, Yunxi clicked again to claim the November monthly sign-in achievement reward. A crisp notification sound rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for claiming your monthly achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have obtained property rights to the Haishur Fuxing Art Center. Related property certificates and documents have been stored in your system inventory. The Haishur Fuxing Art Center? Isn't that the venue for tonight's Cartier jewelry gala? She thought that place was quite nice today, and now it's hers? the Fuxing Art Center truly enjoys the best of both worlds. It's located in the bustling Bund Financial Center area, not only adjacent to the core of the Bund CBD but also within easy reach of the historically significant Yu Garden and City God Temple. The surrounding area is densely packed with commercial districts, high-end brand stores, star-rated hotels, and luxury office buildings. This place was completed last year, but in just 1 year, it has successfully hosted numerous large-scale and influential art exhibitions and events, rapidly gaining recognition in Haisher and even throughout China. Speaking of the art center's architecture, the most eye-catching feature is undoubtedly its 3 layers of golden, rotating curtains. Once activated, these shimmering curtains slowly rotate, creating a beautiful, dynamic spectacle. Furthermore, the public art installation on the art center's rooftop, the Digital Sky Garden, is equally remarkable. This striking installation resembles a dazzling starry castle composed of 300 tightly packed, constantly flashing LED digital lights. These digital lights seem to possess a life of their own, starting with 9 and decreasing sequentially to 1 according to a specific pattern, then repeating the cycle endlessly. The artwork was created by soliciting and selecting 300 residents from diverse backgrounds in Haisher to share their meaningful stories, which influence the speed of the LED lights flashing. If managed well, this place might just become a major tourist attraction in Haisher in the future. Before Yunxi had even finished reviewing the materials, she received a call from Zhao Qian, the head of the Fuxing Art Center. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yunxi and Zhao Qian quickly got down to business, engaging in an in-depth discussion about a series of ideas and plans for the future operation and development of the art center. This moving art museum, with its unique architectural exterior, already attracted the attention of countless passers-by, becoming a beautiful sight in Shanghai. Amidst the bustling traffic of the city, 3 layers of flowing golden curtains slowly opened at set times, accompanied by music. When Chinese tassels meet a Western harp, the building seems to be playing a welcoming melody for every passerby. Such novelty is indeed very eye-catching. However, merely attracting attention is far from enough, because attracting people doesn't mean keeping them engaged. And Yunxi's idea was to focus more on participation and interactivity. She hoped that through a series of meticulously designed activities, every visitor would not be a passive observer, but truly integrated into the artistic creation process, becoming an indispensable part of it. Here, everyone can be an artist, and everyone can participate in the creation and expression of art in their own way. As for the specific implementation plan, that would require him and his team to plan it. As the boss, she only needed to grasp the overall situation and direction. Of course, and Yunxi didn't forget about the December lottery. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for participating in a lottery and winning 40% of the shares of Datong Express Company, Limited. The relevant procedures and documents have been stored in the system inventory. This is a comprehensive international supply chain integration enterprise integrating express logistics, technology, aviation, finance, and commerce. Currently, this express company is quite large in China, with total revenue of over 50 billion yuan and annual net profit of 3.928 billion yuan. Moreover, the system granted her 40% of the shares this time. And Yunxi checked the data and found that even the largest shareholder only owned 51%. That meant she had suddenly become the second largest shareholder, with another business to wait for dividends, and Yunxi was now quite calm about it. Having collected all the rewards she was entitled to, and Yunxi lay down on the bed contentedly. She slept soundly through the night. The next morning, just as dawn broke, and Yunxi woke up early. She quickly got up, tidied herself up, and sent messages to her friends Xia Siyuan and Song Mingzhu, but waited a while without receiving replies. Those two probably hadn't gotten up yet. She didn't care much, and after washing up, went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. While enjoying her meal, she didn't forget to check in for the day. The system's reward today is the Shanghai Mingda Financial Center. This is a 58-story Grade A office building located in the core area of Lijiazui, Shanghai. This skyscraper sits on Yincheng Road in the bustling and high-rise lined Pudong New area. right next to the Oriental Pearl Tower and adjacent to the Lujiazui Central Green Space. It can be considered a star landmark in the business world. The building boasts 58 floors and a vast 228,000 square meters of space, a perfect blend of technology and environmental protection. The interior spaces are also spacious and well-proportioned, equipped with a Valve central air conditioning system and a fresh air system that automatically regulates temperature. The exterior walls feature lowy double-glazed curtain walls, providing sun protection and unobstructed views. Working here would surely double your productivity. Wow, the system has really gone all out again. Office rents in this location are incredibly high. Data shows that the average rent at Mingda Financial Center is 15 yuan per square meter per day. That means the total monthly rent for this building alone reaches over 100 million yuan. With money free from the system, and Yunxi immediately handed over the data and the contact information of the person in charge to Chu Ziyi to handle the matter. Back in her room, and Yunxi lazily reclined on the comfortable sofa, took out her phone, and expertly dialed Chu Ziyi's number. After the call connected, and Yunxi got straight to the point. Mr. Chu, I want to buy a custom-made luxury business jet. Could you make some contact? As she said this, and Yunxi was actually a little annoyed. She had been hoping that the system would one day generously reward her with a private jet. But she waited and waited, and there wasn't even a glimpse of a plane. Fine. She couldn't rely on the system, so she'd just have to pay for it herself. Anyway, she wasn't short of money. Choosy. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his usual professionalism and composure. Okay, if it's a custom-made, non-standard aircraft, it will probably take 6 months to a year. Clearly, Chu Ziyi wasn't completely ignorant about these things. And Yunxi, however, remained remarkably calm, replying nonchalantly, "It's all right, I'm not in a hurry." In her mind, if you're going to spend money on something, you should buy a good one, something that suits your taste. She would never do anything that would make her uncomfortable. As for the waiting time for custom-made items, she was patient and could afford it. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, and Yunxi quickly added, "By the way, we might need to buy 2 at once. Remember to haggle." She wanted the best, but the price didn't necessarily have to be the most expensive. Although she wasn't short of money, every little bit saved counted. Being ripped off was definitely not in line with her life motto. Chudi. Wait, who buys 2 private jets at once? His boss is really? Okay, boss, I'll take care of it right away. No matter what, she had to get what her boss asked of her. And Yunxi wanted to buy 2 because she planned to get one for her parents as well. Since their daughter had a private jet, her parents had to get one too. And Yunxi had finally made her move on this standard for the wealthy. At this very moment, and Yunxi was comfortably lying in her room, leisurely scrolling through various interesting videos. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 2 young ladies, Song Mingzhu and Xia Siyuan, slept soundly until after 10 a.m., only slowly opening their eyes. Rubbing their sleepy eyes and yawning, they knocked on Yunxi's door one after the other. When Yunxi opened the door and saw these 2 sleepy-eyed girls, she was both amused and exasperated. What were you doing last night? Still not awake at 10 a.m. And Yunxi asked helplessly. Song Mingzhu yawned and said, "Maybe I'm not used to sleeping in a different bed. I had insomnia last night. If you don't get up soon, your bodyguard will be knocking on the door." During this trip to Haishur, Song Mingzhu's bodyguard was still always by her side, ensuring that her target remained within their sight at all times. As a result, this girl hadn't stepped out of her room even once all morning. When Yunxi returned after breakfast, she saw the bodyguard open his bedroom door, his eyes fixed intently on Song Mingzhu's room. It was as if he wanted to see right through the door. His focused expression could practically bore a hole into it. This was an accident, Song Mingzhu repeatedly emphasized. She was usually a model student, an early riser, okay? Her sleep schedule was so regular that even her friends joked that they felt like they were from completely different eras. But it wasn't really her fault. Her family had always been very strict. Sleeping in all day was simply unthinkable in her family. Besides, she'd maintained this routine since childhood. It was already second nature to her. And Yunxi then turned her attention to Xia Siyuan. Siyuan, are you having trouble sleeping in a new bed too? Yeah, it's really hard to get used to a different bed. Xia Siyuan said this with obvious conviction, but Yunxi didn't believe her at all. You see, this girl was a complete night owl and internet addict. She wouldn't go to sleep unless she was surfing the internet until the wee hours of the morning. However, everyone has their own different habits, and Yunxi could understand that. So, she didn't press the matter further. Breakfast's all gone now, why don't you call and order some more? Mingzhu, invite her to my room to eat together, Xia Siyuan said first. Song Mingzhu readily nodded and replied, sure. Who wants to eat alone with someone else? Then, Xia Siyuan turned to Yunxi, who was playing on her phone, and said, Yunxi, we're going to have breakfast first. We'll come find you after we're done. And Yunxi waved without looking up and replied, go ahead, go ahead. After sending the two away, Yunxi continued scrolling through Douyin videos. Her main Douyin account now has over 3 million followers. Most of this is thanks to the various identity information revealed after the press conference. Not only Douyin, but her verified main accounts on other platforms have also seen a significant increase in followers. At lunchtime, Xia Siyuan and Song Mingzhu had just finished breakfast and didn't want to eat anymore, so Yunxi went to the restaurant alone for lunch. At 1 p.m., the three of them boarded the car that would take them to the airport. The flight was at 3:20 p.m., arriving in Beijing at 5:35 p.m., and Yunxi returned to Yinshui residence at 7 p.m. Chengdu had picked her up that day. Zhou Shiyan was abroad on company business and hadn't returned yet. The family chef had already prepared a sumptuous and nutritious dinner, waiting for her return. The moment Yunxi stepped into the house, a familiar warmth enveloped her, instantly making her feel incredibly relaxed and at ease. After dinner, she walked lightly back to her room and began to wash up thoroughly. After showering and drying her hair, Yunxi changed into comfortable pajamas and lay down on her large, soft bed, feeling as if she were floating on a cloud. Indeed, it's much more comfortable to stay at home, Yunxi murmured to herself, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Time flies like an arrow. Before she knew it, December had quietly passed, and the brand new New Year's Day 2018 was just around the corner. Since returning to Beijing, the system's daily sign-in rewards seemed to have returned to their usual pattern. After a period of observation and summarization, Yunxi gradually discovered that now, as long as the map remained the same, the system's sign-in rewards were basically just money or character summoning cards. The occasional rewards of other industries that she received in the early days of the system were almost gone. Now, to sign in for anything special, she would probably have to travel all over the place, changing cities or even countries. However, the weekly achievement rewards had given Yunxi 4 lists in succession. Among those lists of various talents, the words potential model, potential online anchor, potential new media talent, and potential public relations talent were clearly marked. Each list meticulously details the information of 10 individuals, including their names, ages, specialties, and past experiences. Li Haowen had already arranged for people to contact the previous agents, film and music artists. Except for a few who were still dealing with contract issues with their previous companies, the others had already joined Xingtian Entertainment. For these previously unknown individuals, this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. Everyone understood that such a golden opportunity was hard to resist. Xingtian Entertainment was now not only renowned for its superior strength, but with the arrival of its new owner, its long-standing financial problems had also been resolved, and its future development looked incredibly bright. Not to mention, the influence and resources that Xingtian Entertainment had accumulated over the years would bring them immense benefits. Yunxi sent these new reward lists to Li Haowen as soon as she received them. Li Haowen was initially somewhat puzzled when he first received the lists from his boss. The lists seemed ordinary, nothing special. Why would the boss give it to him? However, as time passed and Li Haowen began to contact and learn more about each person on the list, his excitement grew exhilarating. He was astonished to discover that each of these individuals possessed immense potential, truly invaluable talent. If he could successfully recruit all these talents to Xingtian Entertainment, wouldn't the company's future be incredibly bright? With more lists like this, what did he have to worry about? Later, as list after list arrived, he gradually became accustomed to it. Regardless of their type, he simply contacted them and tried to get them to join Xingtian. After all, since the boss had given him these lists, it meant these people were definitely suitable for the company, and all he had to do was execute the boss's instructions flawlessly. Meanwhile, Yunxi was also pondering this. The system had already given her 6 lists as weekly achievement rewards. Moreover, these 6 lists all seem to have been tailor-made for Xingtian Entertainment. She currently manages a considerable number of businesses, but only 3 receive targeted support from the system. First, the Jinxiu Hotel Group, for which the system periodically provides suitable land for hotel construction. Second, the Research Institute, for which the system supports her by occasionally providing formulas and technical data. Third, Xingtian Entertainment. The 6 lists generated over the past month are proof of this. And Yunxi pondered, did the system mean it was encouraging her to make Xingtian Entertainment bigger and stronger? After careful consideration, she felt this was highly likely. After all, entertainment companies are more likely to attract public attention, which should be very helpful in gaining reputation points. The Research Institute goes without saying, the overwhelming success of these 2 new product launches proves this. As for the hotel group, Yunxi couldn't figure it out for the moment. Could it be that building a hotel chain in every major city would generate a powerful influence, thus significantly boosting reputation? This rich, beautiful system, judging from its generous rewards, seems quite like a super-rich system. But it also assigns Yunxi various tasks, forcing her to learn and grow according to its so-called rich, beautiful standards, and then pushing her to build a career to gain reputation. So, the system's true development path actually has 2 lines? One is self-improvement, becoming more outstanding. The other is contributing to the country and society, enhancing one's influence in the public eye. These are the deductions Yunxi made based on the tasks and rewards given by the system. But Yunxi felt that although the system was keeping it secret, the truth was roughly in line with her deductions. Thinking this, her previously anxious heart finally calmed down a little. Because before this, she had worried that the system might be hiding some unknown secrets. It's currently unknown, but if it suddenly surfaces and erupts one day, it could potentially bring unpredictable negative impacts to herself and even the entire world. Now it seems that since the system's goals have clear positive and proactive significance, they align with her deepest values. This makes things much simpler. Anyway, she's going in this direction anyway. She'll just complete the system's tasks along the way. Then the system will give her generous rewards to make her future journey easier and smoother, why not? The last day of December arrived. After completing her daily check-in, Yunxi casually claimed her December monthly achievement rewards and the 2017 annual check-in achievement rewards. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for claiming the monthly achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have received 1 billion personal funds, which have been deposited into your unlimited black card at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for claiming the annual achievement reward from the sign-in calendar panel. You have received 1 Centurion Black Gold card, which has been deposited into your system inventory. Huh? A Centurion Black Gold card? Is this the one she was thinking of? Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Yunxi took the card out of her system inventory. Before her stood a credit card with a deep black as its main color. The pure black resembled an endless night sky. The gold lines and decorative patterns adorning it were like twinkling stars in the night sky. The two complemented each other, creating an atmosphere of ultimate luxury and nobility. The card looked very metallic, with a 3-dimensional design and an embossed effect to the touch. Don't underestimate this small card. This is the world-renowned King of Cards, positioned for the elite, with no spending limit. Cardholders are primarily political figures, billionaires, and celebrities from various countries, and applications are made by invitation only. Online applications are not accepted. Due to Chinese domestic policies prohibiting foreign card organizations from independently issuing charge cards within China, American Express has authorized the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, China Merchants Bank, and China Minqing Bank to issue the Centurion series cards in China as credit cards. Of course, there are differences between the domestically and internationally issued Centurion Black cards. The internationally issued Centurion Black card has no spending limit. Theoretically, it can be used to purchase any valuable item, but a risk control limit applies. American Express sets a risk control limit based on the cardholder's spending habits and daily expenses. If a cardholder purchases an item exceeding this limit, an American Express staff member will contact the cardholder by phone to confirm their identity before completing the payment. The Centurion Black card issued in China is a credit card, so it has a fixed credit limit and there is no such thing as an unlimited limit. The black cards issued by ICBC and Siamba have credit limits of around 2 million to 10 million RMB. To purchase goods exceeding the limit, you need to apply for a temporary credit limit from the bank in advance. What surprised Yunxi was that the card she currently held was issued directly to her by American Express Bank. In other words, it's the kind with no credit limit. And Yunxi, as a citizen of China, she had no idea how the system had managed it. Fortunately, having unlocked the system for so long, and Yunxi knew it was quite reliable and had never caused her any unnecessary trouble. Therefore, despite a lingering doubt, she generally had full confidence in the system's capabilities. For Yunxi, the card's credit limit, or whether it had a limit or not, was irrelevant. The key was the symbolism and status the card represented, which could bring her many conveniences. Because the Centurion Black card offered the highest level of service, any request from the cardholder, regardless of their location, would receive immediate response and assistance. Once, a cardholder's daughter was suddenly hospitalized and unable to attend a concert by their idol rock band, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. To fulfill her wish, the Centurion Black card's dedicated lifestyle consultant contacted the band's management company, arranging for the lead singer to visit the young fan before the concert. Another time, an American Express Black card holder called American Express customer service in the south of France, saying that he and his car had been on the same train, but after he got off midway, his car was still on the train. Incredibly, American Express customer service successfully contacted the train company, stopping the train, unloading other cargo, locating the cardholder's car, and allowing him to continue his journey. Meanwhile, a Hong Kong cardholder was holding his wedding in a remote mountain village in Italy. He wanted a line dance performance at the wedding, but didn't want all the performers to be from Hong Kong. It was August, and many Italians were on holiday, but American Express customer service representatives still searched all over Italy and found a pair of Italians who had studied Chinese Kung Fu, arranging for them to come to the remote village to perform. The Centurion Black card offers services across virtually every area, including Always Ready, exclusive concierge service, providing members with 24/7 support and assistance. The Luxury Living series offers members privileges such as F1 racing experiences, VIP hospitality at arts festivals, and access to select private clubs worldwide. Cardholders also enjoy upgrades to private and first-class cabins on everyday airlines, hotel suite upgrades, personal travel advisors, tickets to major performances, and 24-hour private banking services. And there are many more similar benefits. A detailed explanation would take an hour or two. The Black card also grants cardholders access to various high-end clubs, allowing them to build and expand their social networks. Many times, holding a Black card means having people around the world at your beck and call. If a cardholder desires to travel by air or sea, American Express will do everything possible to fulfill their needs. In short, it offers them numerous conveniences and luxurious experiences. More importantly, it would also provide her with various resources, serving as her ticket to the world's top social circles. And Yunxi put the card back into her system inventory, satisfied with the system's annual reward. January 1st, 2018, New Year's Day. The weather in Beijing was still very cold. But the online buzz surrounding Huaxi Biotechnology's new product was soaring. Following their previous hair loss prevention and hair regrowth products, Huaxi Biotechnology launched another major product, the highly anticipated gray hair to black set. At the grand product launch, they confidently proclaimed a powerful advertising slogan: gray hair to black without dyeing, hair loss prevention, and regrowth without transplantation. A month had passed since the launch of the hair loss prevention and hair regrowth product. A month was enough time for the first batch of users to see results. With the appearance of various buyer reviews, sales of the hair loss prevention and hair regrowth products skyrocketed. In just 1 month, this product sold over 6 million sets, with revenue soaring to over 1.134 billion yuan. Currently, the factory is working overtime to ensure on-time order delivery. Thanks to the solid foundation laid earlier and the accumulated good reputation, Huaxi Bio's new gray hair turning black series quickly attracted widespread attention and sparked a heated and ongoing discussion. It seems only a matter of time before Huaxi's Fing series of hair care products rapidly dominates the domestic market. However, Yunxi remains remarkably calm about this development, seemingly unconcerned. If she could force those foreign daily chemical companies, which are essentially all from the same company, to withdraw from the Chinese market, that would be even better. The system reward for the January lottery was 5 kilograms of gold, and Yunxi put it together with the gold she had been rewarded with before, and then left it alone. During this time, the money in Yunxi's personal account increased significantly. Year-end dividends and the first quarter's rent payments arrived in late December. No company distributes all its profits as dividends, but Yunxi's portfolio of businesses and shares was vast. Although some assets weren't yet profitable, Yunxi still received over 30 billion in dividends throughout the year. In addition, various rent payments continued to flow into her account. Now, even if she comfortably stayed home every day doing nothing, she could easily earn over 40 billion annually. Such wealth was something countless people dreamed of but could never achieve. Now, she had achieved it so easily it was incredibly satisfying. She felt like she had reached the pinnacle of life. This year's Lunar New Year fell on February 15th. With her abundant wealth, Yunxi wasn't stingy and began instructing her companies to develop year-end bonus and various reward plans. Yunxi's plan was to distribute all the rewards before the Spring Festival holiday so everyone could have a good year. Yunfeng Capital primarily invests in projects, having invested over 2.5 billion yuan since its inception. However, because these are mostly medium to long-term projects, there have been no returns yet. Considering the company's development next year, Yunxi directly deposited 10 billion yuan into the company account for future use. Yunxi initially provided 100 million yuan each as seed funding for Yunchuang Technology and Huaxi Bio. The Yunchuang Technology shooting suit project itself isn't profitable, and without other projects launched, the company is currently still operating at a loss. On the other hand, Huaxi Bio, although its new product has only been launched for a little over a month, has seen good sales, and after deducting production, marketing, and operational costs, it has made a considerable profit overall. However, considering the company's future development needs, none of the profits have been distributed. Since she's the only shareholder and she says she won't distribute any profits, then naturally there won't be any. However, Zhao Xian thinks this is fine too. With 1 billion yuan in the account, it'll be easy for the company to do whatever it wants next year. As for the research institute, over 2 billion yuan has already been invested recently. Yunxi doesn't care whether it's profitable or not. After all, Yunxi invests the money, and she decides how to use the results. But to ensure the research institute's funding, 5% of the profits generated from the research will belong to the institute. Currently, only Huaxi Bio's listed hair care products can share profits with the institute. However, Yunxi firmly believes that as research results continue to emerge and more projects succeed, the value contained in this seemingly small 5% share will become extremely large. Looking at the Jinxiu Hotel Group, more than 30 hotels are under construction simultaneously. Once all these hotels are completed, the total investment will reach nearly 10 billion yuan. Then there's the Dongliyuan Resort, currently resembling a greedy, money-devouring beast, with massive amounts of capital pouring in, money flowing in without making a ripple. Xingtian Entertainment and London Security completed their relocations at the end of December. It's worth mentioning that Zhou Shiyan inquired about the two buildings under construction next to the Yunfeng building. They belong to the Wang family of Beijing. The Wang family's real estate company originally intended to sell or rent these two buildings. With Zhou Shiyan's help, Chu Zi has already contacted someone and is negotiating the price and contract details these past few days. Acquiring them shouldn't be a problem. Since they were originally intended for sale anyway, having someone buy them outright saves them a lot of trouble. Once they successfully acquire them, the square area surrounded by roads will completely belong to Yunxi. This area has a relatively regular shape. Generally speaking, its north-south width is slightly greater than its east-west width. In the southwest corner of this area stands the magnificent Yunfeng building, its main entrance facing south, as if warmly welcoming every visitor. Adjacent to it, the Xingtian Entertainment Building, located to the north of the Yunfeng building, faces west, directly onto the wide road to the west. Shifting your gaze to the southeast corner, you can see a building extending north-south Yunfeng International Conference Center. This conference center consists of a main building with the lower 8 floors connected together and the main entrance facing east. These two 35-story buildings, one to the south and one to the north, are currently planned to have their lower 8 floors used for the Yunfeng International Conference Center. Floors 9 to 20 of the south building are planned as the Yunfeng International Conference Center's accommodation area, while the north building currently has no plans. Further north, on the east and west sides, there are two buildings under construction. The western building, with its relatively larger footprint, is particularly eye-catching. These two unfinished buildings are precisely the targets that Chu Zi is currently actively contacting with the Wang family to purchase. Once the purchase is successful, any future companies under Yunxi's name headquartered in Beijing can be directly placed here for easier management. Over the past year, her business had grown significantly. She planned a gathering of the heads of her companies in Beijing, partly to thank everyone for their hospitality and partly to allow her staff to get to know each other. The day was set for January 13th to 15th. After careful consideration, Yunxi decided on the elegant and well-serviced Yunlin Club as the venue for the formal dinner. As for accommodation, she didn't currently own a hotel in Beijing, so she had someone book a hotel near the Yunfeng building. The arrangements for the meeting and the reception were entirely entrusted to the capable Chu Zi. Thus, except for the overseas businesses, all the heads of Yunxi's controlled companies received an invitation. This included Mu Fengru, Yunxi's agent in Taipei. Then, Chu Zi began compiling the list of attendees and arranging the itinerary and reception arrangements, keeping him busy once again. Fortunately, Chu Zi now had an assistant, so he didn't need to do many things personally. Time flies, and before he knew it, the day of the gathering, January 13th, arrived. Sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting a warm glow on the winter day. After breakfast, people descended the stairs, where several luxurious Bentley cars were neatly arranged, quietly awaiting the guests. Those who came were all managers. Few had brought assistants. Chu Zi had been very thoughtful. Instead of arranging a group bus, he had carefully prepared several private cars to pick up each guest. This not only avoided crowding and inconvenience caused by too many people, but also allowed everyone to enjoy a private and comfortable ride. Without having to wait for each other, everyone had more freedom and could relax completely. When everyone arrived at the conference room in the Yunfeng building, they were surprised to find so many people had arrived. According to the established schedule, the first day's activities included a meeting for introductions and exchanges, followed by a tour of the Yunfeng building and the surrounding buildings. The research institute was not convenient to visit, so Chu Zi did not arrange for them to go. In the evening, they would attend a formal banquet at the Yunlin clubhouse, concluding the first day's itinerary. From the second day onwards, it was their own time for exchanges and leisure. Chu Zi arranged for them to spend 2 days at the Longhua Rihe Valley Hot Spring Resort for hot springs and recuperation, staying overnight, before returning to Beijing on the afternoon of the third day. The fourth day was for everyone to return home. Therefore, for Yunxi, she only needed to participate in the first day's itinerary. At this moment, in the spacious, bright, and elegantly decorated conference room on the top floor of the Yunfeng building. More than 20 people attending this important meeting were quietly and patiently awaiting the arrival of their boss. Many people secretly glanced around the room. Some of them didn't actually have a deep understanding of their boss's background and capabilities. Today's arrival had already given them quite a shock. As the meeting time drew closer, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Just then, the door was gently pushed open, and Yunxi walked in with a smile and elegant posture, accompanied by Chu Zi. Upon seeing the two of them appear, almost everyone who had been seated stood up to greet them. And Yunxi nodded slightly in response, then walked straight to the head of the table without looking to either side and sat down gracefully. Immediately afterwards, she spoke softly. "Please, everyone, be seated." Her voice was clear and crisp, subtly revealing a hint of authority. Seeing everyone's solemn and upright demeanor, Yunxi smiled and said, "Don't be so tense. The main reason I invited everyone here is for you all to get to know each other, so you don't miss each other when you meet outside. Also, perhaps we can consolidate the industries you're responsible for. Maybe we can cooperate and support each other." Hearing this, the previously tense crowd finally relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Seeing everyone begin to relax, Yunxi gestured, "President Chu, let's begin." Chu Zi stepped forward to act as the moderator for the meeting. First, each person in charge introduced the basic situation of their respective industries, giving everyone a general understanding. As each person in charge took the stage, many people were secretly astonished. In such a short time, the boss had developed to this extent. Look at these industries. Any one of them would probably be the envy of countless people. However, what's unbelievable is that they are all now under the control of one person. This is only a small portion that the boss has publicly revealed. And what about the rest that hasn't been shown? Who knows how much more there is? Next, Chu Zi continued to explain in detail to everyone the shareholding situation of Yunxi. Of course, only a portion. The major international brands and companies weren't mentioned. Only some domestic ones were introduced. The main purpose was to give everyone a general idea of the resources available so they wouldn't be unaware of their potential use. Even just a portion of the domestic companies was enough to surprise everyone present. Whether it's Dongling Airlines, Yida Group, Bid New Energy Vehicles, or Datong Express, Hengxin Group, Xiqing Group, and so on, these companies are all industry giants. Unexpectedly, the boss not only holds shares in these companies, but a significant number of shares. Furthermore, the boss even has substantial shares in a large company in Okinawa. How? How did he manage to do that? These numerous industries and shareholdings left everyone present feeling bewildered. The 2-hour meeting left everyone with a somewhat surreal feeling. Lunch was arranged in the spacious and bright cafeteria of the Yunfeng building. This cafeteria was no ordinary place. It not only had areas for regular employees, but also luxurious private rooms specifically for VIPs. Based on the number of attendees, Chu Zi meticulously arranged 3 large tables of sumptuous and delicious food. After some initial conversation, everyone felt more comfortable with each other and began chatting freely around the table. Various topics arose. Laughter filled the air, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious and pleasant. After lunch, Yunxi met with Qin Lian. "How far along are the earliest batches of hotels under construction? Only after the hotels open can they start generating revenue. This past year has been entirely dedicated to investing money." After a moment's thought, Qin Lian replied, "In Jiangcheng, construction has been underway for 10 months, and it should be topped out before the Spring Festival. The hotel in Hangzhou is also expected to be topped out in March." And Yunxi thought for a moment. After the roof was topped out, the exterior walls and interior decoration would still need to be done, which would probably take at least a year. However, there was no other way. Hotels are inherently projects with very long payback periods. "I've acquired a suitable plot of land in New Delhi, India, for building a hotel, but am planning to put it on hold for now." Seeing Qin Lian's expression remain unchanged, she continued, "The business environment there isn't very good, and the timing isn't quite right to enter the overseas market yet." "Boss, you think the same way I do." Even if we were to expand into overseas markets, I wouldn't recommend starting in this city. And Yunxi nodded in agreement. Speed up the progress in Shanghai and Beijing. These two locations would have a significant impact if the hotels successfully opened. Also, have someone keep a close eye on the construction materials and quality. There can't be any problems in this area. I understand, don't worry, boss. Thus, the two engaged in an in-depth discussion about the hotel's development, exchanging many insights. Finally, when both sides largely reached an agreement, Qin Lian got up to say goodbye to his boss and left. And Yunxi rubbed her temples, wondering if she should take some time to travel to major cities in Europe and America. Only by expanding her travel map could her business empire expand more rapidly. That afternoon, after touring the buildings Yunxi had purchased, the person in charge outside of Beijing expressed some envy. What should she do? The boss is really spending lavishly. The company of the future hasn't even been established yet, and the office building is already prepared here. Is this the world of the wealthy? Awesome. Truly amazing. Having a boss like this is a blessing for all of them. Night falls and the city lights come on. Under the starry night sky, the Yunlin clubhouse, adorned with lights, shines exceptionally brightly. It's like a jewel embedded in the darkness, radiating a captivating glow. And tonight, a grand banquet will be held here for Yunxi to entertain the heads of her businesses, marking the end of the first day's itinerary. Yan Hao, the head of the Yunlin clubhouse, arranged a huge private room for them. More than 20 people sat comfortably at a large table with an electric turntable, without feeling crowded at all. Not only that, the meticulous Yan Hao also specially arranged for people to carefully decorate the private room. Originally, the private room leaned towards a casual, entertainment-oriented style, but after his clever modifications, the overall atmosphere instantly became more businesslike. From the artwork hanging on the walls to the exquisite tableware on the table, everything exuded elegance and taste. The melodious music, the fine cuisine, the elegant atmosphere, everything was just right. It wasn't overly serious or formal, yet maintained a certain level of formality. Finally, amidst everyone's expectant gaze, the protagonist of the banquet Yunxi made her entrance. She wore a royal blue wool suit, her figure graceful, and walked with a smile to the head of the table. Then, she elegantly raised her wine glass, glanced around, and said in a clear, melodious voice, "Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend tonight's banquet. You are all heads of my businesses. This past year, you have all worked diligently and made significant contributions to the company's development. Here, I thank you all for your trust and support. At the same time, I assure you all that I, and Yunxi, will not treat you unfairly. In addition to your due salaries and bonuses, I will personally contribute an extra 1 million yuan bonus to each of you. I originally intended to reward everyone with a car, but President Xu reminded me that everyone already has a car. Since that's the case, I'll simply give you the money. Buy whatever you like. I hope we can advance and retreat together and achieve even greater success next year. This glass is for you all.
Cheers."
Having said this, she took a small sip of her wine, gesturing for a toast to the guests present, and the banquet officially began. Thank you, boss. Cheers. Wishing the company all the best. Don't worry, boss. I'll definitely work hard next year. The room was filled with cheers, expressions of gratitude, and declarations of determination. The atmosphere was incredibly lively and exciting. The boss is really generous. With a wave of his hand, he's given away over 20 million in bonuses. With this extra 1 million, plus salaries and bonuses, this year is going to be a very prosperous one. After a day together, the initially somewhat unfamiliar group of people had begun to warm up to each other. They toasted and chatted, the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively and harmonious. When everyone had finished eating and drinking, Chu Zi took out his phone and created a group chat for everyone. In the group, everyone could exchange information and share resources. Everyone happily joined the group immediately. However, when Yunxi looked at the group name Chu Zi had chosen, she fell into deep thought. Her pupils flickered slightly, and she exclaimed inwardly, I never expected Chu Zi to be like this. She never imagined that the seemingly serious Chu Zi would choose such a somewhat cheesy group name as the Queen's Knights. The crucial point was that not a single one of the 20-odd people present raised any objections. This was quite unexpected. Seeing that no one objected, and Yunxi didn't object either, reluctantly accepting it. However, the truth was that Chu Zi had always been liaising with these people as in Yunxi's assistant. In everyone's minds, Chu Zi's words represented the bosses. So although many people couldn't help but twitch their lips when they saw the group name, they tacitly refrained from offering any opinions. Only a few secretly muttered to themselves, "The boss is still a young woman after all." Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was born. After the banquet, the first day's itinerary came to a successful conclusion. The next 2 days would be a wonderful time for them to freely socialize and relax. Everyone got to know each other today. Tomorrow, Mr. Jiang Tao from the Longhua Rihe Valley Hot Spring Resort will take everyone to relax. Chu Zi is with everyone, so I won't go. Relax and have fun. At the end of the reception dinner, and Yunxi announced the upcoming arrangements before leaving to go home.
Time passed day by day.
After Yunxi secured the 2 buildings under construction from the Wang family, it was already final exam week. After finishing her exams, Yunxi immediately put going home for the Chinese New Year on her agenda. She bought a plane ticket back to Yinzhou for February 10th. The day before returning home, Zhou Shiyan, who was about to be separated from his girlfriend for a while, put aside his work and came to Yinshui residence. He was truly reluctant to part with his girlfriend, as he would be away for at least 10 days. The two didn't plan any special activities, just snuggled on the sofa, watching movies and TV series. They exchanged glances and kisses every now and then, almost escalating the situation several times before Zhou Shiyan finally let her go. At this moment, Yunxi was lying on Zhou Shiyan's lap, scrolling through videos on her phone. Zhou Shiyan occasionally fed her fruit, his gaze never leaving her. In a daze, Yunxi felt that their interaction had a strange, long-married couple feel to it. Although she had lived several lifetimes, she had never been in a relationship. Since being with Zhou Shiyan, they had always interacted in a way that felt comfortable to her. She didn't know how other couples interacted, but between her and Zhou Shiyan, it always seemed to be this calm and uneventful, without any dramatic highs and lows, or any particularly passionate moments. "Brother Shiyan." The man responded while forking a piece of cantaloupe and feeding it to Yunxi's lips. Yunxi took a bite of the cantaloupe, chewed and swallowed it before speaking. "What do you think of our current way of getting along?" "I think it's fine." "Is there anything wrong with it?" Just being with Yunxi, even doing nothing but sitting quietly, made him feel at peace. "No, I just suddenly felt like our interactions were like those of an old married couple." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan put down his fork and lifted Yunxi onto his lap. "Yunxi, are you getting bored so quickly?" The man's chin rested on her shoulder, his warm breath tickling her ear. Yunxi inexplicably sensed a hint of danger in his tone. She shrank back, trying to explain, "That's not what I meant. It's just..." "Just what?" The man kissed her earlobe, causing Yunxi to tremble and instinctively shrink back. Other people's love stories always seem so dramatic and passionate, while ours has always been so ordinary. The man frowned, puzzled. "Isn't ordinariness good?" "It's not that it's bad, it's just a sudden feeling." Zhou Shiyan cupped Yunxi's face in his hands, making her look at him, and said solemnly, "The love I believe in isn't a dramatic but fleeting moment. From the day I decided to be with you, I was prepared to spend my whole life with you, Yunxi. We're going to be together forever." Looking at the man's earnest expression, Yunxi was actually a little moved. "But Shiyanji, a lifetime is very long." Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi's hand and placed it on his chest, looking into her eyes. "Then, Yunxi, are you willing to witness this with me over time?" Yunxi felt the heart beating beneath his chest. Thump, thump, gradually, their heartbeats began to merge into one. After a long while, a sweet, happy smile appeared on Yunxi's face. "Okay, let's give it a try." People say that companionship is the most enduring expression of love. In this era of fleeting, superficial relationships, To find someone willing to spend time proving their love, willing to walk hand in hand with you through the ordinary days, is undoubtedly incredibly rare. Love is never a dazzling firework display, but rather a cup of tea slowly savored in the quiet beauty of life. Perhaps some feel that not experiencing a passionate, dramatic love affair is a waste of youth. However, they often overlook a crucial point. When youth fades, when beauty withers, when passion fades, that unwavering devotion and companionship is the truest form of love. At this moment, Yunxi's yearning for beautiful love seemed to have grown even stronger. Just as Yunxi was lost in thought, Zhou Shiyan slowly lowered his head and kissed the girl he loved in his arms. He knew that promises that only remain lip service are often the most useless things. He would prove with his actions that his promise to spend his life with her was not just empty words, but a heartfelt and unwavering vow. After the kiss, Yunxi nestled softly in Zhou Shiyan's warm embrace like a lazy kitten, not wanting to move. Zhou Shiyan held her with one arm, while the other gently stroked her soft hair. At this moment, neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying the warmth and sweetness of the moment. The afternoon sun, like a golden veil, streamed through the large French windows of the living room, casting dappled shadows on the floor. This not only created a dreamlike and beautiful atmosphere in the room, but also brought a sense of warmth. The weather is so nice today, Yunxi squinted slightly, enjoying the sunshine. Hearing her sigh, Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he asked softly, "Want to go for a walk?" Zhou Shiyan's suggestion stirred Yunxi's heart. She nodded without hesitation, replying, "Let's go."
Now.
With that, she pulled away from Zhou Shiyan's embrace, her face beaming with excitement and anticipation. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan shook his head helplessly and could only get up to cooperate. What could he do? It was his girlfriend. He could only pamper her. The two got up and put on their down jackets and shoes. Zhou Shiyan even thoughtfully got Yunxi a soft, thick scarf, wrapping it tightly around her neck. After doing this, he nodded in satisfaction, then naturally extended his right hand and firmly grasped Yunxi's left hand. And so, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they left the villa, walked out of the estate, and strolled slowly along the path beside Siuaiming Lake. The lake shimmered under the warm winter sun, like a giant mirror embedded in the earth. The weeping willows by the lake had long since shed their verdant leaves, leaving only bare branches, swaying gently in the breeze. The two walked side by side, the branches rustling in the wind like a beautiful melody accompanying their journey. Zhou Shiyan turned to Yunxi beside him and asked softly, "Yunxi, when are we going back to Beijing after the New Year?" Yunxi noticed he used the phrase returning to Beijing. These three words stirred something within her, but she remained outwardly calm, smiling as she replied, "It's not decided yet, probably around the 10th of the month." Her plan was to decide which day to book the flight based on the situation at that time. Hearing this, Zhou Shiyan unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. "We won't be able to see each other for at least half a month." Yunxi, "It's only been 10 days or so. Is it really that big of a deal?" Yunxi looked at his slightly disappointed expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. "I'll video call you every day." Yunxi offered words of comfort. However, Zhou Shiyan was clearly not satisfied with that. That's different. How could a video call compare to meeting in person? No holding hands, no kissing, no hugging. The more he thought about it, the dimmer his eyes became. "Brother Shiyan, have you ever heard a saying?" Facing Zhou Shiyan's gaze, Yunxi smiled playfully, her bright eyes blinking, and said, "Distance makes the heart grow fonder." As soon as she finished speaking, Yunxi felt the man beside her stop. She was slightly startled, then instinctively stopped as well, turning to look at him with a puzzled expression. Zhou Shiyan looked serious, his deep, pool-like eyes fixed on Yunxi, replying with unwavering conviction, "We don't need that." His tone and expression were full of seriousness, as if he wanted to imprint every word deeply into Yunxi's heart. Before Yunxi could speak, he continued, "Even if we're together every day, you'll still be the most beautiful in my eyes, and Yunxi's cheeks flushed under the man's focused and ardent gaze. She involuntarily lowered her eyes, trying to avoid this heart-pounding gaze. This man's sweet talk is getting increasingly cheesy. After calming herself down slightly, Yunxi coughed lightly to hide her shyness and nervousness. Looking up at him, Yunxi jokingly asked, "So what should we do? Want to come back with me?" It was just a casual joke, but to Yunxi's utter surprise, Zhou Shiyan took it seriously. Zhou Shiyan was deep in thought, seriously considering the possibility of spending the new year at his girlfriend's house. Seeing the man's serious expression, Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this guy, is he really serious? If she took him home for the new year now, her father would probably explode with rage. Although he knew his daughter had a boyfriend, officially bringing him home for the new year implied discussing marriage. Anyway, it's still too early. All right, it's only a couple of weeks. It'll pass quickly. And Yunxi quickly reassured him. She couldn't let him keep daydreaming. Zhou Shiyan knew in his heart that it wasn't the right time yet. But he just wanted to be with Yunxi every day, even if it was just finding a quiet place to sit quietly. Seeing Zhou Shiyan's reluctant and somewhat unhappy expression, Yunxi softened a little and said, "After the new year, if you miss me, you can come to Yunzhou." Taking him to Yunzhou for the new year wasn't really appropriate, but he could visit her there after the new year. Zhou Shiyan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That way, they would only be apart for a week. The separation time was cut in half, which he thought was excellent. Zhou Shiyan released Yunxi's hand, instead putting his arm around her waist. He naturally placed a kiss on her forehead and said gently, "Then you go home first. I'll come find you." Upon hearing this, Yunxi's beautiful face blossomed into a radiant smile, as beautiful and captivating as a peach blossom in spring. She nodded slightly and softly replied, "Okay." The sun set, casting a pale orange-red hue on the horizon. Ripples spread across the lake, shimmering in the sunlight. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi strolled side by side along the lakeside, the winding path stretching to the horizon. Sometimes they would stop, standing quietly by the lake, admiring the ever-changing beauty of the water. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling Yunxi's
hair.
She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, turning her head to look at Zhou Shiyan beside her, her eyes meeting his loving gaze. They smiled at each other, their eyes seeing only the other. At that moment, the whole world seemed to shrink to just the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, night quietly fell, and the lights along the lake began to illuminate the scene. The soft light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground. These patterns, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, intertwined, creating a mysterious and enchanting painting. In the hazy night, Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi appeared even more intimate. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi were reluctant to leave, wanting to linger a little longer by the lake, savoring this precious time together. As night fell, the reflections on the lake became increasingly clear, the twinkling stars seeming to bless the happy couple. They sat on a bench by the lake, quietly gazing at the night sky, their heartbeats exceptionally clear in the tranquil night. After some time, a breeze blew, bringing a slight chill, and Yunxi instinctively shrank her neck, feeling a chill creep over her. At that moment, Zhou Shiyan keenly noticed the change in temperature. He said gently, "Let's go back. Dinner should be ready at home." His voice was deep and magnetic, sounding particularly pleasant in the quiet night. The word home came from Zhou Shiyan's lips so naturally, as if he had said it 1,000 times. Unconsciously, she seemed to have grown accustomed to Zhou Shiyan's presence. He was like the omnipresent air, silently permeating every corner of her life. Many times, Yunxi thought that if they were suddenly separated now, she would feel very uncomfortable. Back in their warm home, the two took off their heavy down jackets and enjoyed a nutritious and delicious dinner prepared by the chef. Because they had to catch a flight the next morning, Yunxi took a shower and went to bed early. The next morning, Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi to the airport. After checking in, the two said their goodbyes at the security checkpoint. Brother Shiryan, I'm leaving. Zhao Shiryan gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek and tucked it behind her ear, replying affectionately, Okay, have a safe trip. Send me a message when you get home. Okay. And remember to miss me. I know. Fortunately, and Yunxi's flight took off on time. She got into Liang Kai's car and arrived home before lunch. Her parents weren't home, and neither was her younger brother. However, Aunt Kong, knowing she was back, prepared her favorite dishes. She sent a message to Zhou Shiryan and the Distinguished Families WeChat group saying she had arrived home, then immediately immersed herself in the delicious food. Wow, all my favorite dishes. Thank you, Aunt Kong. Kong Shiryan looked at her with a smile and said, Xiaoxi, eat up. It's been so long since you've had Aunt Kang's cooking, hasn't it? Of course. I've missed Aunt Kang's cooking so much. Eat as much as you like. Aunt Kong has been making all your favorite dishes while you've been home. In Kong Shiryan's opinion, whenever she was away, the food was never as good as at home, so she had to make up for it by coming back. The chef at Yunxi, we're not taking the blame for this. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, and Yunxi took some gifts and drove to her uncle's house to visit her grandparents. After parking the car, and Yunxi went to the door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, soon, the door opened. It was Grandma and who opened the door. And Yunxi called out with a smile, Grandma, Grandma, and looked at her granddaughter, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, with a face full of surprise and joy. Her wrinkles deepened with the smile. Little she's back. Come in quickly. She took her granddaughter's hand and led her into the house, calling out loudly, Old man, come out and see who's here. Grandpa, hearing this, quickly came out of his room. Grandpa, it's me who's back to see you. Seeing in Yunxi, Grandpa was also very happy and asked with a smile, When did you get back? Just got home today. Grandma pulled in Yunxi to sit on the sofa in the living room and looked her over carefully. Not bad. You haven't lost weight this time. Grandma, I've been eating and sleeping well. How could I have lost weight? It's good that you haven't lost weight. Young people shouldn't follow those people and try to lose weight. They'll ruin their health. In Grandma's opinion, those young girls who starve themselves to the point of needing to go to the hospital to lose weight are all crazy. Although being too fat isn't good, a young lady should have a bit of meat on her bones. Being healthy is best. Grandpa nodded in agreement. It's better to be a little chubby. He felt his granddaughter was still too thin. A little more weight would be even better. Grandma, I'm not going to lose weight. Your granddaughter's figure is already good enough. She doesn't need to. He was joking. Those marrow-cleansing pills and beauty-enhancing pills weren't for nothing. Grandma smiled and nodded, saying, My granddaughter is beautiful, just like me when I was young. Grandpa didn't dare reply to his wife's comment. Although his wife was indeed beautiful when she was young, his granddaughter resembled his third daughter-in-law more. But he would never say that aloud. And Yunxi took out all the gifts she had brought for her grandparents. She prepared a set of clothes and shoes for each of them, and also a set of gold jewelry for Grandma. The old lady liked things that were shiny and held their value. In addition, she prepared a jade pendant for her grandfather, symbolizing good health and peace. Of course, she also brought some nutritional supplements suitable for the elderly. She also brought the New Year's gifts for her uncle's family. Before, when she was a minor and a student, she didn't need to prepare these things. Now everyone knows she owns a business in Beijing and is a big boss, so these social obligations are naturally impossible to ignore. Grandpa, Grandma, go try on the clothes and shoes. The two elderly people happily took the clothes their granddaughter bought into the room. A short while later, they came out wearing their new clothes. Xiaoxi, quickly help Grandma see if these clothes suit her. Perfect, absolutely perfect. You look at least 10 years younger. Then, she looked at Grandpa and said, Grandpa, this outfit looks good too. It fits you perfectly and makes you look very energetic. She even gave a thumbs up. The two elderly people smiled broadly, overjoyed. And Yunxi then took out the jewelry and amulet and put them on her grandparents. To be honest, dressed like this, they looked like a wealthy elderly couple. As the three of them were looking in the mirror and talking, the living room door opened. Jiang Dongmei walked in, saying, Oh, what's all this commotion? Auntie. And Yunxi quickly stepped forward to greet her. Xiaoxi, you're back? And Yunxi had been blocked by Grandpa earlier, so Jiang Dongmei hadn't seen her when she came in. Did you prepare this for Grandpa and Grandma? Xiaoxi, you have such good taste. This looks so elegant. Jiang Dongmei looked at her parents-in-law, who looked completely refreshed, and praised them. Actually, the Yin brothers often bought things for the elderly couple, but they were used to being frugal. They only wore new clothes for holidays, outings, or when guests came. At home, they helped with housework and mostly wore hand-me-downs. Everyone had tried to persuade them otherwise, but the elderly couple wouldn't listen. Look at them now, all dressed up, isn't it different? Dad, Mom, this is all from Xiaoxi. You can't keep it hidden away. Taking this opportunity, Jiang Dongmei spoke up again to persuade them. Auntie is right, I'll buy Grandpa and Grandma a few more sets to change into. Don't be stingy. Grandma and touched the soft, comfortable fabric of her clothes and said, I work at home all day. Why would I need such nice clothes? Grandma, clothes are meant to be worn. With so many children and grandchildren, just enjoy life. When you have time, take a walk, chat with your old friends. From now on, I'll buy Grandpa and Grandma clothes so you could wear a different outfit every day. We can't possibly wear that many. You're still a student, you can't waste money. The old lady has been frugal her whole life. It's not easy to change that. Grandma, your granddaughter is rich now. Richer than your son, my dad. Just relax and enjoy my filial piety. This made all three elders laugh. Xiao 11, don't let your dad hear you say that. Jiang Dongmei said, clutching her stomach, which ached from laughing. I'm just stating the facts. Even if my dad heard, he wouldn't do anything to me. Jiang Dongmei laughed even harder at her funny expression. Your dad won't do anything to you? Otherwise, your grandparents would be the first to beat him up. Upon hearing this, and Yunxi laughed at the thought. By the way, Aunt, I brought you a gift too. She took a gift box from her bag and handed it to Jiang Dongmei. Jiang Dongmei opened it and found it was also a set of gold jewelry. It was slightly different in style from her mother-in-law's set, but it included earrings, a necklace, a ring, and a bracelet. It was heavy, exquisitely crafted, and beautifully designed. Oh my, this is too precious. Does Aunt like it? Yes. Thank you, Yunxi. Jiang Dongmei didn't want to accept it, but seeing in Yunxi's smiling face, she didn't say anything. Her niece must have prepared gifts for her aunts and other female relatives. She couldn't refuse, so she accepted the gifts, deciding to treat her niece better in the future. Xiao 11, call your parents and ask them to bring Xiao Zi over for dinner tonight. I'll ask your second uncle and aunt if they're free. The two elders were definitely reluctant to see their niece go and wanted to spend more time together. As for her other aunt and Yunxi, she wasn't in the city and couldn't make it to this impromptu gathering, so she didn't need to notify her. Okay, I'll call right away. And Yunxi thought to herself. Thankfully, the gifts for her second uncle and aunt's family were still at the Ziyun Immortal Mansion. She could easily find an excuse to take them from the car later. And Yunxi first called in Jianhua, explained the situation to him, and then called Fang Mingxia to let her know. As for her brother, she could just send a message. Thus, and Yunxi's visit to her grandparents turned into a family gathering. Except for Aunt Anne's family who lived in another city and in Yunzhou, who wouldn't be home from Beijing for another couple of days, everyone from the Yin family was present. The family, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, sat in the living room, eating fruit and snacks and chatting about everyday things. Why did Xiaoxi suddenly go shooting? There was absolutely no indication of it before. The one who asked this was her cousin Yu Kai from her aunt's side. It was a coincidence. During military training, I scored 100 out of 10 in shooting. Thinking I had some talent, I wanted to learn. Later, I met a retired athlete coach at the club. He recommended me to the Beijing shooting team, so I went. Yu Kai. Everyone. How talented must she be to have a coach recommend her the moment they see her? And she won championships in every competition she participated in after joining the shooting team. Her freakish level is simply astonishing. Xiao 11, you're amazing. You learn everything so fast. And Yunchern, sitting next to Yunxi, suddenly said. Everyone then remembered that he had always been like this since he was little, learning everything incredibly quickly. He was the typical other people's child. Although so many years have passed, everyone still remembers the scene of Yunxi being chased by her piano teacher, persuading her to learn piano when she was little. Winning glory for the country is a good thing, but don't neglect your studies. Uncle In, working within the system, was proud of his niece, who first gained admission to Kyoto University and then became a world champion. As her uncle, he couldn't help but feel proud. However, in his view, being an athlete is a profession that relies on youth, and his niece, a high achiever, shouldn't waste her talent. Don't worry, Uncle. I got a 4.0 GPA on all my exams. That's good. Uncle In nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Aunt Yang coolly glanced at her husband and said, I don't know why you're worrying so much. Xiaoxi knows what she's doing. Their niece was exceptionally intelligent and sensible. She couldn't possibly be unaware of this. As they chatted, the topic turned to Yukai again. How's Xiao Kai doing as a university professor? Yukai's parents are both high school teachers and are very strict about his studies. He attended Yunzhou University, a local university, and was directly admitted to its graduate program after his undergraduate studies, then pursued a doctorate. He received his doctorate in the first half of this year and stayed on as a faculty member. It's all right. These past 6 months have mainly been an adaptation period. I'm striving to be promoted to associate professor as soon as possible. After staying on as a faculty member, he initially served as a lecturer, and it generally takes 2 years to qualify for associate professor. During this time, he not only needs to excel in teaching, accumulating sufficient teaching experience and achievements, but also needs to publish a certain number and quality of papers, especially in high-level international journals, and secure research projects. Ideally, he should achieve some high-level research results and gain authoritative recognition in his field. This will benefit his future promotions and academic research career. And Yunxi was generally aware of his situation. It would inevitably involve accumulating time and experience, but if he could achieve results in teaching, academia, or research, the process would be faster. It's tough being this kid these days. He'll be 28 when he graduates with his PhD, and he just got a job at the university. He doesn't want to find a girlfriend right now, so I don't know when he'll get married. And Xiaoying, also known as Anton, spoke with great concern about her son. Sister, don't worry too much. Things are different now than when we were young. Young people get married later. Yang cooling comforted her. Second sister-in-law is right. Maybe it's just not the right time yet. When the time comes, he'll naturally be willing to find someone. Fang Mingxia thought that saying he didn't want to find a girlfriend after starting work was probably just an excuse. If he met someone he liked, she didn't believe her nephew wouldn't take action. By the way, your Xiaoqin will graduate next year, right? What are his plans? He's going to pursue a master's degree. His father and I are too lazy to interfere. Let him handle it himself. Yang Cooling was quite philosophical about it. Although she only had one son, she didn't intend to micromanage his life. Look at her in-laws. They turn a blind eye to the affairs of their children's families. All 5 siblings in the Yin family are doing quite well. Not only that, but their relationships are also harmonious. It's so nice that everyone is busy with their own lives, and occasionally the whole family gets together. It's peaceful and harmonious. On the contrary, those older people always interfere in their children's marriages and jobs, causing constant arguments and chaos in the family. If she married into that kind of family, she would be miserable. Therefore, she definitely wanted to learn from her mother-in-law. Not only that, she also wanted her husband to take it easy and worry less about trivial matters. Children and grandchildren have their own lives to live. Once her son is married, she can let him enjoy his own life. After they retire, they can live a leisurely retirement on their pensions. How wonderful. Seeing that it was almost time, Grandma and her 3 daughters-in-law began preparing dinner. The 3 brothers and the younger generation were also assigned different tasks, such as washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, and peeling garlic. After a lively dinner, Yunxi took out the gifts she had prepared and gave them to everyone. There were elders and peers as well. Everyone who received the gifts was very happy. I didn't expect to receive a gift from Xiaoxi so soon, Uncle N, holding the gift, sighed. Normally, the younger generation wouldn't prepare New Year's gifts for their elders until they graduated from university, started working, and had a salary. But their family's daughter was just too outstanding. At such a young age, she became a world champion, earning a salary and bonuses, and also owning considerable assets. They were already enjoying their niece's filial piety ahead of time. Absolutely. We've gotten a huge advantage, receiving gifts from Xiaoxi years in advance. Yang Kuling chimed in, half-jokingly adding, "You guys better hurry up, don't fall too far behind." Everyone laughed at this. The atmosphere at the family home was very harmonious, and Yunxi loved it. There was no jealousy or scheming, only love and care among family members. This was something she had never experienced before. Therefore, her heart softened when facing such family members. Back home that evening, Yunxi took out the gifts she had prepared for her family. She had bought quite a few things at the previous auction and jewelry gala. She prepared a set of emerald jewelry for Fong Mingxia. For Manhwa, she gave him a set of antique purple clay teapot and teacups, along with 2 boxes of top-grade tea. And for Yunxi, the gift was a limited edition collaboration sneaker he had specifically requested. Seeing that his sister had prepared exactly what he wanted, Yunxi almost jumped for joy. He rushed over and hugged Yunxi, then said with a grin, "Thank you, sister." Fong Mingxia couldn't bear to look at her son's reaction. Next year is the high school entrance exam. If you don't do well, watch out for your bottom and legs. MS. Fong's words were as sharp as ever. "Don't worry, Mom. Junior high school knowledge is too easy for me. It's just the high school entrance exam. I'm sure I can do well. Even if it seems simple, we can't be careless. Those who drowned in that river were all good swimmers." "I know, Mom. You're just worrying unnecessarily. You've even learned to argue now? Did you remember what I said?" Yes. Fong Mingxia shook her head and said to Yunxi, "Look at her. It's like this every day. It's infuriating." And Yunxi smiled and comforted her. "Xiaoza's grades have always been stable. It's just the middle school entrance exam. He'll be fine." She was joking. She had given her brother an intelligence-enhancing pill when he was little. His IQ is definitely top-notch. If he couldn't do well on the middle school entrance exam, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the cultivation world's elixirs? Then, Yunxi told her parents about the New Year's banquet in Yunzhou. Facing Manhwa's somewhat resentful and reproachful gaze, Yunxi quickly explained, "It's just a regular visit, nothing more." Fong Mingxia patted her husband's arm and asked Yunxi, "When are you coming?" "Mom, he hasn't told me the exact date yet. I'll let you know when he confirms." "Okay, Fong." Mingxia began to mentally consider what preparations the family needed to make to entertain them. Back in Yunzhou, Yunxi attended a high school reunion. Of course, it wasn't the kind she'd had before, but a small gathering of about a dozen close friends. When Yunxi arrived, she learned that their classmate Jiang Cheng and Lin Yu were now a couple. Wow, she'd noticed something was off about the class monitor's attitude towards Lin Yu at their high school reunion. She hadn't expected him to get his wish so quickly. "What's going on?" Yunxi asked Lu Wenwen, who was standing nearby. Lu Wenwen rolled her eyes and said, "What else could it be?" Jiang Cheng had his eye on Ye back in high school. Even after we went to university in Haisher, he used his status as an old classmate to constantly flirt with Ye and try to win her over. It hasn't been long, and this big bad wolf has already succeeded. After saying that, Lu Wenwen grabbed Yunxi's hand and said discontentedly, "You have no idea. Ever since Ye started dating, she's only cared about spending time with her boyfriend. It's hard for me to even ask her out for a meal. She's such a fickle person." And Yunxi didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only say, "Why don't you find a boyfriend too, Lu Wenwen?" "You really know how to comfort people." After saying that, Lu Wenwen glared at her. Did she not want to find one? It's just that she hadn't met the right person yet. They were both beautiful young women in their early 20s, who didn't yearn for a sweet romance. And Yunxi touched her nose, somewhat embarrassed, and changed the subject. "Have you been in contact with that person lately?" "What person?" Lu Wenwen looked puzzled. "You mean Huang Yali?" And Yunxi admitted she was trying to change the subject, but she also had a bit of a gossip-loving streak. Oh, her. Lu Wenwen suddenly understood, then leaned close to her ear and said mysteriously, I heard that after the last gathering, that young Master Lu broke up with her, but he gave her some money. She took the money and left. She dated a few boyfriends at that lousy university, but never found someone richer than Lu Xiao. She wants someone richer than Luan? And Yunxi asked, surprised. Yeah, but really rich people aren't stupid. They can have any kind of woman they want. Why would they want someone like her? The ones she met were either a little rich but just playing around, or they had some sincerity but no money. None of them met her requirements. And Yunxi. This woman's desire to find a rich man to change her fate hasn't changed. I didn't expect her to still think like that. She thought that after what happened last time, this person might have changed. Huang Yali was always jealous of her, always trying to outdo her, she knew. But after learning about her family situation last time, and Yunxi thought she would have come to her senses. After all, when someone is slightly stronger than you might feel jealous. But if someone is so powerful that you can only look up to them, and you might never catch up to them in your entire life, then there's no point in being jealous. And Yunxi didn't expect that while Huang Yali had indeed stopped using her as an object of jealousy and comparison, it didn't mean there weren't others. So, she simply shifted her focus and found a new comparison point. A leopard can't change its spots. She's rotten to the core. Lu Wenwen looked down on Huang Yali, as always. Wouldn't it be better to just go to university and make something of yourself through your own efforts? The way she fawns over every rich man she sees is a disgrace to women like them. Let's not talk about her anymore. Yunxi, why did you go to the shooting competition? You wouldn't believe it when I saw the news. Lu Wenwen's words immediately shifted the topic to Yunxi. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their curious gazes to Yunxi. Haha, it's just a coincidence. She repeated the story she told everyone. Yunxi, then we'll be classmates of a world champion from now on. Yeah. Maybe Yunxi can even participate in the Olympics someday. Should we ask Yunxi for an autograph first? Time quickly passed to Lunar New Year's Eve. This year, it was Uncle An's and Jianhua's turn to spend the new year at his home. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia urged their children to shower and change into new clothes early, then drove to Uncle An's apartment complex Green Garden. And Jianhua and his wife were both government employees with good benefits, but their take-home pay wasn't much. Logically, it was impossible for them to buy a house in this area on their combined salaries. But this couple was truly lucky. In their younger years, they only had one child, so the pressure wasn't too great, and they saved a small amount of money. At Jianhua's suggestion, the couple bought a 2-bedroom apartment. Although the apartment wasn't large, it was enough for their family of 3. That was back in 2000. Later, property prices skyrocketed, and the couple were incredibly grateful they had listened to their younger brother's advice. They lived in that apartment for over a decade, and it looked quite old. Unexpectedly, 5 years ago, their apartment was located in an area undergoing urban redevelopment, and they became eligible for redevelopment compensation. Although it was only a small apartment, because of its prime location and high property value, they not only received a larger new apartment, but also a sum of money as compensation. Now, they not only had a more spacious and bright new home, but also more money in their bank account. The couple was overjoyed. As for the longer commute to work due to the move, the couple said it was nothing compared to all the benefits. You see, a family gathering like this for the new year at their old house would have been impossible without enough room. While this house isn't as spacious as a villa, the living room, if tidied up a bit, can easily fit 3 large tables. Even when the 2 sisters who are married out of the family come back together on the second day of the new year, there's still room. The New Year's Eve dinner was as lavish as ever. At the dinner table, Jianhua announced that Yunxi's boyfriend would be visiting after the new year, inviting everyone to his home for dinner to meet him. Xiaoxi has a boyfriend? Where is he from? Grandpa, and was the first to ask. From Beijing, 5 years older than Xiaoxi, a senior at the same school. Seeing everyone looking at him curiously, Jianhua continued, his family is also in business. I've met Mingxia, he's a nice young man. As for the Zhou family status in Beijing, and Jianhua didn't elaborate. My daughter is still young. I don't know if things will change later. Some things don't need to be explained so clearly now.
What about his family?
Are they easy to get along with? Grandma and was more concerned about the mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship. I know his parents, Mingxia and I. They both like Yunxi very much. Xiao, did you meet her in Beijing? Grandpa and Grandma. Don't worry, Xiaoxi's boyfriend is a good person, handsome and refined. You'll definitely like him when you meet him. And Yunzhou thought Zhou Shiyan was indeed impeccable. Most importantly, he was incredibly good to his sister. His gentle manner was so sweet it made them cringe. Since he's coming over, everyone should go and meet him and also help Xiaoxi decide. Finally, Grandpa spoke up. The Yin family only had this one granddaughter in this generation, and she was so outstanding. They needed to carefully consider who their grandson-in-law would be. Grandpa looked at his grandsons and said, "Your sister has found a boyfriend, so you older brothers need to hurry up." And Yunzi glanced at his cousins, then lowered his head and focused on eating. He was still young. Grandpa was definitely not talking about him. It had nothing to do with him. And Yunchuan, and Yunzhou, and Yunchen looked at each other, remaining silent. And Yunzhou gestured to his older brother to give his opinion, but Yunchuan dropped a bombshell. "Don't look at me. I have a girlfriend." "What?" Jiang Dongmei stood up in surprise. "You have a girlfriend?" Seeing her son nod, Jiang Dongmei took a deep breath and asked, "Where is she from?
How old is she?"
"When did you start dating?" Before she could finish, her uncle stopped her. "Dongmei, don't get excited. Let your son answer one question at a time." Seeing his mother calm down, and Yunchuan said, "She's a local from Yunzhou, 5 years younger than me, just graduated from university this year, and works as a civil servant in the district. I met her at the beginning of last year, but we've only been officially together for 4 months. I was planning to bring her home to meet the family after the new year, but well, that's how it is." And Yunchuan smiled somewhat embarrassedly and scratched his head. And Yunzhou patted his eldest brother's shoulder with a broad smile, his tone slightly teasing. "Well done, brother. You've managed to do something so big without making a sound." And Yunchen quickly chimed in. "That's right. You did a great job keeping it a secret. If we hadn't gotten so caught up in the conversation today, we wouldn't have known." As he spoke, he couldn't help but purse his lips, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Originally, the three of them were sharing the pressure, but now that the eldest had suddenly found a partner, the pressure would fall on his second brother and him. His eldest brother was so disloyal. Grandma chuckled, "Oh my, this is wonderful news." After saying this, the old lady seemed to remember something important, and after a moment's thought, she asked, "Xiao Chuan, when are you planning to get married?" If he gets married next year, she might soon be holding her great-grandchildren. Oh my, this old woman can finally enjoy the bliss of 4 generations under one roof. Just thinking about it made Grandma incredibly happy. And Yunchuan, hearing his grandmother's expectant words, and Yunchuan was both amused and exasperated and could only helplessly reply, "Grandma, it's too early to talk about marriage now. We haven't even met our parents yet." "Then hurry up. Don't delay her from holding her great-grandchildren." And Yunxi secretly glanced at her older brother, who looked somewhat embarrassed and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Now, there's a glimmer of hope for marriage. Judging from her brother's current state, he probably can't withstand the constant bombardment from the family for long. Besides, her brother is already thinking of bringing someone home to meet their parents, so he must have designs on the girl. She just doesn't know if this future sister-in-law will be easy to get along with. So, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, when her 2 aunts went back to their parents' home, and Yunxi met her eldest brother's girlfriend at her second uncle's house. "Sister Weiwei?" And Yunxi exclaimed incredulously. "Yunxi?" The woman opposite her was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes widening. At this moment, the two stood face to face, their eyes locked, the atmosphere instantly becoming somewhat awkward and strange. It turned out that her eldest brother's girlfriend was none other than Zhao Yara's cousin Zhang Weiweiwam, and Yunxi had only met once before. And Yunxi really hadn't expected it. Since their last meeting, the two hadn't actually crossed paths, yet they had unexpectedly met again under these circumstances. Looking at her cousin's classmate, Zhang Weiwei couldn't help but feel a surge of indescribable emotions. Although they had only met once, Zhang Weiwei had a deep impression of her cousin's classmate. Her exquisite features and overall demeanor clearly indicated she wasn't an ordinary person. She never imagined that such an outstanding woman would be her boyfriend's cousin. However, Yunxi and enhancement, their names sounded like they were from the same family. She hadn't considered this possibility before. Yunxi and Zhang Weiwei exchanged a smile, both marveling at this strange coincidence. Just then, Aunt Jiang Dongmei noticed the interaction between the two and asked curiously, "Xiaoxi, you two know each other?" Yunxi nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, Aunt. Weiwei is the cousin of one of my junior high school classmates. We met once before." Jiang Dongmei burst into laughter. "Oh my, what a coincidence. I never expected such a connection." She then warmly took Zhang Weiwei's hand and continued, "Since you know each other, that's wonderful. Weiwei, come, let me formally introduce you." Jiang Dongmei then pointed to a group of people beside her, saying, "This is Yunchuan's third uncle and aunt's family, your cousin Yunxi, you know her, and our youngest cousin Yunza." As Jiang Dongmei introduced them, Zhang Weiwei greeted everyone, secretly marveling at the wonders of the world. It seemed her aunt quite liked this future daughter-in-law. Thinking about it, it's understandable. Zhang Weiwei is the gentle, mild-mannered type, and she works as a civil servant. Although she's currently just a junior staff member, in the eyes of the elders, a stable job within the system is perfect for a girl. From every perspective, she's the type of girl that older women and their families would prefer. In this setting, Yunxi, as the younger generation, didn't speak easily. But Fang Mingxia quickly struck up a conversation with Zhang Weiwei. Soon, her aunt's family, who had driven from the next city, arrived. Yunxi met her aunt's cousin Zhou Fangfei, a high school sophomore, and her 7-year-old cousin Zhou Huayan again. While the adults chatted, the younger generation sat together discussing their own topics. The youngest, Zhou Huayan, was at that mischievous age and clearly couldn't play with them, so he went off to play with his various toy vehicles. Yunxi handed Zhou Fangfei, who had just arrived, a handful of sunflower seeds. After receiving the seeds, Zhou Fangfei thanked her softly and sat down with Yunxi, enjoying the seeds. Meanwhile, everyone in the room was chatting animatedly, and the two of them occasionally chimed in, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Just then, Yunxin suddenly suggested that his older brother tell the romantic story of how he met and fell in love with his future sister-in-law. Immediately, everyone chimed in, cheering and teasing. Faced with the enthusiastic requests, Yunchuan seemed a little embarrassed. But ultimately unable to refuse, he could only smile helplessly and slowly begin. "Actually, there's not much to say. It's just that at the beginning of this year, I was driving out on errands when I accidentally bumped into Weiwei's car. We filed insurance claims together and contacted repair shops together, and that's how we met." Upon hearing this, Yunxin immediately jumped into protest. "Wow. Big brother, that's too bland. You have no romantic sense at all." Yunchuan couldn't help but laugh and cry at his brother's complaint. He shook his head and said, "You were in a car accident. What more romance do you expect?" Yunchuan thought his brother was a bit off-putting. Hearing this, Yunxin pouted unhappily, expressing his dissatisfaction. However, seeing his brother's resolute attitude, he didn't say anything more and silently sat back down. And then, Yunxi wanted to hear more. "No story only goes as far as the beginning. We just added each other on WeChat back then, and unexpectedly, we ran into each other again at the shop a week later. Weiwei drove to the shop for maintenance, and I happened to be there too. I thought I should treat her to a meal to apologize for the accident I caused. Later, we spent more time together, and we gradually developed feelings for each other. I confessed, she agreed, and then we got together. Yunxi. Everyone. Yunxi now somewhat agreed with her third brother's assessment. She had to admit that her eldest brother truly lacked the talent for storytelling. He told a romantic love story in a dry, emotionless way. So, Eldest brother, you got a girlfriend after just one car accident? Finally, and Yunzhou offered a summary. Everyone laughed at this. We can't even try to imitate this method, Yukai casually remarked, and everyone laughed even louder. The laughter rose and fell, echoing in the air for a long time, as if it would blow the roof off. Some people were even laughing so hard they were doubled over, tears welling up in their eyes. Just as Yunxi was about to ask for more details, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Sister Yunxi. And Yunxi looked up at the voice and saw Zhou Huayan, who had been quietly playing with his favorite toys, had somehow appeared in front of her. What's wrong? And Yunxi looked down at the adorable little boy with a puzzled expression and asked softly, Sister Yunxi, can you teach me how to shoot a gun? Looking at the child's expectant eyes, and Yunxi smiled and asked, What kind of gun? You see those gun competitions on TV, Zhou Huayan said seriously. And Yunxi found it quite amusing. Perhaps every boy has a unique fondness for guns. She pulled the little guy close, pinched his chubby cheeks, and asked, Do you have a gun? Zhou Huayan shook his head, but quickly pointed excitedly at Yunxi and said, Sister Yunxi has one. However, Yunxi shrugged helplessly and patiently explained, But sister's guns are only for competitions. You can't bring them home. Hearing this, Zhou Huayan's expectant face instantly fell. What should he do? He wanted to learn to shoot so he could show off to his classmates at school. His classmates envied him because they knew he had a cousin who was a world champion. Do you like shooting? And Yunxi looked at the little guy's adorable, conflicted expression and couldn't help but smile, asking softly. Zhou Huayan's big, dark eyes sparkled with excitement. He nodded vigorously without hesitation and answered crisply, I love it. I love it so much. And Yunxi smiled and patted his head, saying earnestly, You're still so young. You can't even hold a real gun steadily. If you want to shoot, eat well, study hard. When you grow up, I'll take you to a shooting club. Only adults can go there. Actually, Yunxi's words weren't entirely a lie. After all, many shooting clubs in reality have strict age restrictions for participants, usually only allowing adults to experience shooting. Of course, a small number of shooting clubs are open to children over 10 years old and taller than 1.3 meters. But a 7-year-old like Zhou Huayan obviously didn't meet the requirements. Hearing this, Zhou Huayan, who had been full of anticipation, instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly disappointed. If you do well in school after elementary school and get into a good junior high, your older sister Yunxi will take you there. At this age, focusing on academics is the most important thing for a child. If he has a real talent for shooting when he's older, pursuing that path wouldn't be a bad idea. Okay, there was still some hope, so he stopped worrying about it. Since your older sister Yunxi said that children can't go, we'll just have to wait until he's older. After the little guy reluctantly and helplessly turned and left, and Yunzhou, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help but speak up. Aren't you afraid of being exposed for just fooling him like that? Hearing this, Yunxi glared at him and said with dissatisfaction, How can you say it's a lie? Everything I said is the truth. Is it true that only adults can enter the shooting club? And Yunzhou wasn't particularly interested in this kind of thing, and he rarely paid attention to related information. According to the club's rules, some are for adults, and some are for teenagers. But no matter what, it's not a place for a 7-year-old. Those are real guns, with weight and recoil. A child that young can't even hold a gun properly. How can they shoot? After graduating from elementary school, they're around 13 or 14 years old. That's about right. And Yunzhou glanced at her, somewhat surprised, and said, I thought you were just saying that casually. And Yunxi glanced at him, but didn't speak. She wasn't just saying it casually. If this little guy really had talent, she wouldn't mind being his guide. After receiving her aunt who had returned to her maternal home on the second day of the Lunar New Year, and then visiting her maternal grandmother and uncle on the third, and Yunxi's family had finished gathering with their close relatives. Zhou Shiyan was scheduled to come on the fourth day, and Fang Mingxia, besides visiting relatives, was also busy preparing to welcome her future son-in-law these past 2 days. During this time, the system had given Yunxi quite a few good things. Besides money and various function cards from daily check-ins, She even received 2 assets in Yunzhou after returning home for the new year. A plot of land in the suburbs of Yunzhou, comprising 2 small hills and a restaurant chain company called Baiweiju. And Yunxi carefully reviewed the land's information and discovered that the land was located in a remote town under the jurisdiction of Yunzhou. Surrounded by vast farmlands and villages, the location was indeed somewhat remote. Fortunately, a wide, flat national highway ran nearby, and after driving 2 or 3 kilometers along it, one could easily reach the expressway. Thus, transportation was fairly convenient. After a brief look, Yunxi judged that this place was probably suitable for agriculture. Such a large area would be perfect for building a large-scale planting and breeding base. Imagining the beautiful future scene of this land with lush trees, fragrant fruits and vegetables, and flocks of chickens and ducks, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. After careful consideration, Yunxi used a custom top-level manager summoning card, preparing to have him establish a company in Yunzhou to be responsible for the development and construction of this land. As for Baiweiju restaurant chain, they already had a professional manager. This person was named Wu Junwei, and he was 40 years old. Yunxi spoke with him on the phone and thought he was quite good. After adding him to the team, she saw that the system gave him an ability rating of 85 and an initial loyalty of 73. Since Wu Junwei was so excellent and reliable in all aspects, there was no need to consider replacing him with someone else. In addition, Yunxi received 7 weekly sign-in achievement rewards and 1 monthly sign-in achievement reward. The weekly reward directly gave Yunxi 7 lists of potential talents, ranging from directors, producers, and screenwriters to cinematographers, costume designers, and prop masters. It had everything. Yunxi. It seems this system is determined to make Xingtian Entertainment bigger and stronger. However, it must be said that these lists are priceless treasures, their value even surpassing that of money. The string of potential names that followed not only delighted Yunxi, but also filled Li Haowen with joy. He knew all too well the immense value these lists provided by his boss held. Such valuable resources were always welcome. The monthly achievement reward for January was a double funds card. This wasn't really necessary for Yunxi at the moment. However, something was better than nothing, so she used it immediately. The February lottery reward was a biopharmaceutical company Yunxi Pharmaceutical. This company was a GMP-certified pharmaceutical manufacturing enterprise integrating R&D, production, and sales. Headquarters was located in the heart of the Yunzhou National High-Tech Industrial Development Zone, with a total factory area of 38,000 square meters. The main factory buildings included office buildings, a laboratory building, a pretreatment building, an extraction building, and a formulation building, among others. It has advanced production lines for producing various dosage forms such as tablets, capsules, and granules, and is also equipped with a full range of advanced precision analytical and testing instruments. And believe it or not, this is a fairly strong company, with annual revenue of 6.3 billion and annual profit of 2.835 billion. It seems that once her product for treating and preventing myopia is released, the production of the biological pharmaceutical products will be secured. After the launch of the White Hair Turns Black series of products, Yunxi also received a reward for completing a Tasca Deep Cleansing Skincare Set formula. This is the second skincare set formula given by the system. The first one was for moisturizing and nourishing. Yunxi guesses that the system will likely give out other series of rewards later. In addition to these rewards, Yunxi also received 2 New Year's gift packages. Just like last year, one for the Gregorian New Year and one for the Lunar New Year. When the Gregorian New Year's gift package was distributed, Yunxi was still in Beijing. The system rewards included 1 billion personal funds, a skill upgrade card, a 100 million yuan 10-fold consumption cashback card, a 500 million yuan 10-fold investment cashback card, 5 custom top-tier researcher summoning cards, 5 custom top-tier manager summoning cards, a reputation-boosting card, 100,000, and ownership of Beijing Yuxianjian Technology Company, Limited. Yunxi received the Lunar New Year gift package in Yunzhou. The system rewards were the same as the Gregorian New Year rewards, except the last items industry was changed to Yunzhuangjia Hui Chain Supermarket. And Yunxi checked the information. Yuxianjian was an online video website company. Since its official launch in 2012, Yuxianjian has adhered to the brand slogan Enjoy Quality, actively, promoting comprehensive innovation in products, technology, content, and marketing to provide users with a rich, high-definition, and smooth professional video experience. Today, Yuxianjian has successfully built a video business ecosystem connecting people and services, including e-commerce, games, and movie tickets, leading the diversified development of video website business models. Wow, their New Year's gift packages are always extraordinary. Yuxianjian's annual revenue in 2017 reached a staggering 17.38 billion yuan, although its operating profit and net profit were both negative according to its financial statements. However, this is a common problem for all internet companies in their early stages of development, mainly because they invest heavily in R&D upgrades, marketing, and other aspects to increase user numbers. But by the end of last year, Yuxianjian's user base had already exceeded 50 million, and Yunxi carefully reviewed the company's current development and future plans. If it continues on its current trajectory, with the increase in user numbers and the development of diversified businesses, turning a profit is only a matter of time. There's also Wanjiawi Chain Supermarket, and Yunxi knew about it before because it has a certain degree of brand recognition throughout Nanling province. Although its business is concentrated within the province, with over 90 chain supermarkets across the province, its total annual revenue reached 680 million yuan, and its net profit was around 100 million yuan. As a regional chain supermarket, this performance is already quite impressive. And Yunxi took out the 2 reputation-boosting cards from the 2 gift packs and used them immediately. Then, she silently chanted in her mind, "Open the system panel." By Fume, Rich and Beautiful Girl, Development System, Host and Yunxi, Level 4, Appearance, 97, Height, 168 centimeters, Weight, 48 kilograms, Charm, 91 Charm, 88, Talent, 74, Functions, 1. Backpack, 2. Check-in, 3. Learning, 10 times Study Room, Rich and Beautiful Girl, Training Course, 4. Team, 5. Lottery, Wealth, 40, Career, 30, Reputation, 837298/837298, Skills, Photographic Memory, Shooting, God Level, Languages, God Level, Driving, God Level, Martial Arts, God Level, Hacking, God Level. Click here to expand for details. Status, Dynamic Vision Enhancement Buff, Permanent, Reaction Speed Enhancement Buff, Permanent, Concentration Enhancement Buff, Permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industries, Yunfeng Group, 100%. Yunnan Research Institute, 100%. Yunxi Property, 100%. Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake Yanshuaja Manor Villas. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in tasks. Completed today, 18 days of check-ins this month. Learning tasks. 1. Successfully passed the College English Test Band 6, CET 6, within 2 years. 2. Improve any skill to master level through self-study, within 3 years. 3. Possess 10 God-level skills, within 5 years. Career tasks. 1. Invest in a feature film in your own name, within 1 year. 2. Launch the 4th new product, within 1 year. 3. Participate in the Asian Games shooting competition and win the championship, within 1 year. In terms of numerical values, all are slowly increasing. The biggest change is in reputation points. This is mainly because the system shop hasn't opened yet, so there's nowhere to spend reputation points. With only income and no expenditure, the accumulation makes the growth seem rapid. In the rich, beautiful, and powerful courses, and Yunxi has already reached the advanced level in the negotiation course she previously chose. Even the dance course has reached 53% of the beginner level. This is despite her relatively low time and effort investment. And Yunxi is considering adding another course. After browsing through the system's course categories, and Yunxi finally decided to choose a management course. Although she has already learned a lot about management in reality, she doesn't really know her current level, and this system course can help her further her studies. Unexpectedly, the system's initial evaluation for her is only 2% of the beginner level. And Yunxi? She seemed to have overestimated herself again. It seemed that what she currently possessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Well, she knew the system's requirements were always very high. What to do? Learn, of course. Considering the generous rewards the system had given her, she would definitely learn each skill diligently, striving to become a beautiful, wealthy, and successful woman who met the system's standards. On the morning of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, sunlight filtered through thin clouds, casting dappled patterns on the earth and bringing a touch of warmth to the cold winter day. This was a very important day for the Yin family. Zhao Shuryan was coming to visit, and Jianhua and Fang Mingxia canceled all their other plans to entertain Zhao Shuryan at home. Meanwhile, Yunxi had just leisurely finished breakfast and was about to relax and browse her phone for a while. Unexpectedly, Fang Mingxia gave the order to send her to the airport to pick him up. And Yunxi? Was it really necessary to be in such a hurry? There was still plenty of time. However, faced with Fang Mingxia's extremely imposing gaze, Yunxi instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, obediently shutting her mouth and not daring to say another word. There was nothing she could do. Her mother was the boss at home. So, she could only helplessly give up her resistance, get into the car with driver Liang Kai, and head towards the airport. Since she was going to wait anyway, it didn't matter where she waited. When the car arrived at the airport, there was still a long time before Zhao Shuryan's flight landed. And Yunxi found a relatively quiet corner to sit down and started idly playing on her phone. Time ticked by, and finally, more than an hour later, the announcement came over the loudspeaker that Zhao Shuryan's flight had landed safely. And Yunxi quickly stood up and walked to the exit. Not long after, she saw that familiar figure. Zhao Shuryan slowly walked towards the exit, pushing his suitcase. He wore a well-tailored dark suit, his posture upright, and his step steady and powerful. His handsome face, with its sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a slight upturn of his lips, carried a faint smiley looked like a male lead straight out of an idol drama. Many girls passing by couldn't help but glance at him. Just then, Zhao Shuryan seemed to sense someone watching him. He looked up, his gaze instantly locking onto Yunxi. The moment their eyes met, Yunxi smiled at the man in the distance. The young girl wore a snow-white down jacket, paired with black skinny jeans that perfectly accentuated her slender, long legs. The down jacket was simple and elegant, but the soft fur trim around the hood added warmth and playfulness to the overall look. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her skin fair and jade-like, with a healthy rosy glow, as delicate and captivating as a peach blossom in spring. Especially her bright, clear eyes, like twinkling stars in the night sky, shone brightly, revealing boundless intelligence and liveliness. She stood there gracefully, smiling at him, her long, black hair flowing like silk, dancing lightly in the wind, stirring his heartstrings. At this moment, Zhao Shuryan felt completely absorbed by the person before him, leaving no room for anything else. An indescribable joy surged through him like a tidal wave, leaving him utterly captivated. Brother Shuryan, a clear, melodious voice called out, like heavenly music, instantly shattering the tranquility between them. And Yunxi walked briskly towards Zhao Shuryan with light steps. Yunxi, reaching in Yunxi, Zhao Shuryan released the handle of his suitcase and opened his arms to embrace her tightly. At this moment, he wished he could pour all his longing and love into this affectionate embrace, bringing their hearts even closer. "Did you miss me?" The man's deep, magnetic voice sounded in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin, causing her delicate earlobes to flush slightly, feeling a warmth spreading through them. Hearing this, Yunxi blushed. She gently raised her arms to encircle the man's slender waist, then nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, nodding slightly and softly murmuring, "Brother Shuryan, let's go back first." Although she did miss him a little, she had no interest in being intimate with him in public at the airport. Seeing this, Zhao Shuryan understood her thoughts and reluctantly released the beauty in his arms. However, when he saw her exquisitely sculpted eyes and brows, a surge of impulse rose within him. He couldn't help but lean forward and quickly plant a firm kiss on her luscious lips before finally releasing her, satisfied. Liang Kai, standing to the side. Should I have not come? I should have stayed in the car and waited. And Yunxi's face flushed instantly, and she unceremoniously reached out and pinched the man's strong waist hard. After these small gestures, Yunxi quickly regained her composure and gracefully began introducing the two people before her. Brother Shuryan, this is my dad's driver, Liang Kai. I usually call him Brother Liang. This is my boyfriend, his surname is Zhao, and his name is Zhao Shuryan. Hello, Brother Liang. Hello, Mr. Zhao. After a brief greeting, the two officially became acquainted. Let's go, the car's in the parking lot. Liang Kai took the two suitcases Zhao Shuryan had brought and led the way. Zhao Shuryan nodded slightly, then naturally took Yunxi's soft, slender hand and followed slowly behind Liang Kai. As they walked, Yunxi suddenly seemed to remember something, looked up at Zhao Shuryan and asked, Brother Shuryan, why didn't you bring Wang Lin? This guy usually brought an assistant with him wherever he went, except when he was on dates with her. This time, he actually came all the way from Beijing to Yunzhou by himself. We don't need him here. He came to see his girlfriend. What would it look like bringing such a big third wheel? You're only here for a few days. Why did you bring so much luggage? Some of it was prepared by my mother. She said it's the first time visiting, so we shouldn't neglect proper etiquette. Actually, his mother would have prepared these even if he hadn't asked, but she was just worried and prepared quite a lot for him. He couldn't leave without bringing everything. Ms. Yunxi had personally supervised him packing all those things into his suitcase. My parents think that since you just arrived today, you should rest a bit. Tomorrow, they'll invite the relatives over for a meal, and you can get to know them. Relatives from both the En and Fong families will be coming, so there will be quite a few people. She turned to look at the man beside her. Zhao Shuryan raised an eyebrow, squeezed her hand, and said, Don't worry, I can handle it. After saying that, he released her hand, instead casually putting his arm around her slender waist, teasingly saying, So worried about me? Afraid I won't perform well? Feeling the strong, warm hand around her waist, Yunxi didn't know whether to pull away or not. He wasn't worried about him not being able to handle it. He was just giving him a heads up about facing a large group of relatives. I was just letting you know so you could prepare yourself. The man chuckled softly, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Yunxi, don't worry. I'll definitely do my best to make them all like and approve of me. You're acting like this, so unlike your usual self. Yunxi looked at the man before her, incredulous. Oh, what's my usual image? Zhao Shuryan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips as he countered. Noble and aloof, taciturn and unapproachable. That's how I am with others. It'll never be like that with you. This guy, sweet talk comes out like it's free. You really should show your friends what you're like now. On the way home from the airport, Zhao Shuryan's hands were never idle. He held Yunxi's small hand tightly, gently stroking it, then lightly kneading it, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Yunxi glared at him fiercely several times, but it had no effect whatsoever. The man not only showed no sign of letting go, but instead tightened his grip on her hand. Yunxi tried several times to pull her hand back, but each attempt failed. Zhao Shuryan reacted extremely quickly, always sensing her intentions immediately and swiftly re-grabbing her hand. Faced with such shameless behavior, she had no choice but to let him be. Before long, the car smoothly entered the Lushan Yunjing Villa district, where the In family villa was located. When they entered with their luggage, Jianhua and Fong Mingxiao were already waiting in the living room. Uncle, Aunt, Shuryan, I'm sorry to have bothered you. Zhao Shuryan greeted the two elders with a smile and impeccable manners. Don't let his usual aloof demeanor fool you. He seemed indifferent to everything around him. However, when he intentionally showed a gentle and polite side, his charm was irresistible, instantly winning people's favor. What are you saying? Aunt has been looking forward to your arrival. Please sit down and rest. Fong Mingxiao warmly invited Zhao Shuryan to sit down. Zhao Shuryan slowly sat down on the sofa, his posture upright as a pine tree. Aunt Kong moved swiftly, Almost as soon as Zhou Shiyan sat down, she brought him a steaming cup of fragrant tea, gently placed it on the table and said with a smile, "Mr. Zhou, please have some tea." Zhou Shiyan nodded slightly and politely thanked her. "Thank you." After a brief pause, Zhou Shiyan continued, "Uncle, Aunt, this is a gift I prepared for you both. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you like it." Zhou Shiyan presented the gift he had taken from his suitcase beforehand. Fang Mingxia quickly waved her hand, saying, Yan, you're too kind." She addressed him directly, following Yunxi's address. "My mother specifically instructed me beforehand that you should accept it, Aunt." And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia happily accepted the gift. "How are your parents?" It wasn't Jianhua who asked this. Their last meeting with the Zhou family in Beijing was quite pleasant, and they've kept in touch since. They're both doing well, just been quite busy with lots of guests lately. Being busy is a good thing. If it weren't for hosting Zhou Shiyan these past 2 days, their house would be constantly filled with visitors. After their National Day holiday trip, and Jianhua's family and Zhou Shiyan had become quite familiar with each other. With Zhou Shiyan intentionally showing interest, the group chatted very harmoniously, seemingly having endless topics to discuss. The conversation eventually led to lunchtime. With guests at home, lunch was naturally quite lavish. The table was laden with a variety of delicious-looking dishes, making one's mouth water. As everyone enjoyed the delicious food, they continued to share various interesting stories and anecdotes, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. After lunch, Yunxi took Zhou Shiyan to the guest room arranged for him to rest for a while, and then went back to her room for a nap. "Mom and Dad, I'm going out for a walk with Shiyan," and Yunxi told her parents. "Okay, come back early for dinner tonight," Fang Mingxia added with concern. "Okay." The two went out by car, so the task of driving naturally fell to Zhou Shiyan. The car slowly started and drove along the road, and Yunxi turned her head slightly, her gaze falling on Zhou Shiyan, who was focused on driving beside her. His handsome profile was sharply defined, his eyes intently fixed on the road ahead, his hands skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel. And Yunxi parted her lips slightly and asked, "Brother Shiyan, where do you want to go?" A doting smile appeared on Zhou Shiyan's lips as he softly replied, "Whatever you say." As long as he was with his beloved, Zhou Shiyan was willing to go anywhere. And Yunxi thought for a moment and said, "There's a park near the No. 1 middle school. Let's go for a walk there." And Yunxi had been to that park a few times before. The environment was quiet and the scenery was pleasant, quite suitable for couples to take a stroll. "Whatever you say." Zhou Shiyan's expression, as if his girlfriend was always right, made Yunxi chuckle. As the car passed the gate of No. 1 middle school, Yunxi's gaze was suddenly drawn to the scene before her. The school's once slightly worn gate had been completely renovated, now brand new and magnificent. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh, what's wrong?" Zhou Shiyan asked. And Yunxi explained, "Our school has changed a lot. Even the gate has been rebuilt." "Want to go in and take a look?" Zhou Shiyan suggested readily. "Are you sure you want to go to the school? It's just a middle school. It's definitely not as nice as a park." However, Zhou Shiyan's attitude was firm. "Yes, I want to see the places you used to frequent." He wanted to retrace the steps of her life, hoping to understand her better. "Okay, let's go check it out. But speaking of which, I don't know if we can still use facial recognition to get in." Zhou Shiyan smiled upon hearing this, turned the car around, and slowly drove towards the gate of Yunzhou No. 1 middle school. It was during the holidays, and the school was quiet, but there were still staff members on duty at the gatehouse. And Yunxi gently pushed open the car door, gracefully got out, and walked straight to the gatehouse. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the window. With a creak, the window opened, revealing a very familiar face to Yunxi. What a coincidence. It was an old acquaintance. "Oh, Uncle Wang, is it your shift today?" And Yunxi greeted everyone with a smile. "You are?" And Yunxi? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Xing's eyes as he quickly recognized his former student. "It's me." And Yunxi nodded in response. "Oh my, you're home for the new year? It must have been over a year since we last met, right?" Wang Xing remembered Yunxi. After all, only about 30 people from their school's graduating class were admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. And Yunxi was beautiful, and having frequented this school for 6 years from junior high to high school, they were naturally familiar with each other. It has indeed been a year and a half since we last met. This was her first time back to number 1 high school since she went to university. At this moment, Zhao Shiyan parked his car and walked over to her side. And this is... Wang Xing stared at the unfamiliar man beside Yunxi with a puzzled expression, asking curiously, "Uncle Wang, this is my boyfriend. His surname is Zhao," and Yunxi introduced the person beside her to Wang Xing with a smile. Then she turned to Zhao Shiyan and said, "This is our school gatekeeper. We all call him Uncle Wang." Zhao Shiyan stepped forward with a smile and polite manner, extending his hand to Wang Xing and greeting him, "Hello, Uncle Wang." Upon hearing Yunxi say that the imposing young man before her was her boyfriend, Wang Xing quickly and carefully sized Zhao Shiyan up from head to toe. This one look was enough to make him secretly marvel. This man is no ordinary person. Whether it's his exceptionally handsome appearance or the extraordinary demeanor he exudes in every gesture, he has never encountered anyone comparable in his entire life. "You found a boyfriend so quickly? Not bad. Not bad at all. You're a perfect match, a match made in heaven." Although he knew it was just a polite compliment, Zhao Shiyan was still inexplicably pleased by the words. "Uncle Wang, could we please come in and have a look around the school?" "Of course. Wait here, I'll open the gate for you right away." Although the school has a rule that anyone who is not a student or faculty member and has no special circumstances is prohibited from entering, the school usually makes an exception for graduates like Yunxi who want to revisit their alma mater. After all, this kind of situation is commonplace for the security guards at the school gate. It's not the first time they've dealt with such a case. So, Zhao Shiyan and Yunxi, hand in hand, leisurely stepped into the campus of Yunzhou No. 1 High School. Walking through the campus, Yunxi immediately transformed into a dutiful tour guide. Strolling through the campus, Yunxi pointed out things to Zhao Shiyan as they walked. "This is the teaching building. That's the dormitory. The cafeteria is to the east. The library is to the west," she said. "And there's the stone table and benches by the osmanthus tree near the library entrance where we used to chat. The small hill behind the office building didn't have a viewing pavilion on it before." And so on. All sorts of matters, big and small, important and trivial, that Yunxi recounted to Zhao Shiyan without reservation. Zhao Shiyan watched intently and listened carefully. Clearly, he was deeply interested in his girlfriend's past and eager to know more details. It seemed Yunxi's high school years were quite ordinary, not much different from many other good students. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia, a couple from humble beginnings who built their wealth from scratch, raised their child based on their past experiences. This was naturally different from the elite education provided by a true wealthy family, like the Zhou family. The ancients had a saying, 3 generations form a family, 5 generations a clan, 10 generations a powerful clan. If Yunxi hadn't transmigrated, Jianhua and Fang Mingxia would probably still be working in their original jobs. That's precisely why their family is ultimately different from those truly established families with generations of accumulated wealth and influence. Seeing Zhao Shiyan's thoughtful expression, Yunxi asked, "Isn't it very different from your life?" "Yes. I had a lot to learn when I was little, so I spent most of my time studying at home and rarely went to school." And Yunxi mentally organized her thoughts before explaining, "Our family is different. When I was born, my dad was a teacher and my mom was an accountant. The real change in our family started when we met my master. Under my master's influence and help, my dad finally decided to quit his job and go into business. My master took a liking to you, so it must be because you have some extraordinary qualities." And Yunxi couldn't help but chuckle to herself, thinking, what extraordinary qualities can a 3-year-old possibly have? Moreover, her so-called master was merely a fabricated background identity created for her by the system. However, Yunxi would never say these things aloud. "Brother Shiyan." The man stopped and looked at her. "I feel like you're viewing me through a filter right now." Zhao Shiyan raised an eyebrow in disagreement. "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. First, you have to be outstanding enough to attract someone to be your lover. I see you through a filter, because you're so outstanding that I only see your good points. Oh my, listen to that. It's actually quite endearing. Brother Shuryen, if anyone ever says you're quiet and unapproachable again, I'll definitely vouch for you. These sweet words kept coming, and she was starting to feel overwhelmed. As long as Yunxi is happy, and Yunxi. Upon hearing this, and Yunxi froze completely. Help. She's flirting with me. What do I do? I need help. Seeing the girl's blushing and shy expression, Zhao Shuryen felt incredibly happy. And so, the two strolled hand in hand around the campus. When they checked their watches, they realized it was still quite early. So, the two, full of enthusiasm, headed to a nearby park for another stroll. As the sun gradually set and a magnificent sunset painted the sky, they finally set off on their journey home, completely satisfied. The next day, the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, the relatives of the En and Fong families met in Yunxi's legendary boyfriend. For Zhao Shuryen, today was also a particularly important day, as he was about to formally meet so many relatives and friends from both families. Fortunately, he had made thorough preparations beforehand, specifically inquiring about the composition of his family's relatives from Yunxi. He prepared gifts for everyone, including the infant Fong Yuan fan, who was only a few months old. When the En and Fong families first saw Zhao Shuryen, they were instantly captivated by his outstanding appearance. This young man had striking features, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a face sculpted as if by a master craftsman. Every line was perfectly proportioned, radiating a captivating charm. With just one glance, everyone had the same thought. This young man is so handsome. However, handsome appearance alone might not have been enough to amaze everyone. With further contact and observation, people quickly noticed the innate nobility emanating from Zhao Shuryen. His every gesture exuded elegance and composure, as if he had received a rigorous education and upbringing in an aristocratic family from a young age. This nobility wasn't deliberately displayed. It flowed naturally from his words and actions, making people marvel at his extraordinary background. The third impression he left on everyone was thanks to Zhao Shuryen's conscious and unconscious cultivation of his demeanor. Facing the group of people he was meeting for the first time, he maintained a gentle and polite attitude, communicating with a smile, listening attentively, and responding appropriately, without the slightest air of superiority. Thus, through Zhao Shuryen's conscious and unconscious cultivation of his demeanor, he earned the label of gentle and polite. And Yunxi stood quietly to the side, watching Zhao Shuryen surrounded by his extended family, secretly admiring him. These relatives were always hospitable, but sometimes their excessive concern could make them a bit long-winded. Even so, Zhao Shuryen maintained a smile, patiently answering their various questions without the slightest impatience. And Yunxi thought to herself that if she were in the same situation, she probably wouldn't be as patient as Zhao Shuryen. And so, time passed, and the in-family villa became a lively scene. The men sat with Zhao Shuryen, enthusiastically discussing all sorts of topics, from current events to sports competitions to business trends. Nothing was off-limits. Zhao Shuryen, with his extensive knowledge and witty humor, skillfully blended in, frequently eliciting laughter from everyone. Meanwhile, the women huddled together, whispering about Zhao Shuryen. They exchanged glances, their eyes frequently glancing in Zhao Shuryen's direction, their faces beaming with satisfaction. Xiaoxi's boyfriend is really great. Not only is he handsome, but his demeanor is also outstanding. He's a perfect match for our granddaughter. After exchanging a few words with Zhao Shuryen, Grandma observed him carefully for a long time before finally giving her assessment. My dear in-laws are absolutely right. This child is not only good-looking and highly educated, but also very polite and well-mannered. He clearly comes from a good family. And Yunxi's maternal grandmother also had a very good impression of Zhao Shuryen. This young Zhao is indeed excellent. He's impeccable in every way. Yunxi has good taste. Yunxi is such a wonderful girl, and her boyfriend is just as outstanding. Indeed, she's never caused Jianhua and Mingxia any worry since she was little. Now, we don't even need to rush her. She's already found such a great boyfriend. Exactly. Unlike our Jiaxing, who's almost 30 and shows no interest in finding a girlfriend. I'm torn between pushing him and not pushing him. It's driving me crazy. Hi, don't be so anxious. Zhao didn't get married until he was 32. Maybe it's just that his time hasn't come yet. You can't say anything to young people these days. They get upset if you say too much. Sigh, children are always a burden. While everyone was chattering amongst themselves, Zhou Shiyan maintained a constant smile, politely and humbly interacting with the elders. Thanks to his years of experience in business, his eloquence, and his ability to read people and adapt to changing situations, he quickly won the high approval and unanimous praise of the woman's relatives. After the relatives left, Zhou Shiyan seized an opportunity when only the two of them were present and asked, Yunxi, are you satisfied with my performance today? Zhou Shiyan's deep eyes were fixed on the woman before him, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them. And Yunxi involuntarily recalled the scene of Zhou Shiyan chatting and laughing effortlessly among the relatives earlier that day. That confident and composed demeanor made Yunxi feel incredibly impressed. Thinking of this, Yunxi smiled and replied, satisfied, more than satisfied. Zhou Shiyan took the girl's hand and with his other hand gently stroked her delicate, fair cheek, saying, Yunxi, I really hope you graduate soon. And Yunxi naturally understood the unspoken meaning in the man's words. Ever since she agreed to marry Zhou Shiyan after graduation, this man had been longing for time to fly by. At this moment, feeling Zhou Shiyan's intense gaze, Yunxi's cheeks flushed crimson, as alluring and adorable as a ripe apple. She slightly turned her head, trying to hide her shyness, and said somewhat awkwardly, Life is long, there's no need to rush. She still had a few months before she turned 20. However, Zhou Shiyan did not give up his idea because of Yunxi's words. He pulled Yunxi's small hand to his lips and gently placed a kiss as soft as a feather. Then he whispered in her ear, But I want to marry you as soon as possible. This was a thought that had lingered in his mind ever since he realized his feelings. After so much time, this thought hadn't wavered at all. On the contrary, it had become even more resolute. However, his girlfriend was too young to put it into practice. What could Yunxi say? She could only comfort him, saying, More than 2 years will pass quickly. Zhou Shiyan nodded heavily, responding with tender and doting eyes, Yes, I'll wait for that day to come. Having arrived in Yunzhou, Zhou Shiyan didn't plan to return immediately. He secretly planned to wait until Yunxi set off for Beijing before accompanying her. So, over the next few days, Yunxi would occasionally take Zhou Shiyan out for a stroll. One day, after watching a movie, the two were riding down an escalator in a shopping mall when they ran into someone they knew. Yunxi, what are you doing here? Huang Yali looked at the girl in front of her, even more beautiful than in high school, and her jealousy was almost unbearable. But she could no longer recklessly utter those barbed, sarcastic remarks that would invite trouble. After all, following her own experiences over the past 2 years, Huang Yali had frequently accompanied wealthy young men to various high-end events and social activities, gaining a deeper understanding of interpersonal relationships. Now she understood that some people were definitely not to be trifled with. In going home for the new year, This is your boyfriend? Huang Yali appeared with a man. She was intimately linked arm in arm with a man beside her. This man appeared to be in his 30s, mature and composed with a hint of shrewdness typical of a businessman. However, surprisingly, the two inseparable followers Huang Yali had been with in high school were nowhere to be seen. It was unclear whether they had fallen out or something else was going on. Yes, this is my boyfriend, Sun Jiqing. Huang Yali introduced him curtly, without a trace of her usual boastfulness. In the past, given her personality, she would have launched into a long, detailed account of Sun Jiqing's prominent position as the owner of a decoration company and his illustrious career. But standing before Yunxi now, for some reason, these so-called accolades suddenly seemed dull and lifeless. For someone like Yunxi, what did a mere small business owner mean? They probably didn't even register on her radar. Since graduating high school, Huang Yali had been quietly following Yunxi's activities. Through publicly available information online, she clearly understood Yunxi's extraordinary achievements, Her remarkable social standing, her dazzling awards and honors, her substantial wealth, and her extensive network of connections. Each achievement was a height that Huang Yali could never reach in her entire life. Faced with such a huge gap, Huang Yali's burning desire to compete gradually died down. She now understood that she and Yunxi were as incomparable, like stars in the sky and ants on the ground. Just then, Sun Jiqing turned his gaze to the beautiful and elegant girl before him and Yunxi. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes, and with a touch of curiosity, he asked, "Lily, who is this?" "Oh, this is my high school classmate." Huang Yali spoke casually, her tone as flat as if she were merely stating a trivial fact. Her attitude clearly showed she had no intention of introducing her old classmate in detail, nor any intention of creating further interaction between them. Sun Jiqing couldn't help but glance at the girl, a vague sense of familiarity stirring within him, but he racked his brains trying to recall where he had seen her before. However, since his girlfriend wasn't inclined to introduce them, he naturally didn't press the matter and remained silent. Clearly, Yunxi felt the same way. "We have something to attend to, so we'll be leaving now," Yunxi said quickly, a faint smile on her face, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. She wasn't interested in this chance encounter with Huang Yali. She just wanted to end this brief and awkward meeting as quickly as possible. For Huang Yali, a polite greeting was already the greatest courtesy and good manners she could muster. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Shiyan, who had been silently standing beside Yunxi, remained completely silent. It was obvious from the situation that Yunxi's relationship with that woman was just SOSO. How she handled it was her own business. He only needed to stand by and silently support her. Watching the two of them walk away hand in hand, Huang Yali's feelings were somewhat complicated. She recalled Yunxi from high school, who had devoted herself entirely to her studies and had resolutely rejected numerous suitors' advances without hesitation. But who would have thought that now, not long after entering university, she would have a boyfriend? Moreover, the man was tall and handsome, possessing a unique charisma that seemed innate, instantly recognizable as someone extraordinary. It was always like this, what she strived for but couldn't obtain, and Yunxi acquired effortlessly. Looks, talent, family background, love. How could fate be so unfair? And Yunxi had everything, while she herself, never mind, let's not dwell on it. This current boyfriend was one she had painstakingly selected who was decent in all aspects. She had to cherish him. And Yunxi didn't dwell too much on meeting Huang Yali. The two spent the day out, and then drove home to rest. And Yunxi stayed home until the 10th day of the lunar month, February 25th, before flying back to Beijing. Zhou Shiyan naturally accompanied her. Back in Beijing, the two began their busy lives. And Yunxi had already completed the registration procedures for Sihai Property Management Company, which Huang Jianxiang had previously instructed her to handle. He had also specifically transferred enough personnel from Blue Shield Security Company to form the security department for this property management company. Of course, this only included the core personnel. As for the ordinary security guard positions, the property management company was left to handle the recruitment and subsequent training itself. The person in charge recruited by Yunxi using a custom top-level management personnel summoning card was already in place. This person was named Gu Weiwen, 33 years old, with a system ability score of 90. And Yunxi acted decisively, having Yang Wei arrange for them to use the 12th floor of Yunfeng building as their office, and then took over the property management of Sihai Mingdi at the end of December last year. After this period of arrangement, the property management company had begun to take shape. After the new year, Yunxi arranged for the senior executives who lived in Bihai Yuntian to move directly to Sihai Mingdi. The vacant apartments in the Baiyunshan complex will be rented out. There's never a shortage of tenants in this area. Besides company executives, celebrities from Shengtian Entertainment who reach a certain level can also be arranged to live here. All the properties in this complex belong to Yunxi, as does the property management, and the residents are all her subordinates, so privacy and security are guaranteed. As for those who want to bring their families to live with them, they can apply in advance, and after approval, it's possible. As for those who own property in Beijing and want to live in their own homes, and Yunxi doesn't force them. In short, those who need accommodation can submit an application, and she can provide a place to stay. Those who don't won't interfere. At the Research Institute, the optical therapy device for treating and preventing myopia, along with the corresponding medication, has been successfully developed. That is to say, the preclinical research, including laboratory studies and animal experiments, has been completed. Now, it has officially entered the clinical trial phase. It was only when Xi Yulin reported the project progress to her that Yunxi realized that because this involved 2 new drugs, oral and eye drops, the clinical trials alone would be divided into 3 phases, each with different goals and sample size requirements. They are currently conducting phase I clinical trials, primarily in healthy volunteers, evaluating the drug's safety and tolerability, typically involving 20 to 100 participants. Once this phase is completed and deemed satisfactory, they will proceed to phase II clinical trials. This phase involves patients evaluating the drug's efficacy and safety, with a sample size typically between 100 to 300 cases. Finally, there is the final phase III clinical trial, which will further expand the sample size, typically involving 300-5000 patients, to evaluate the drug's efficacy and safety. Fortunately, Yunxi also has access to hospitals, making these clinical trials and volunteer recruitment relatively easier. Yunxi directly arranged for the Research Institute and Shilin Hospital to collaborate on the clinical trials of these 2 drugs and the entire treatment plan. After successful registration, she also plans to begin launching this new myopia treatment plan from the hospitals. Overall, it's only a matter of time before this project is successfully launched on the market. There's also the photovoltaic solar panel project. They have already achieved a conversion rate of 63.5%. With things going smoothly here, Yunxi began searching for information about batteries and energy storage within the Purple Cloud Immortal Mansion. Having solved the conversion rate problem, she still needed to address the issues of energy storage and functionality. Unfortunately, the information Yunxi had gathered in the post-apocalyptic world was very limited, consisting of only fragmented pieces of data with little research value. Unable to do anything else, Yunxi had to put this matter aside for the time being and instead asked Xi Yulin to keep an eye out for companies currently making energy storage systems on the market. In addition, Huang Yuan, the person in charge of the newly acquired land in Yunzhou, had arrived after the new year. Yunxi discussed her basic ideas and framework for the land with him over the phone, naming it the Nanshan Ecological Park Project, and asked him to assemble a team to conduct research and then produce a project proposal. Also, regarding the shooting suits, Aunt Yunxi told her that overseas clients had already contacted her wanting to purchase their products. Upon hearing this news, Yunxi felt an indescribable joy welling up inside her. For a long time, China had been in a position of being suppressed by other countries, but now it was finally making a breakthrough, even in something as small as shooting uniforms, giving her a sense of triumph and exhilaration. With such a capable and loyal team in the business sector, Yunxi didn't need to worry much. However, her shooting competition schedule was truly packed in the coming months. At her coach's suggestion and arrangement, she would be participating in the Shooting World Cup in South Korea, the United States, and Germany in April, May, and June, respectively. Fortunately, Yunxi had directly secured her spot in the World Cup this year, without needing to participate in the qualifying rounds. But then there was the Asian Games in August and the Quadrennial Shooting World Championships in September, commonly known as the World Championships. Therefore, Yunxi expected to be quite busy. But looking at the locations of these competitions, it seemed her business map would need to expand to even more places. This week's weekly check-in reward was still a list of potential editing talents. Yunxi. As far as she knew, the editing and special effects for many TV dramas and movies were outsourced to specialized companies. Shengtian Entertainment's few film and television productions had done the same before. So, the system meant it wanted Shengtian to handle this business itself? And if she guessed correctly, besides editing, the system would probably give her other lists next. The system was forcing her to improve. So, pushed along by the system, and Yunxi dialed Li Haowen's number, told him about her idea of building her own film and television post-production team, and sent him the list. Li Haowen originally thought that finding suitable talent would take time, so he could use outsourcing teams while slowly building his own. Who knew that shortly after hanging up, his boss sent him a list. Li Haowen. Staring at the list that suddenly appeared on his phone screen, Li Haowen was initially taken aback, then his face lit up with undisguised delight. Knowing his boss's style, if such a precise and useful list could be provided this time, similar resources would likely follow. His most troublesome talent problem had been easily solved by his boss. In an instant, a strong surge of motivation welled up within him, making Li Haowen feel as if his entire body was infused with vitality and passion, and he became full of fighting spirit. At this moment, Li Haowen suddenly had a premonition that one day, Shengtian Entertainment would stand at the very top of this industry. And Yunxi, having sorted out her various tasks, began to work on her task of investing in big-screen films. After rigorous screening, 3 films were selected for her. The first was an animated film adapted from a classic Chinese mythological story, telling the story of Neza's struggle against fate. It's important to understand that adapting such a well-known story in China and making it acceptable to the public is no small feat, but after reading the script outline, and Yunxi felt it still had great potential. Because it started from prejudice and told a relatively complete story. Neza was disliked by the world because he was a born demon child, and Shen Gongbao was not valued because he was a leopard demon who had cultivated into human form. Every character was fleshed out, especially the spirit of breaking prejudice and defying fate, the I am in my own hands message, which showed in Yunxi something different. Because this film was an animated work, excluding the major expense of actor salaries, the total investment only needed to be 60 million yuan. If no other investors had been signed, and Yunxi could invest alone. And Yunxi's second film was about the Korean War. This film was set against the backdrop of a battle during the Korean War, telling the story of how the Volunteer Army's Eastern Front troops, in extremely cold and harsh conditions, turned the tide of the battle with their iron will and fearless fighting spirit, making a significant contribution to the victory. Large-scale war films never have low production costs. This film is no exception, with a total investment of a staggering 1.3 billion RMB. This covers numerous aspects, including scriptwriting, casting, filming locations, special effects, post-production, and promotion, all requiring substantial financial support. To recreate realistic war scenes, the production team plans to use location shooting, coupled with extensive special effects and explosions, all demanding significant investment. Furthermore, the film's production will require considerable manpower and resources. The number of extras alone will reach 70,000, and the filming crew will number as many as 7,000. All of this requires money from every angle. In short, this is a film that combines a renowned director, famous actors, and a large-scale production. Many people are undoubtedly eyeing it. It remains to be seen how much they can negotiate. After reviewing the information on the first 2 films, Yunxi turned her attention to the third. To Yunxi's surprise, it was a science fiction film, simply titled Interstellar Conquest.
Wow.
It featured interstellar warships, mechs, energy guns, ion cannons. Everything from those interstellar novels was there. Making this film wouldn't be easy. Not to mention anything else, the post-production costs alone would probably be enormous. Seeing the total investment requirements, Yunxi had a feeling she hadn't expected it. A budget of 2.3 billion, this film had a very high chance of losing money. Yunxi checked and found that Li Haowen had recommended it to her. Without hesitation, she immediately dialed Li Haowen's number. As soon as the call connected, Yunxi eagerly asked, "Are there any investors interested in investing in the movie, Interstellar Conquest?" Not yet. Although everyone agrees that the film's subject matter is quite novel and unique and very appealing, many people are hesitant due to the huge investment required for filming and the potentially high risks. Just as she thought. Others were worried about the risks, but she wasn't. 2 billion yuan was nothing to her. It was a mere fraction of her total financial reserves. In Yunxi's view, as long as the film was meticulously crafted and key aspects such as the plot, casting, and post-production special effects were firmly controlled, becoming a hit was not difficult. Moreover, and more importantly, a film with such an imaginative and sci-fi theme not only has huge potential in the domestic market, but would also be well received on the international stage. So, Yunxi said into the phone, "Go and make contact. The investment will be made under the name of Xingtian Entertainment, but there are two conditions." Hearing this, Li Haowen, who had been lounging in his chair, immediately sat up straight, took out his notebook and pen, and prepared to take careful notes. First, Xingtian Entertainment will invest 2.5 billion as the sole investor in this film. Second, Xingtian's artists will be given priority for roles, provided their acting skills and suitability for the characters are guaranteed. Of course, this isn't mandatory. Everything depends on the quality of the work. Next is the third point. Regarding the post-production, we will be responsible for finding a professional team to handle it. Rest assured, the team we find will be top tier in the industry. You can explicitly write this into the contract. After carefully noting down these key points from his boss, Li Haowen asked, "Boss, you want to take over the post-production?" After his boss gave him a list of editing talent, he knew that their company was going to expand in all directions. Seeing that Li Haowen understood her intention, and Yunxi smiled and nodded in response. Yes, there will be other lists for you later. And Yunxi guessed that the system would also give her lists of special effects, martial arts, and other related talents. Moreover, the movie hasn't even started filming yet. By the time filming is completed, Xingtian's post-production team will probably be fully operational. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take over the post-production of Interstellar Conquest later. By the way, how's the setup of Xingtian's film, television, and web series production departments going, with directors, screenwriters, cinematographers, and various talents, plus its own abundant artist resources? Wouldn't it be a waste not to produce its own films and television series? Since receiving these lists one after another, Yunxi has begun to systematically adjust Xingtian's future development direction. It's basically complete. We've already contacted suppliers to purchase the adaptation rights to some popular IP works, and a web series is scheduled to start filming next month. The actors in it are mostly newcomers from the company. Since these are all new ventures, they chose the relatively simple web series as their first Xingtian production. Hearing this news, Yunxi nodded in satisfaction, then emphasized, "Speed it up. Interstellar Conquest is our opportunity. Once this movie becomes a hit, Xingtian can ride the wave of success and become a focus of attention in the industry." "Don't worry, boss," Li Haowen replied confidently. Imagining the scenarios that would unfold, Li Haowen felt a surge of excitement and was filled with energy. Ultimately, after much negotiation, Yunxi secured the animated film with a total investment of 60 million yuan. However, since several investors had already joined the war-themed project, Yunxi ultimately signed a contract for an investment of 300 million yuan. This was because Yunxi was still relatively new to the industry and received the news late. Otherwise, she could have secured even more. A month later, Li Haowen also secured the exclusive investment contract for Interstellar Conquest, but since the company didn't have that much capital, Yunxi personally transferred the investment funds to the company account. With the film investment settled, Yunxi's long-delayed task was finally completed. Yunxi immediately claimed her mission reward.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission investing in a big-screen film in your personal capacity. Reward: custom top-tier hacker character summoning card, now stored in your system inventory. Yunxi, good luck today. Something new actually appeared. You see, previously, the system rewarded custom character summoning cards, besides the rare, unrestricted type, only had 3 restricted types: research, management, and bodyguard. Now, a new type has appeared: hacker. Top-tier hackers are incredibly useful. She needs them in various industries. What surprised Yunxi even more was that she had always thought there were only those 3 types, and to obtain other types, she could only use unrestricted character summoning cards. But these types of character summoning cards were extremely difficult to obtain. Since the system was unlocked so long ago, she had only obtained 9 in total. Just in case, she always kept one or two as backups. Now that hackers have appeared, doesn't that mean other types will emerge in the future? Thinking this way, and Yunxi suddenly felt her future was even brighter. No matter how many industries she adds in the future, she won't have to worry about a shortage of talent. And Yunxi immediately used the 5-character summoning cards she had just obtained. After the people reported for duty, and Yunxi planned to assign them to her businesses. 1 to Yunfeng Capital, 2 to the Research Institute, and the remaining 2 to Blue Shield Security and Xingtian Entertainment, respectively. They would be specifically responsible for the cybersecurity of her businesses, and if they had time and interest, they could also develop some small tools and software. If they created something truly good, and Yunxi would give them extra rewards. March was the perfect time for spring outings. Because Yunxi would be busy with competitions starting in April, Zhou Shiyan took advantage of his girlfriend's free time to occasionally invite her out to enjoy flowers, drink tea, eat, go shopping, and watch movies. And Yunxi thus enjoyed a rare period of leisure. Although Yunxi often complained that Zhou Shiyan was a bit clingy, the two weren't actually together very often. After all, neither of them were ordinary people. Zhou Shiyan not only had to manage his own company, but also gradually take over his family's Zhongxing Group. Many of Zhongxing Group's projects were collaborations with the military, and these matters couldn't be left unsupervised by family members. Therefore, Zhou Shiyan was very busy. But even when he was busy, he would often find time to spend with his girlfriend. That day, feeling a pang of conscience, and Yunxi decided to visit her boyfriend at Zhongxing Group. This was her second visit to the Zhongxing building, following her previous visit to discuss the Dongli Garden collaboration. To surprise her boyfriend, and Yunxi only texted Wang Lin when she arrived downstairs, instructing him not to tell Zhou Shiyan and to come down directly to meet her. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat upon receiving the message. Why did this ancestor have to come at this time of year? Thinking about the person waiting in the reception room who didn't want to leave, Wang Lin felt a headache coming on. But no matter how much of a headache he still had to go downstairs to greet the person. Compared to the person in the reception room, this was his real ancestor, the kind he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Wang Lin glanced at his boss, who was still engaged in a lively discussion with a client. He figured leaving for a while wouldn't be a problem. He grabbed his phone and headed for the elevator. As he passed the reception room, someone came out and stopped him, asking, "Assistant Wang, is Brother Ian still not finished?" Wang Lin was speechless. How could this person be so oblivious to the situation? Knowing the boss didn't like it, she still kept calling him Brother Ian, Brother Ian. If it weren't for the fact that her company was a key partner of ZTE and she wasn't using the guise of discussing cooperation, he would have kicked her out long ago. While internally cursing, Wang Lin smiled and said, "Ms. Zhang, I'm sorry, our president is currently receiving an important client. Please rest here for a bit, Ms. Zhang. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." With that, he quickly left before anyone could react. Zhang Yuran, left standing at the reception door, was livid and in a foul mood. Even an assistant treated her like this, showing that no one in the Zhou family respected her. If it weren't for the fact that only her family possessed the materials ZTE needed, she probably wouldn't have even been able to get through this door. Wang Lin completely ignored the woman's thoughts behind him and directly took the president's private elevator to the first floor to pick up Yunxi. Passing the reception desk, he went over and instructed, "This is Miss Yunxi. From now on, don't stop Miss, and when she comes, just let her take the president's private elevator." The receptionist was initially surprised, then carefully examined Yunxi's face before nodding and saying, "Yes, Assistant Wang." After the two left, she immediately took out her phone and shared this major news in a gossip group where the boss wasn't present. No wonder the receptionist is the source of company gossip. Everyone coming and going from the company is under her watchful eye. Naturally, she has access to a lot of new information. The message from the receptionist caused a huge stir in the company group chat, with various speculations and discussions arising. However, none of this mattered to Yunxi at the moment. She followed Wang Lin closely, quickly arriving at the floor where the president's office was located via elevator. Leaving aside the commotion caused by the receptionist's message in the group chat, and Yunxi and Wang Lin quickly reached the president's office floor. Wang Lin intended to take Yunxi directly to the president's office, even if there were clients inside. He figured the president would be pleased as long as it was Yunxi. However, they were stopped halfway by Zhang Yuran, who came out of the reception room. Assistant Wang, who is this? She had just refused her entry to find someone, and now she was leading others straight to the president's office. This preferential treatment ignited a nameless anger within her, especially since the person Wang Lin brought was a young and beautiful woman. Wang Lin was utterly disgusted by this tactless woman and bluntly revealed Yunxi's identity. Miss Zhang, this is our CEO's girlfriend, Miss Yunxi. The CEO specifically instructed that Miss and can enter directly without prior notice. Yunxi. Wang Lin's attitude is rather intriguing, and Yunxi casually cast her gaze upon Miss Zhang. In that fleeting glance, Yunxi discovered that Miss Zhang's appearance was quite striking. Her delicate face was as tender and alluring as a newly blossoming flower, her eyes exuding a pure and captivating charm, a truly endearing little white flower. If she chose to present herself as weak and pitiful, she could easily evoke a strong protective instinct in many men. However, regrettably, such a beautiful face was overshadowed and ruined by her haughty and arrogant demeanor. The initial pitiful charm vanished, replaced by an unapproachable arrogance and coldness. This woman's surname is Zhang? And Yunxi suddenly remembered that Song Mingzhu had mentioned a woman who had liked Zhou Shiyan since childhood, but later went abroad. That woman's surname seemed to be Zhang. Could this be the woman before her? Upon hearing Wang Lin introduce this woman as Brother Ian's girlfriend, Zhang Yuran's smile instantly froze and gradually disappeared. Only now did she begin to truly look at the woman before her. Her looks were even more beautiful than hers. Her figure, equally impeccable. Her demeanor, when silent, exuding a cool and noble air. And her talent, education, and achievements, she seemed to have nothing that could compare to her. Even their family background, though they were a second-tier family in Beijing, was utterly insignificant compared to Yunxi, the heiress of the mysterious Zhang family. They were on completely different levels, with absolutely no basis for comparison. Not to mention, their family's assets were all going to her brother. She'd be lucky to get a share of the house and money at most. Although her surname is Zhang, she has absolutely no connection to that overseas Zhang family. It's Yunxi who, through some inexplicable stroke of luck, became an apprentice of that Zhang family. What's even more absurd is that the Zhang family seems to have lost its mind. Such a large family can't even produce an heir, and Yunxi ended up getting a huge windfall. Otherwise, given her status as the daughter of Yunzhou's richest man, why would she need to be so wary of her? How unfair fate is. She's known Zhou Shiyan for so long. She admires and loves him so much. Marrying into the Zhou family has become an indelible obsession in her heart. But for so many years, Zhou Shiyan has always been cold and indifferent to her. Annoyed by her persistent pursuit, he becomes even more ruthless and unforgiving. Even though she desperately wants to get closer, she dares not go too far for fear of offending him. The only consolation is that if she can't get close to him, no other woman can either. At least in this respect, everyone was equal. But now, even that last shred of comfort had been ruthlessly shattered. To her utter surprise, all she did was study abroad, and her brother Ian already had a girlfriend. Upon learning this, she was frantic. Without hesitation, she rushed back to China and went straight to his company to confront him. However, things didn't go as planned. She was first turned away at the door. Just as she was filled with despair and at a loss, the legendary girlfriend swaggered in front of her and walked right into the company, as if it were her territory. How could she not feel indignant at this sight? How could she accept this? And Yunxi watched as Ms. Zhang's face turned pale, then green, then pale again, and she surmised that this woman was probably the one who had always liked Zhou Shiyan. I never imagined I'd encounter such bad luck with Zhou Shiyan. Even a rival in love is an enemy, and Yunxi strictly adhered to the principle of, I won't move unless the enemy moves. However, while Yunxi remained still, Zhang Yuran, blinded by jealousy, clearly lacked the patience and composure. She couldn't contain herself and broke the silence first, launching a verbal attack on Yunxi. "Hello, Miss Sin, I'm Zhang Yuran. It's a pleasure to meet you." She extended her right hand, indicating she wanted to shake hands with Yunxi. On the surface, it seemed quite friendly. However, Yunxi didn't respond immediately. She first narrowed her eyes slightly, subtly observing Zhang Yuran, seemingly trying to figure out what the other woman's intentions. A few seconds later, a perfectly timed, sweet smile slowly appeared on Yunxi's delicate face and she softly replied, "Hello, I'm Yunxi." Yunxi extended her hand and gently shook hands with her. The instant their hands parted, Zhang Yuran spoke, "I've long admired Miss N must be incredibly outstanding. I never expected Brother Ian to find a girlfriend so quickly. Everyone in our circle is quite curious about you, Miss N." Yunxi raised an eyebrow. Was Zhang Yuran provoking her? Brother Ian? So intimate and ambiguous? That wasn't all. The constant use of "our circle" implied that Yunxi wasn't part of their circle. Wang Lin felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Zhang Yuran's words. Seeing the situation turning sour, he quickly took a deep breath, about to speak up for his boss's girlfriend, Yunxi. But Yunxi didn't give him the chance. Yunxi smiled brightly and raised her voice, saying, "I wonder which circle Miss Zhang is referring to. I've met people from the Zhou, Song, Yun, Gu, and Yi families, and I'm also acquainted with people from the Su, Chun, and Xie families. I wonder what other circles in Beijing I don't know about." First blood. Zhang Yuran's breath caught in her throat, as if someone had grabbed her throat. Wang Lin. Standing to the side, Wang Lin was utterly astonished, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Well done. No wonder she managed to win over his boss. However, what Wang Lin never expected was that this was just the beginning, Yunxi wasn't finished yet. Then, with a smile and a relaxed tone, she continued, "Oh, by the way, Miss Zhang, are you friends with Brother Shuryen? Brother Shuryen is really something. He hasn't mentioned Miss Zhang at all in so long. I'll have to give him a good talking to later. Why didn't he introduce such an excellent friend as Miss Zhang to me sooner?" As Yunxi finished speaking, another heavy blow struck double kill. Zhang Yuran froze, standing there motionless, as if she had completely lost the ability to think or react. Double kill. Zhang Yuran was completely stunned and motionless. Meanwhile, Wang Lin, who had been standing by as an observer, stared wide-eyed at Yunxi, his face filled with disbelief. Good heavens! Miss N's ability to infuriate people to death is truly unparalleled. If he were Zhang Yuran, he'd probably be spitting blood from anger. In fact, Zhang Yuran was indeed on the verge of vomiting blood. She clenched her teeth tightly, as if she wanted to crush them, her hands clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from the excessive force. The veins on her neck were bulging, her face filled with anger and resentment. She looked exactly like a ferocious beast about to pounce on its prey, wanting nothing more than to rush forward and tear Yunxi to pieces. In stark contrast, Yunxi smiled calmly, looking at Zhang Yuran with perfect composure. She wanted to see if this somewhat arrogant White Lotus could really hold back. If she dared to make a move, she'd definitely let her taste the power of a martial arts master's fists and feet. She was a law-abiding citizen, but if it was self-defense, no one could do anything to her. To Yunxi's surprise, just when everyone thought a fierce conflict was inevitable, Zhang Yuran actually held back. She took a deep breath and coldly said to Yunxi, "Yunxi, don't be too smug. Whether you can marry into the Zhou family is still uncertain. The Zhou family's threshold isn't so easy to cross." Upon hearing this, Yunxi's lips curled into a confident and charming smile. She slowly approached Zhang Yuran, whispering, "I'm truly sorry, Miss Zhang. I didn't expect your information sources to be so outdated. You didn't even know we'd met each other's parents." Triple kill. Zhang Yuran stared in surprise, her face turning deathly pale. She clearly hadn't expected the relationship between Yunxi and Zhou Shuryen to develop so rapidly. After finishing her sentence, Yunxi turned to leave, but then, As if remembering something, she turned back to Zhang Yuran and said, "By the way, do you know? Uncle Zhou and Aunt Yun really like me. Aunt Yun even wanted to take me in as her goddaughter. Quadra kill." These words struck Zhang Yuran like a hammer blow, leaving her unable to accept this cruel reality. At this moment, Zhang Yuran trembled with anger, pointing a finger at Yunxi, her lips quivering, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. She could only manage to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. You, Yunxi. Just as Yunxi was about to give Zhang Yuran another surprise, she suddenly heard a familiar voice calling from behind.
It was Zhou Shiyan.
It turned out that Zhou Shiyan had finished talking with a client and wanted to ask Wang Lin to see the client off, but Secretary Tang from the Secretariat said that Assistant Wang was busy. Just as he was about to press Wang Lin about what he was busy with, Secretary Tang tactfully stepped forward and explained, "President, your girlfriend has arrived, and Assistant Wang went to pick her up. Yun 11 is here?" Zhou Shiyan quickly got up and came out of his office, only to see the three of them in a tense standoff. Seeing the person who arrived, Yunxi quickly greeted him with a smile. Brother Shiyan, Zhou Shiyan, seeing this, strode forward, extending his large, warm hand without hesitation to take Yunxi's delicate hand in his. He asked in an extremely gentle and considerate tone, "Why did you suddenly come over?" Faced with her beloved's concerned greeting, Yunxi smiled gently, then playfully shook the exquisite insulated lunchbox she was carrying, showing it to him, and replied, "I brought you lunch." Hearing this, a warm feeling welled up in Zhou Shiyan's heart, but he still couldn't help but say with concern, "You don't need to go to so much trouble. Zhongxing Group is quite far from Yunshui residence. The journey here by car from there must have been a bit tiring." And Yunxi smiled dismissively, then pouted, "I wanted to see you. Bringing food was just a side thing." After saying that, Yunxi glanced at Zhang Yuran, who stood beside her dumbfounded, and said, "What, not welcome?" Zhou Shiyan smiled and patted his head affectionately, saying, "Welcome. Welcome anytime. You can come every day. I'd love to." And Yunxi glared at this man who was taking advantage of her. Coming every day? Where would she find that much time? Did he really think she was idle all day? The warm and natural atmosphere of their back-and-forth conversation and Zhou Shiyan's undisguised doting on Yunxi was almost making Zhang Yuran explode with anger. Zhang Yuran stared wide-eyed at the scene before her in disbelief. She never imagined that Zhou Shiyan, who was always so cold and indifferent to others, could have such a tender and doting side. This is a special favor reserved only for Yunxi. How could it not drive her mad with jealousy? Despite burning with jealousy, Zhang Yuran remained calm, reason dictating that she must stay composed. After all, neither Yunxi nor Zhou Shiyan were people she could easily provoke. After a difficult period of self-adjustment, Zhang Yuran finally managed to regain her composure. With a pitiful expression on her face, she called out in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Brother Ian." Her voice was so cloyingly sweet it sent shivers down one's spine. Even Yunxi couldn't help but shudder upon hearing it. Noticing his girlfriend's unusual reaction, Zhou Shiyan immediately pulled Yunxi into a tight embrace, gently patting her back to comfort her. The voice itself made him uncomfortable. Looking over, Zhou Shiyan saw only a woman on the verge of tears, looking wronged and on the verge of sobbing. Faced with this situation, Yunxi's face remained unchanged, showing no outward sign of emotion, but her inner thoughts were racing. This woman is quite the actress. Just a short while ago, she was arrogant and haughty, acting as if she were the center of the world. However, upon seeing Zhou Shiyan, she transformed like a Sichuan opera mask changer, instantly turning from a proud peacock into a delicate white flower. Zhang Yuran, however, didn't expect that this act would only make Zhou Shiyan dislike her even more.
Who are you?
Who let you up here? Zhou Shiyan's short question struck Zhang Yuran like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Yuran's tearful, pitiful expression froze instantly, while Yunxi and Wang Lin were stunned. "Good heavens," Yunxi exclaimed, "killing someone by attacking their spirit." The destructive power of those words was comparable to a nuclear bomb. Yunxi even felt a little sorry for the girl. However, this emotion was fleeting, passing in an instant. She watched Zhang Yuren's every subtle change in expression with great interest and schadenfreude, eager to see how this young lady would react next. Zhang Yuren's eyes reddened, brimming with tears. Her lips trembled as she said incredulously, "Brother Ian, it's me, Zhang Yuren. Don't you remember me?"
Zhang Yuren?
Zhou Shiyan remained completely bewildered, clearly unable to recall who this woman was. After a long pause, Wang Lin finally snapped out of his daze and quickly stepped forward, introducing Zhang Yuren to Zhou Shiyan in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan's mind gradually conjured up the image of the little girl who used to cling to him like a little tail. However, he felt genuinely annoyed by Zhang Yuren's utterly lacking sense of propriety. Zhou Shiyan frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Did you need something?" Faced with Zhou Shiyan's indifferent gaze and questioning, Zhang Yuren immediately tensed up, the words she was about to utter failing her. She stammered, "I." The words seemed stuck in her throat. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't express them smoothly. Time ticked by, and Zhang Yuren stammered, "I," for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan's face clearly showed a hint of impatience.
Sensing the change in his
mood, Zhang Yuren became increasingly flustered and helpless. Finally, she forced herself to make up an excuse, stammering, About the supply of polymer materials." Before Zhang Yuren could finish speaking, Zhou Shiyan interrupted her without hesitation and ruthlessly dismissed her. "Let your father discuss this. We have other matters to attend to. We're leaving." With that, he pulled in Yunxi towards his office. After taking a couple of steps, Zhou Shiyan seemed to suddenly remember something, stopped, turned around, and added expressionlessly to the stunned Zhang Yuren, "By the way, call me President Zhou from now on. I'm not familiar with you." And Yunxi. "Wang Lin. Zhang Yuren. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Zhang Yuren was struck dumb, frozen in place, unsure how to react. Holding her hand tightly, and Yunxi continued walking forward, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity and impulse, and couldn't help but slightly turn her head, glancing back out of the corner of her eye. She saw Zhang Yuren standing alone, her bewildered and heartbroken expression instantly catching An Yunxi's eye. "Oh my, look at that pitiful little face, like a pear blossom in the rain. It's truly heartbreaking." However, An Yunxi felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration, as refreshing as drinking a cool, chilled fruit juice on a hot summer day. "Ha ha ha." A little voice inside, and Yunxi was laughing so hard she was doubled over, almost unable to straighten up. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shiyan's unwanted advances were nipped in the bud before she could even make a move. Upon arriving at Zhou Shiyan's office, An Yunxi slightly suppressed her smile, then deliberately raised her voice, teasingly saying in a coquettish tone, "Brother Shiyan, you did a great job today." Hearing this, Zhou Shiyan could only helplessly explain, "I really don't know her well." I believe you." And Yunxi nodded hastily in response. Actually, Zhou Shiyan didn't need to say anything. It was obvious that Zhang Yuren was only fantasizing. After what happened today, anyone with a brain wouldn't continue to pester her. There was nothing she could do. Her friend was just too outstanding. It was normal for someone to pursue him. As long as he had feelings for her and could resist temptation, no one could take her away. If she were easily taken away, it meant they weren't suitable. And Yunxi went straight to the office's rest area, opened the insulated lunchbox, and took out the food, arranging it carefully. An enticing aroma immediately filled the air. "Let's eat first. I specially brought your favorite dishes," and Yunxi said with a smile, her gentle gaze seemingly capable of melting any ice. The food and tableware were for two, and Yunxi had come to eat with him. Zhou Shiyan looked at the nutritious and delicious food on the table, a deep warmth appearing in his eyes. The two then sat facing each other and began their lunch happily. They passed each other food, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. While eating, and Yunxi casually asked, "Does ZT have any kind of cooperation with that Zhang Yuren family?" Zhou Shiyan's chopsticks paused slightly, but He quickly resumed his normal actions, continuing to enjoy his meal as if nothing had happened. At this moment, he realized that his girlfriend was still somewhat bothered by what had happened earlier that day. He quickly explained, Zhang's Fangwei Technology is a supplier of a polymer material to ZTE. Only they have it? And Yunxi blinked and pressed for an answer. Yes, currently. What kind of material is it specifically? Zhou Shiyan had no reason to hide anything from Yunxi. He directly took out his phone and sent Yunxi the material's description and specifications. The purpose of this material is inconvenient to disclose, but it requires high resistance to high temperatures, corrosion, and water resistance. Hearing this, Yunxi slightly raised her eyes, looking at him with a hint of curiosity and contemplation. Inconvenient to disclose? She pondered to herself, since it was so mysterious, it must most likely be related to military products. So, she began to intently examine the specifications. After carefully reviewing the various parameters, Yunxi's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had discovered some astonishing secret. Startled by his girlfriend's sparkling eyes, Zhou Shiyan asked, somewhat puzzled, "What's wrong?" And Yunxi's lips curled into a confident smile as she slowly said, "What if I told you I have something with even better performance?" Before she could finish, Zhou Shiyan grabbed Yunxi's arm, excitedly asking, "Are you serious?" Faced with her boyfriend's strong reaction, Yunxi first patted his hand reassuringly, signaling him to calm down, then said, "Wait a minute." After saying that, Yunxi immediately made a phone call to Xian Yulin right in front of him. "Dean Xian, send me a copy of the polymer material data you showed me last December. I need it now." Xian Yulin was incredibly efficient, less than a minute. After hanging up, he had retrieved the data and sent it over. And Yunxi didn't hesitate either, immediately forwarding it to Zhou Shiyan. "How is it? Isn't the performance better?" she asked Zhou Shiyan expectantly. Zhou Shiyan nodded and said, "Judging from the test data, it is indeed superior." Zhou Shiyan was also a decisive person at work. Without saying a word, he immediately had Wang Lin make a call, summoning the technical lead involved in the matter to his office. As soon as the man stepped into the office, Zhou Shiyan, without even bothering with pleasantries, handed him the document he had just received and bluntly instructed, "Take a look, see if this material can replace Fang Wei's product." Hearing this, the technical lead's expression instantly became extremely serious. He dared not delay in the slightest, quickly taking the phone and swiping the screen to zoom in and carefully review it. And Yunxi paid slight attention to the changes in the man's facial expression. At first, she noticed his brows furrowed, his face grave, as if facing a formidable enemy. However, as he continued reading, his initially tense expression gradually relaxed, and the light in his eyes grew brighter, as if he had discovered something incredibly exciting. Looking further, the corners of his mouth began to turn up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile, which then slowly expanded without him even realizing it. By the time he had almost finished reading the entire document, his smile was completely undisguised. He was as excited and thrilled as if he had found a priceless treasure. Seeing the technical lead's reaction, Yunxi knew what was going on. It seemed this material was indeed useful. This was a byproduct of research conducted by the Yunnan Research Institute based on the technical data provided by Yunxi. Previously, she hadn't known where it could be used. When she saw the introduction to Fangwei Technology's new material, it looked familiar at first glance, and she remembered seeing this document before. Now that it could be used, it was a good thing for the Research Institute. After reading the document, the technical lead said excitedly, "President, if we can really achieve this test data, it's far superior to Fangwei's material. Which company's product is this? Do you have samples now?" Zhou Shiyan didn't answer, but instead looked at Yunxi. Yunxi nodded to him. "Yunxi, let me introduce you. This is Wang Xuejuan, an engineer and technical lead at ZTE Corporation. Engineer Wang, this is my girlfriend, Yunxi. The material you have is the result of her research institute." Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. A girlfriend is great. Cooperation with family is so much easier. So, with a broad smile, he said to Yunxi, "Hello, yes. And do you have a sample of this material? The Research Institute has one. It'll give you their contact information. You two can discuss it yourselves. And Yunxi herself wasn't entirely clear on the specifics. She simply wrote down Xianyulin's contact information and gave it to him. Wang Xuejuan happily took the note, clutching it tightly in his hand as if it were a treasure, then hurriedly left with barely suppressed excitement. Watching his departing figure, and Yunxi gently shook her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. Thank you for watching Manhwa Recapped.